Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about What If Deku Had a Dragon's Resolve Part 1. If you guys enjoy this What If and want to see Part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story and a 45 word from AO3. So let's start the video. It all started like normal. And for one, Midoriya Izuku, it started out like always. Heading to school, going through the motions of living with the effects of his school life, essentially wishing for his demise to come sooner rather than later. Something that he decided to just not do in spite of their bullying and abuse to him all the time whilst he stayed on their school student list. He knew that they really hated his existence, and there was nothing he could do about being there since they were the only school willing to take him in, since their website told his mother that they take quirkless students. Although Izuku was hoping for a much different day than normal, he never expected something like today to happen. Everything was so calm and orderly in the early morning, he had no idea how it got as bad as it did today, but something clearly changed in the eyes of those around him. Walking through the halls of 𝗬𝙪𝙢𝙢𝐼 Junior High, Izuku was making sure to keep an eye on everyone as they glared at him, as though he would disappear if they glared at him strong enough. His entire form trembled in unrestrained fear as he traversed through the school before arriving at his classroom for the day. The classes would be normal for him, as the teachers mark him absent for not even appearing, even though he was inside the room right where the teacher could see him. I mean, his hair was green and black, for Pete's sake, how could the teacher not see him? Not only that, but today seemed to be one of those days that were going to be very taxing for Izuku, as the teacher had walked in before taking roll of everyone with a bunch of papers in his hand. Izuku knew those papers, and what they stood for. It was time to choose their career choices for their high school years, and Izuku was now considering just giving up on going to UA as a whole. He used to want to go there no matter the situation or how angry Kaken would get at him for the said choice. But for some reason, a gut feeling deep within his mind and body told him that if he wrote on the papers that he'd be going to UA, that it wouldn't end well for him. But did Izuku ever listen to his gut feeling in this school that seemed to have it out for him whenever he lowered his guard at the wrong time? The answer is no. When the teacher began passing the papers out, he called Midoriya out for being late to class when he was the first student in the room, as he was there for earlier than the rest of the class as a whole. He brushed that aside, but when the teacher told him that he'd be having detention after class, from that moment onward everything in his completely and somewhat normal day would change forever. Mainly because of the fact that when the teacher said those words, Kaken seemed extra happy to hear that. Izuku felt something inside him break apart, as though something was not going to be a good thing for him and that he should immediately attempt to leave the place as fast as he could. His gut feeling was proven, as when the bell rang for the last class of the day, Izuku was putting his belongings away when Kaken and his friends walked over to his desk with malicious expressions on their faces. He felt his inner mind inform him that now would be the best time to make a break for it, but the good student within his brain rooted him still in his seat as Kaken stood before his desk before speaking to him in a tone that told him bad things were going to happen. "Hey Dad, how many times have I told you not to go to UA?" Kaken asked. Kaken was a young man who was 5 feet 8 inches in height. His gakuren had covered most of the built muscle underneath. But they were built that way because of the 10 long years of bullying that the young man had dealt to Izuku in that time, forcefully stunting his overall growth as a young man himself and keeping him rooted at 5 feet 5 inches for the rest of his life. Kaken had ash blonde colored hair with a very smug expression to match with it, and with his quirk of explosions his attitude matched that kind of quirk abilities. Although there was one thing that Izuku had always liked about the boy ever since he first met the boy as a baby, the boy could certainly have some great determination as well as drive to become better. Even if he wasted that kind of potential in bullying someone who had no power to defend themselves. All the time B, but I was thinking about joining the 𝗔𝗫 education. I don't think that I can make it as a hero. Izuku said, as Kaken stared at him. Well, good riddance, maybe I will only have to see you at lunch. But just for you to consider, here's some advice from the future #1 hero. If you want to be a hero so badly, there might be a way you could do it. Kaken said, as he maliciously smirked at him. Oh, and what is that? Izuku asked. Pray you get a quirk in your next life and jump off the roof. Maybe then you will become a hero? Kaken said, as Izuku heard glass break in his mind. He didn't have enough time to glare at Kaken as the boy was already gone from the scene. Shaking his head, Izuku stayed in the classroom as the teacher entered the room and timed the boy for his detention that was not given to him for being late to class, but because he was quirkless and everyone was a bigot towards him. But once that was done, he left the room and headed home down the normal path he'd always taken for years in the past. As he walked underneath an underpass on his way home, he had the sudden feeling of danger coming from behind himself as he saw a very green and sludgy monster come out from the sewer system grate. Looking at how the monstrosity had come out of the ground as though he were a horror movie villain, Izuku could only stand there in fear as his feet kept him rooted in place. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. I didn't know that he was going to be here. I need to get out of here before he finds me. The sludgy villain said, before taking note of Izuku's presence. A medium-sized skin suit. The villain said, attacking Izuku immediately. As it would turn out, as soon as he was attacked, Izuku was immediately struggling to escape from the villain's grasp. But it wouldn't matter as before long, the villain managed to get the boy to open his mouth and started to shove himself down the boy's throat. As Izuku clawed at the villain in an attempt to escape from his gooey form, he cackled at the boy for his meager attempt to escape from his clutches. And this distracted him so much that he began to monologue at him as though he were a Saturday morning villain on a cartoon. You're really saving me, kid. But stop struggling, once 45 seconds pass everything will be black. But I won't be killing you, I'll only be knocking you out and using your body to escape from 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. The villain said, as he forced the boy's clawing hands away from his form. You're really my hero, kid? The villain called out, as Izuku could only pray that someone would help him. The sewer grate behind the two would blast off from the ground as a figure would come out like another horror movie villain, but his form was familiar to Izuku as he could barely see the man rise from the ground. Once he stood at full height, Izuku took note that the man had looked eerily similar to the hero who he idolized ever since he found out he was quirkless, and before that. His blonde tuft of hair that stood out in two tufts on the front of his head that made him resemble a golden bunny, his aging blue eyes that showed years of experience under his belt, and most importantly a bag of groceries. You nearly lost me in the sewer system, villain. But like all things, justice will always triumph against evil. Don't worry, kid, I am here. The voice called out before pulling their arm back. Texas SMS. The voice called out as the villain reacted. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍 and underpass. Izuku fell out of the gooey prison that held him still as he was slowly closing his eyes. But he got a view of who his savior was as the man stood tall and was just as awesome as he remembered the man to be. And only one thought came to mind. All Might. Equals 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 wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Don't be dead. Wake up. All Might's voice rang out for Izuku. 𝗬𝗏 what h happened? Izuku muttered, before feeling bile move up his throat. Rushing over to the grass nearby, Izuku threw up everything that he'd had for lunch that day, unaware of the fact that a small portion of his Gakuren had pulled up on his arms to reveal some bruises from a past day. All Might took note of the bruises on the boy's wrists and lower arms, before shaking the feeling in his gut off before gathering the remains of the sludge villain he'd been chasing all morning. Once Izuku let out everything in his stomach, everything including the sludge that was shoved down his throat and into his lungs, that is. He turned around and saw All Might picking up his things before handing them over to the boy as he immediately grabbed them as fast as he could. He may be the #1 hero, but he was still cautious about who saw his notebooks as well as information he'd collected on heroes. "Thank you for your assistance with that villain. I nearly lost him in the city's sewer system," All Might said as he slicked back his hair. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 fast as possible. Izuku spoke out through very fast muttering as he pulled out a notebook. All Might watched the boy go as he muttered on and on about his career, something that he blushed a little at how a 13-year-old boy could have that kind of information. But as soon as the boy pulled out a notebook, his expression became much softer as soon as he saw the writing on the front of the book. Hero analysis for the future volume 13. See, can you sign this, sir? Izuku asked, pushing the notebook in front of his face. Where do you want me to sign it? All Might asked, pulling a pen out of his pocket after closing an empty bottle up. Anywhere is good. They always looked up to All Might. Izuku said as the man nodded. Who do I make this out to? All Might questioned as he wrote his name on the boy's notebook front with the English lettering of his hero name. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 Izuku? Izuku said, as his eyes comically teared up. Young man, I can clearly see that you wrote multiple versions of these books. Looking to become a hero as well? All Might asked with no kind of malice behind his smile. And not really in anymore, Izuku said, causing All Might to look at him in confusion. What is the reason for not wishing to become a hero? All Might asked. I used to be, but I don't think someone could become a hero like you without a quirk. Izuku said, as All Might's face became stone cold. Quirkless, you say? All Might asked. Why yeah, everyone doesn't think that I can become a hero without a quirk. But that's fine. I was thinking about joining UA's general education course anyway. Izuku said, as All Might internally sighed in relief. At least he's smart about his decisions. I really hate turning down the dreams of the quirkless. I may have been one of them before, but I came from a time when heroes were in high need. Nowadays we don't really need a whole lot of heroes. All Might thought to himself. Anyway, sorry for holding you up, All Might sir. Izuku said, as All Might stood straight. Don't worry, young man, time waits for no one. I hope you are going to cheer me on later, young 𝗵𝗃𝗃. All Might called out before jumping. Izuku smiled to himself before he continued down the road towards his home. He was making a turn around the shopping district of Mizutofu when a loud explosion shook the area he was at, and he immediately rushed over to see what kind of hero fight was happening. He may be not trying to become a hero anymore, but that doesn't mean that he won't take notes on the next hero on the scene. As soon as he arrived at the place, he pushed himself to the front of the crowd that had arrived on the scene before taking note of the surroundings. Multiple buildings were on fire, and the pro-hero Backdraft was doing his best to clear up the water. The pro-hero, Death Arms, had been doing crowd control with the police, with Kamui Woods and MT Lady, the new heroine on the scene. The new heroine on the scene he could allow to be this kind of way, considering it's her first day on the job. There are bound to be mistakes being done on their first day. But seeing the heroes who are known to being professionally experienced, not really doing anything to stop the fires with Backdraft was causing Izuku to worry. Then he noticed something green through the smoke and fire as his heart immediately started to pound even harder. The sludge villain who had nearly killed him earlier today had been in the middle of the shopping street with a new hostage, and Izuku could barely see who the hostage was as they were struggling to much and flailing their arms about too quickly for him to notice. But as soon as they stuck their head and face out of the sludge and took in a deep breath and activated their quirk, explosions, Izuku immediately knew who this was. Bakugo Katsuki, Kaken for Izuku's eyes, had been captured by the very same villain that he was. But that posed a question in his mind: how did he get away from All Might? Didn't he have the villain in a closed bottle? Looking around, he found a clearly melted bottle on the ground and looked back at Kaken as the young man kept using his quirk in self-defense. And almost as though he couldn't think, he ran into the fray. He wasn't thinking, just moving his body in order to save the one person who he could call a close friend, even if he beat him up on the occasional day that he couldn't even keep his anger in check. Running through the police tape and rushing towards the heroes called out for him to return to their grasp, but it was too late as he began to think of a strategy to beat the villain. Pulling his backpack over his shoulder, he threw it at the villain as the zipper on it was not pulled all the way up, and with the speed it flew at the villain, one of his pencils had been thrown out and smacked right into the villain's eye, causing them to recoil backwards in pain. Once he made it to Kaken's location within the sludge, Izuku began to claw at it in an attempt to save his life. And as soon as he'd managed to buy Kaken some air once again, the young man used it all to growl in anger at him. "If Deku! What are you doing here?" Kaken screamed out him whilst coughing. I saw that why you were in danger. I just wanted to help you, my legs moved on their own. Izuku said as he clawed more at the sludge. "Damn it, you again. How many times do I have to run into the same people in one day?" The villain called out, pulling a sludge arm backwards. Back in the crowd, All Might, who was now looking sicklier and frielier, had been there for a while, watched on in awe. The boy who he'd met earlier, who told him that he wasn't wishing to become a hero anymore, was showing more courage to fight the villain and save the hostage than all the heroes present. It gave him the courage to transform into his All Might personality and rush in to save the boy from an early grave, and he had one singular thing on his mind when he rushed in to save the boy. "I found you, my successor." Back with Izuku, everything was moving in slow motion as his face was showing a very worried expression of fear. And in his slow-moving mind, he was doing his very best in order to claw at the sludge as fast as he could to bring Kaken out, even going as far as to reach into the sludge and grip onto Kaken's Gakuren and pull. The tendril was so close to his position now that he thought that it was going to hit him, but then a very large hand gripped onto his wrist and hand as another arm blocked the hit from the villain. "You really are amazing, young Midoriya. Now let me show you how a hero does his job." All Might called out as he punched the villain. "Try it. Smas." All Might called out. When his fist had landed on the viscous layer of sludge, three things happened in the time frame it took to show things happening for everyone. 1. Whilst holding onto the two children with his left hand, the shockwave of wind that came from one of his most powerful attacks caused the villain to become gooey material again. 2. The wind from his attack had put out the fires, thereby making Backdraft's quirk rendered useless in the situation. 3. And finally, it started to rain to put out the remaining fires that were in the vicinity, causing everyone to look at the hero in awe once more. Once everything was done and settled, the heroes pulled Kaken and Izuku aside to speak to the two boys. For Kaken, he was being praised for his excellent usage of his quirk. Not only that, but he was given a slap on the wrist for using his quirk without a license, but was told that it would be covered up because he used it in self-defense. Some of them even told the boy that he should join their agencies as a sidekick when he goes pro for a while. But once they turned their gazes onto Izuku, their happy smiles became much more strained and more angered. They told him off for being a nuisance. Not only that, but doing their job for them, and doing so without a sign of using his quirk was something he could get in trouble for. They berated him for actually doing something and told him to not do it again for fear that he could get hurt. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was especially angered at how Izuku stole his spotlight and really let him know about it through yelling at the boy angrily in a way that made him fearful of the man. Eventually, though, Izuku managed to escape the area with the knowledge that his mother wouldn't be happy about what happened. But he could handle it, because she was the only person in Mizudafu, aside from Kaken's parents, that actually showed love and compassion for him, even if it was to an extent that he really wished she hadn't. But he was walking home now, the daylight of the early afternoon soon becoming a light dusk as the sky had turned pink and orange. He held his backpack on his back as he walked down his normal path back to his and his mother's apartment complex. That was until he heard the sounds of stomping feet coming from behind himself in a very angry and loud way. Turning his head around to see who was coming up to him from behind, he was soon met with a fist that exploded, dealing far more damage to him than it normally would. "Jaya!" Izuku yelped out in pain as he fell backwards. "How many times do I have to tell you, Deku? Stop acting. A hero." Kaken growled out. "I couldn't let you just die like that," Izuku said, as Kaken glared at him. "How would you know about that?" Kaken growled at him. "Because All Might saved me from him first." Izuku yelled slightly in fear. "You met All Might before me. I call bullshit," Kaken said, as he pulled Izuku's Gakuren to where Izuku's face was right in front of him. For the last time, and I can't stress this enough. Leave alone. Thief. Kaken yelled in Izuku's face before pushing the boy to the ground. As Izuku thought the boy was leaving, he felt a palm grip onto his left shoulder, freezing his body immediately as he relaxed his body to let the beating happen so he could at least go home with some kind of dignity. But then he felt his left shoulder slowly becoming more and more warm. Then looking to his left with his eyes, he found that the boy's palm was glowing orange, forcing Izuku to try and struggle out of his position on the ground, tensing up. But he was smashed into the ground by Kaken's other hand as it broke his nose just from being slammed into the concrete ground. Hey, I'm just doing my part, Deku. Learn your place or I will force you to take my advice from earlier today. Kaken said, before a deafening boom surrounded the area. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 covered in smoke and debris from the concrete as Bakugo had stood back up and walked away, leaving an agonizingly horrifying scream of a boy who had just felt the worst pain of his life as he flailed about on the ground nearby. Once he was out of view, someone else came out of where they were located and rushed to the boy as soon as he heard the screaming. It was All Might as he rushed to get him to his truck. He noticed the arm laying on the ground nearby and grabbed it as well with his high speed and got into his truck, immediately losing his gigantic All Might form to drive. Pulling out Izuku's phone, he watched as the boy's screams were slowly disappearing as his voice suddenly went quiet as he called the first and only number on the boy's pitifully cheap phone. Yes. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 I heard explosions nearby. Izuku's mother cried out. Ma'am, I need you to meet me at 𝗵𝘃𝗃 General Hospital. I have your son with me as we speak, and I am driving there right now. Your son was in an accident on his way home. All Might said as he drove. Is my baby okay? Izuku's mother screamed through the phone. He's unconscious right now, but I'm doing everything I can just to make sure that he gets to the hospital. I will be there in the next minute or two. All Might said, as Izuku's mother made a hasty reply. Okay, I'll be there in a couple of minutes, she said before hanging up the phone. Equals 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 hours later, and a lot of morphine later for Izuku, the boy was now sleeping soundly inside the hospital bed that All Might had brought him to. The simple fact that All Might could see the missing limb from the boy's body showed that he'd gotten to the hospital just a bit too late to where the doctors couldn't save the arm as a whole. And to think that he was going to make the boy his successor, he failed the boy as a hero for not getting him the help he needed faster. It was really telling the number one hero that he wasn't fast enough to save the boy's future career as a hero, but that didn't mean that he wasn't going to give him his quirk. He knew the boy would use it perfectly. The boy was his choice, and he will stand by that decision, but his thoughts were brought out when a plump woman had rushed through the front doors of the hospital with an expression of fear and a river of tears flowing from her eyes as she ran to the front desk. Where's my baby? She called out, holding on to the receptionist. I need to know your name so I can know who you are to meet, the receptionist said, fearfully. Midoriya Inko. Where is my son, Midoriya Izuku? The now named woman said, as she shook the receptionist. Ma'am, I would very much like it if you stopped shaking one of my coworkers, a doctor said, as he entered the waiting room. Are you the one taking care of my babies? Inko asked, the doctor as he grumbled about mopping the floor. Ma'am, that would be the blonde-haired man behind you. He came through here like a bat out of hell with your son, but I need to inform you that when you see your son he will be missing a certain limb on his body, the doctor said, as glass broke in Inko's mind. Who did it? Inko asked, furiously somber. I don't know, but the arm was blown off of where the shoulder meets the humerus bone on the arm. From what we can tell, whoever had quite literally exploded the boy's arm off. They did it with the intent to maim your son. The scapula and clavicle in your son's shoulder were completely reduced to dust, as well as separating the tendons that held the humerus bone from the shoulder itself. We couldn't save his arm," the doctor said, as he led the two into Izuku's room. As Inko walked into the room, she saw how peaceful Izuku was in his sleep as he was out cold. Looking back at the blonde-haired man, she gave him a nod, allowing him to enter the room with her as they sat next to the bed as the doctor went over many other things that had happened to the boy. Apparently, there were at least years' worth of bruises and many scars on the boy's body that they had found out about because they pulled out multiple layers of hero-grade makeup, the kind that Inko used to get her job done perfectly without appearing fearful towards everyone. But then came the other injuries that caused both to look at the doctor with complete confusion as they pertained to the scars that were already on the boy's arms and legs. Literally nowhere was safe on the boy. "Ma'am, I'm sorry to insinuate something, but I need to know all the details about the home life between you and your son. I've seen multiple mothers who've come here with a hurt son, but they were injured by their mothers," the doctor said as he looked at Inko with a neutral expression, something that All Might was now doing. "I wouldn't ever hurt my son. He's all I have left, he's all I have left of my late husband. I love him more than life itself. I couldn't and I can't stress this enough, I can't hurt my son. I couldn't even bring myself to hurt a fly," Inko said as the doctor let out a brief breath of air. "I really hate asking those questions to mothers. It hurts me mentally to ask that of a mother. Anyway, from most of the scarring on the boy's biceps and triceps, I can see that he was doing some light training. But from the scarring on the right arm that we could actually see, it appears as though he were being punctured in his arms multiple times before coming here," the doctor said as Inko pulled her son's right arm into her view. Sure enough, the scarring was small and it was a blink and you'll miss it moment, but she saw the scarring. Something sharp had pierced through her son's arm at some point, and he was never doing drags from what she could see. Sure, he took some ibuprofen from time to time, but that was for headaches. So to see these small scars, she knew it had to be from his school, as there was only one kid in the school who could pierce someone with their quirk activated through their fingers. Looking at the doctor, she informed the man that her son never takes drags, except for when he has headaches, and those were only pills that were used to get rid of the headaches. The doctor then turned to the man right next to Inko as he glared at him slightly for his presence on their conversation. "Is there a reason as to why you are still here, sir?" the doctor asked. "I have a friend that could help speed up the process of his healing. I also wish to speak to his mother alone in here. It's very important," All Might said as the doctor nodded before leaving as Inko looked at him now. "Thank you so much for saving my son. Can I know your name, sir?" Inko asked. "Ma'am, I met your son twice today. And I would like to say that my name is 𝗧𝗖𝗄 Tashinori, but you can call me All Might," 𝗧𝗖 said, transforming into his All Might form. "Are you telling me the truth?" Inko asked, her facial expression neutral. "I would never lie about that. I just wish to give your son an opportunity he wouldn't ever forget," 𝗧𝗖 said as Inko nodded. "So is there a reason as to why you wanted to speak to me?" Inko asked. "I wish to make your son my successor," 𝗧𝗖 said as Inko stared at him. "How so?" she questioned, completely bewildered. "By giving him my quirk and training him to become the best hero that he could possibly become," 𝗧𝗖 told her as he began to tell her a tale of two men. Equals 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 equals. Izuku woke up on a bed that wasn't really that comfortable, and he noticed something odd about his sense of smell. It was far stronger than it was earlier today, and he definitely felt very different than he did before. Looking around the room, he found that it was dark outside as he tried to sit upright on the bed he was laying on before taking in his surroundings. He was in the hospital of 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 General, and he looked down at his body before taking stock of his situation as he tried to pull his left arm up to his head to try and think about what happened. All he remembered about today was that he'd been walking home from school only to be attacked by Katsuki again like usual, except he couldn't feel something that should have been there. Looking down to his left side, he took note of the missing limb that he used to have. He sat there looking at the missing limb as he pulled his right arm over to feel out for if his mind was playing tricks on him or if he was suffering from a very lucid nightmare. Only to find that his arm was missing, and there was only a stump where his arm should be. His breathing began to pick up as even whilst having a panic attack in the hospital room his breath was stuttering. The EKG beside him began to beep at a horrid pace, showing that his heart was closing in on the number where a heart attack would happen as doctors rushed into the room and pushed him back onto the bed as he continued to breathe heavily and quickly. Placing a small mask over his face, they knocked him out with anesthesia, causing him to enter the realm of dreams for him once again. He was back on the street as he walked back home before Kaken came back to him again. He pinned him to the ground as he said the same words he told him earlier that day and blew up his arm and sent it away from his body, something he now vividly remembers happening to him. He was beginning to hyperventilate inside his dream world when the entire thing was suddenly brought down as everything became encompassed in burning red flames that surrounded the dreamscape. His breathing hitched as soon as he felt some heated air behind himself, causing him to freeze in place as he heard his heart 𝗵𝗃 against his 𝗧𝗧 as he forced himself to turn around. Standing at 35 meters tall, with red scales that borderlined on being crimson BLD red in color, with golden horns on the top of his head with similarly jade green eyes as himself, was a literal Western dragon who looked down at him with amusement. He lifted his head back up before he spoke to the boy with a similar tone as All Might had when they both met for the first time on this day. So you are my host for this generation. I gotta say, your attitude towards others is good to have. But that is beside the point. Welcome to the world of the supernatural partner. My name is 𝗧𝗪𝗏, and I am the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the strongest beings to have ever lived in my time. Can I have the name of my host? 𝗧𝗪 questioned amusedly. Izuku? The boy said as the dragon chuckled. Worry not, child, I will not be hurting you. If anything, I am going to be making a change to your lifestyle if what your life currently is what I believe it to be. We will talk much later. I just wanted to tell you who I am and that we'll be partners for the foreseeable future. Till next time, partner. 𝗧𝗪 said as he slowly disappeared from the dreamscape that Izuku had manifested. Waking up the next morning, Izuku would take a gander at the news stations. He wanted to see if there was anything new about heroes and villains today, and all he saw was the whole event that happened with the sludge villain in the shopping district. But something else had appeared on the television as he watched a reporter standing in front of a very familiar school district that he knew about, and it didn't look pretty as he listened in on the reporter. This is Hayashi Junko from Juko News. 𝗧𝗪𝙢𝗢 Junior High has been sued by an anonymous mother who claims that their child has been the subject of furiously large quantities of bullying and discrimination, as well as abuse and child neglect and child endangerment, above other charges. We stand in front of the school where we wait to receive word from the police about how the raid on the school is doing. Wait a minute, who is that in the sky? Is that All Might? The reporter called out, as the hero had indeed been in the air before landing on the ground. I am here. All Might's signature catchphrase was heard as soon as he landed. All Might, can you tell us why you are here at this school? And do you know the student who was bullied relentlessly here? The reporter asked. I heard about the boy who was placed in harm's way over the last few years of his life within this school district, and I will make it my mission to inform everyone around the world that discrimination against those who aren't like us is highly bigoted in my personal opinion. All Might said as he tried to move forward. One last question, sir. Do you know the student who was bullied in this school? Junko asked. Yes, I look forward to seeing him grow as a person, but as of right now I will not be taking any more questions. All Might said as he walked towards his school. All Might he doesn't like those who are bigoted towards people like me? Izuku asked as a tear fell from his eye. As the day continued, Izuku watched as his own mother, something he hadn't known about her being a lawyer, was attacking 𝗓𝗪𝗓's representatives in court. And she had even made sure that they lost their positions within the school district as well as lose their licenses to teach as a whole. This was something that Izuku was not ready for, but as he continued to watch the news, he heard the door open for his room as he saw an elderly woman enter the room. Looking at the boy with a somber expression, she walked over to him and began his checkup, asking him to move certain parts of his body as she continued to finish her tests on him. Once she was done, she gave him an embrace that allowed his body to heal itself faster than before and made him somewhat lethargic. He muttered to himself about how Recovery Girl had come to him in order to heal him, and wished he'd gotten her autograph as the elderly woman chuckled to herself and left the boy to mumble. His mother arrived as soon as the next couple of days had passed. She informed him about something she was planning for a while and decided that they would finally do something about his school life, as she told him that she was going to have him homeschooled until he reached high school. After she told him that, he didn't even argue with her about it, as she told him that she knows that Kaken had hurt him to the point he was now a legal amputee, and Izuku was adamant about having Katsuki keep his ability to become a hero. Not because he trusted the boy, but because he knew that the boy could become a better person at UA, since the young man would be shown the reality of his life up until that point. His mother clearly didn't want to allow Bakugo to get away with literally maiming her son, but she allowed it under some conditions that Bakugo had to do whilst at the school. Izuku accepted everything, although now he was considering not going to UA as a high school. Izuku, I know that you probably don't wish to go to UA anymore because of Katsuki, but I decided to have you take a test at a school that is in a faraway town in the countryside. It's called Kuo Academy, and I think that you'll do perfectly to live in that town with me. Inko said, as Izuku stared at her in shock. But isn't that school an all-GG girls school? Izuku asked. Yes, but they're doing something pretty inspiring. They're making their all-girls school into a mixed school and allowing certain boys who are academically good for all their subjects. And I think that you'd fit in perfectly there. I mean, there's always the reconstruction quirks to change your gender too. Inko said, as the boy blushed crimson. I'd rather stay a boy, thank you. Izuku said, as Inko chuckled. Well, I don't see you arguing about going there. Inko stated. I might as well give it a try. Izuku said, as Inko smiled. We'll also be moving to Kuo Town, since I know that you'll get into Kuo Academy. Inko said, rubbing her son's head. What used to be a normal thing for his mother to do for him suddenly caused her to pull her hand away from her son's head as though he burnt her through his fluffy hair. Staring at her boy in shock, she immediately pulled her son's head close to her 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧, something that he blushed when in close proximity before he heard his mother gasp in shock and confusion. Izuku, do you have horns on your head? Inko asked. What are you talking about? I don't have a quirk. Izuku said, as Inko coughed slightly. And not yet, but feel around your head. There's some horns on your head. Inko said, as Izuku felt around his head. And sure enough, he felt two small horns growing from his head as he felt the cartilage of their forms coming up from his head. They weren't very big, but he could easily tell that they'd get bigger the longer he left them alone, and before long he looked at his mother in shock as he let out a somewhat guilty chuckle. Hey mom, what do you know about the SS supernatural? Izuku asked. What are you talking about, Izuku? Inko asked. I think it might be been a dream, but I heard this weird voice in my head. They sounded as similar to All Might only in the T-tone of their voice. But he called me partner. He may have been a D-dragon. Izuku said, as Inko's face suddenly became pale. Izuku asked in confusion. D-dragon. Oh no, I thought he'd sealed that part of you away forever. Inko muttered to herself just loud enough for Izuku to hear. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, as Inko looked at him with trepidation. There's been something that my and your father hid from you? Inko said, as she pulled out a picture of her husband and herself. Looking at the picture, Izuku was immediately drawn to his mother, who had been wearing a weird-looking yukata that had flowers on its form in the shape of wisteria flowers. Looking at the man next to his mother, he found a tall man who had black hair that was fluffy like his own. It was black in color with a golden crown of thorns moving around the entirety of his head. He didn't know the color of the man's eyes since they were closed, but Izuku noticed something the man had that his mother didn't, and the same was said for any other man who bore a slight resemblance to him. The man had the same features as him in almost the same way, but with a different colored hair. But something about the picture caught Izuku by surprise as he stared at what was behind the man and his mother. Dragon wings, something that his mother told him many times in the past. His father didn't have the mutations of a dragon because of his quirk being fire-breathing. The dragon wings in the image, however, they were black as night, but they had small white spots to resemble the night sky. And they were bat-like in nature, with the leathery look being massive as they were large enough to cover both his mother and the man himself. Izuku, your father, he was a pure BLD dragon. And you have some of his BLD coursing through your veins. In other W words, why you're part dragon? Inko said, looking away. Izuku stared at his mother in shock. That was all before a new person entered the room with a smile on their face. Young Midoriya. I see that you're awake. Yagi called out, causing Izuku to look at the man and look at him closely. Are you All Might? Izuku asked as the man started to sweat. No. I'm not All Might. The name is Yagi Toshinori. The man said, extending a hand to Izuku. No, I think you're All Might. Izuku said, taking the man's hand. How would you know if I was All Might, young Midoriya? Yagi questioned, whilst glancing at Inko, who smirked mischievously. There's the fact is that I only told All Might about my N name. And the F fact that why you're wearing the same clothes as he did a couple days ago. Izuku said as Yagi stared at the boy. You know, for a 13-year-old boy, you really are observant. All Might said as he sighed. Also, your voice gave that away immediately. Izuku said, looking away with a small blush. I see. The man said, grumbling to himself about his stupid voice. Anyway, I wanted to inform you that I will be funding your journey over to Kuo Town. All Might said, smiling at Izuku and Inko. Are you sure that you should be doing that? Inko asked. I'm sure. I have more money than I know what to do with. So spending it on my future successor, it's something that I want to do. Yagi said, as Izuku stared at the man in shock. Why you wanted me to be your successor? Izuku asked as All Might nodded. Young man, your decision to help others out tonight, it made me use enough power to save both you and the young man who you were attempting to save a couple days ago. Because of that, I see you as my successor. All Might said, as Izuku just sat there letting everything settle in. I'm gonna pass out now. Izuku mumbled before collapsing on the bed. Does your family do this a lot? Yagi asked, before seeing Inko passed out as well. Over the course of a week, Izuku was in and out of the hospital's therapy rooms. He had been told many times over that in order to move on from one's past, they need to be able to tell others about their story, something that Izuku had a lot of trouble doing because of how bad his past was. He was currently moving through the hospital in a wheelchair that they'd given him for the trouble of needing to use only one arm, even if his mother was the one to ultimately push him around the building. With his therapy sessions ending today, they all decided to keep Izuku's little horn growth on his head a secret for when they eventually arrive in Kuo Town later that month. And with All Might thinking about having Izuku train for a while, they needed to make sure the man was having the house in Kuo Town that he'd bought with his money to be fully prepared for their training regimen. Izuku, however, was making his rounds at the hospital as the staff looked at him constantly with pity. He didn't know why, but he knew for a fact that he really didn't like the looks of pity that the doctors were giving him, considering that everyone in the building constantly looked at his missing arm. Eventually, though, All Might returned back to the hospital to get Izuku and his mother out of there, as apparently his mother called the hero to tell him about how antsy the two were becoming with how much time was passing for them both. And when they were leaving, Izuku watched as the city of Mizudafu was slowly disappearing over the horizon as they moved through the highway. For the next few hours, Izuku kept his eyes on the horizon in the distance as he was keeping an eye out for people who might be rude or kind. It was nearing dusk when the trio had eventually arrived at Kuo Town as they looked down to it from where the car was on the mountain range nearby. Izuku looked out the window from the car as All Might and his mother spoke outside of it to one another as they spoke about something he couldn't understand or hear very well. It appeared as though he had some minor hearing issues from his left side as he looked at the appealing city in the distance. Once the two entered the car again and drove down to the small town, they watched as multiple people took a glance at their vehicle before shrugging their appearance off as nothing new. When they arrived at the house, Izuku and Inko thought that it'd be a small house for the two of them. What they weren't expecting, however, was the house to appear as though it were a mansion meant for the rich, and as Izuku and Inko looked at the man, he looked away, whistling to himself. Shaking their heads at the man's antics, they grabbed their belongings, Well, for Izuku using an arm to hold onto multiple items of his stuff and bringing them in as fast as he could. Once everything from the truck were brought inside the home, Inko and Izuku explored the place a bit whilst All Might exited the building as he saw movement nearby, and as he made his way over there Izuku and Inko were looking around the place in awe. They had never known what it was like to be rich, and to see how much of the house appeared as though it were something out of a dream his mother had when she was younger. It was very nerve-wracking. The next morning, after Izuku and Inko had exhausted themselves to the point that they both slept on the ginormous couch that was in the living room, they had gotten right to work about setting the place up to make it appear as though they weren't rich at all. And over the course of the next few weeks, Izuku would enroll himself in online schooling that would last until he reached the time for the entrance exams for Kuo Academy as a whole. Because of this, he was still training on the side to gain the power of All Might as the man had him working out daily within their little gym. All Might would visit them both from time to time as he spent most of his time as a hero during the day, and came to meet them on the weekends so that he could keep an eye on Izuku's training. The man was not really disappointed in the fact that Izuku had been increasing his workload behind his back, but he was inspired by the boy's work ethic that he revised the boy's training regimen to the point that he could increase the weights he lifted if he felt as though he could work them harder whilst not being too overworking. But that all came to a head when All Might came over one weekend as he found Izuku in the gym once again. But this time, something was different about the boy. He was seen punching the bag that All Might had given him to see how strong his punches were without his quirk being given to him. So when All Might entered the room to see Izuku suddenly punching and kicking the bag as strong as he could, the hero knew that something had happened and moved closer to the boy. It was here that All Might heard Izuku muttering to himself as he vented out his fear and anger that was shown in his sloppiness of his form. I can't believe that 𝗵𝗄 is having 𝗧𝗂𝗃 visit. I know that I wanted him to get into, but that doesn't mean that I want him here. Izuku grumbled to himself. I know that I'm not that good of a son, but rather not be shown that 𝗧𝗂𝗃 is doing better than I am. Izuku mumbled as he sent a kick that had actually sliced through the bag. So this is where you've been hiding, young 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, All Might said, causing the boy to immediately jump up in the air in fear. I wasn't hiding, Izuku said, looking at the man. You want to tell me about your feelings about your mother's decision? All Might questioned. I really appreciate 𝗧𝗏. I really do. But I'd rather keep 𝗧𝗂𝗃 out of my life. Izuku said, looking away. You can't run from your past forever, All Might said as the boy guiltily nodded. I know, but I'm not ready to face him right now, Izuku said as he looked into his mentor's eyes. All Might stared at Izuku as he stared back at the man. The two were looking into one another's eyes as All Might sighed before pulling the boy into a side hug as he rubbed Izuku's shoulder. Izuku allowed this to happen, although Yagi did notice how the boy stiffened slightly in his grasp as well as flinch. He grumbled in his mind to make sure that the teachers and school district that 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 had gone to in the past is never allowed to teach other students as well as be their role models. But Inko came into the room to find the two in a small side hug as she rushed over to the two of them and joined in on the hugging. I'm sorry for not thinking about how you'd feel, Izuku. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? Inko said, causing the boy to stare at her in shock. Why, you heard? Izuku asked. Yes, I know that you don't really like Kaken as much as you used to after the incident. But didn't you want for Katsuki to get into UA? Inko asked. Why, yeah, I know that UA will change his attitude towards others with H's time there, Izuku said as Inko nodded. You don't have to see Katsuki when he comes here to visit, but I will tell you this, Izuku, Inko said as she pulled her son out of the hug and held his shoulders, staring into his eyes. You can't keep running from him forever. Eventually fate will have you two meet again, and it will be up to you on how you interact with the boy, Inko said as she hugged her son without Yagi being in it. Whilst the two 𝗵𝗃𝗲s had been in the gym hugging one another, 𝗧𝗏 left the room and explored the mansion that he'd had built for them. Walking through the halls of the place, he thought about his mentor who had honestly given him such a fear of the man that he considered not having him teach 𝗵𝗃𝗲 about how to utilize one for all. But as soon as that thought came to his mind, he shook his head and pulled out his phone and looked up the elderly man's number. Once he found it, he gulped slightly before putting the phone next to his ear. "So did you finally find them?" the elderly man's voice asked as soon as they picked up the ringing phone. "Yes, and I could use your assistance in how to utilize one for all," 𝗧𝗏 said as the man hummed. "Who is the boy you are planning on training?" the man questioned. "His name is 𝗵𝗃𝗲 Izuku, and I am keeping him as far away from UA as possible. He suffered from a falling out with an old friend of his. They didn't take it lightly," 𝗧𝗏 said, as his mentor's voice gained a gruff sound. "What happened?" the man growled out. "What happened to the boy was before I made him my successor, Gran. But his old friend maimed him, and he's just allowing the boy who maimed him to be allowed into UA. Without any kind of retribution," 𝗧𝗏 said, looking out the window. "Normally when you have a limb taken from you, you are dead set on getting vengeance. This 𝗵𝗃𝗲 isn't vengeful, is he?" Gran's voice called out softly. "No, if anything he reminds me of Nana. With how kind he can be, but there's something odd about him that I've noticed today," 𝗧𝗏 said, catching Gran's attention. "What's that?" Gran questioned. "He hasn't even mentioned quirks ever since I told him he could become my successor," 𝗧𝗏 said, as Gran let out a confused sound. "What's that have to do with anything?" he asked. "Gran, when I first met the boy, he had a notebook that had a lot of information about heroes with the usage of their quirks. He even had some information about the best ways to take them down," 𝗧𝗏 said as he held a small burnt notebook in his hand. "Where are you located? If you want my help in training the boy, I need to know where they live," Gran stated as 𝗧𝗏 heard movement on the other side of the phone. "We're in Kuo Town. I plan on having him live a normal life in this place, but he will be training in order to attain one for all," 𝗧𝗏 stated with determination. "Does he know about the potential enemy he'd be facing?" Gran questioned. "No, I know that we haven't found the body. But I will say this, fighting all for one is my battle. Not young 𝗵𝗃𝗲's. I will end this farce without his presence in the area. I want him to live a life where he doesn't have to be worried about all for one coming back," 𝗧𝗏 said as he stared at the sun lowering in the distance. "I'll be there by Tuesday. Kuo Town just so happens to be on the other side of Japan, Toshinori. Just what the hell happened to the boy to cause you to move him on the other side of the country?" Gran questioned. He was suffering from bullying in both physical and mental aspects. But the latest he'd suffered from was 2 attacks from villains and an attack from said old friend that took his left arm. 𝗧𝗏 said, ending the call. Equals 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 equals. After the meeting with the Bakugo family, Izuku was seen in the gym once again as he tried his best in order to increase his training just a tad. He knew that the exercises that he'd been doing were slightly lowering his ability to get stronger, so he was slowly increasing the amount he had to do in order to become stronger. He was so enthralled with listening to the news station whilst working out, he never heard the gym's door open up as a small old man entered the room to see the boy wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt that ironically said t-shirt on it. Although on the back of the shirt it held some very dark humor on it. "Lost an arm, what are you gonna do about it? So brat, are you the one Toshinori told me about?" the elderly man questioned, causing Izuku to fall off the treadmill in complete fear. "Jaya," Izuku yelped as he slipped on the treadmill. "Well, your situational awareness needs to be trained up. But that's nothing for right now. What I want to know about you, brat, is if you are the one that Toshinori chose as his successor," the man said, getting serious. "Why you know 𝗬𝗬𝗍-san?" Izuku asked as the door slammed open. "D a minute, Gran. I thought I told you to wait for me," 𝗧𝗏 said, glaring at his mentor. I wanted to get a good look at the kid you chose, Toshinori. But from what I can see, I can tell why you wanted me to wait for you. The kid needs to seriously increase his awareness. Gran said as Yagi nodded. Che. I have a good awareness. I was just distracted. Izuku indignantly called out. For the remainder of that specific day, Izuku, Gran Torino and All Might worked together in order to increase his training regimen. And they were having a lot of fun with how Izuku did his training with one arm, which made the two think about how his enemies might take the boy less seriously since he was technically a cripple. They were just about to begin the boy's full training to get one for all when Inko entered the room talking about how her son needs to get some sleep considering the fact that he had to take the entrance exams for Kuo Academy soon. So as the boy went to bed early that night, Yagi and Gran told Inko about the training that they'd be giving Izuku in the time he had before school started at Kuo Academy. Inko, can you tell me why you don't want Midoriya to enter a hero school? Gran questioned the mother. I know that my son has his dreams of becoming a hero like Yagi-san here. But from what I can see about how he reacted from being crippled by Katsuki, he's long since lost his dreams of becoming a hero. But I came here so that my son can live freely without anyone being discriminatory towards him. Inko said as Gran nodded. Toshinori told you about the man who is chasing the quirk that he will be giving to your son? Gran questioned. Not the entire story, just that if a man or someone who works for someone by the name All for One, that I shouldn't associate with them. Inko said as Gran nodded. Yeah, that's a good idea. Basically, look for any tells on the person that they work for the man, especially if they act extremely suspicious about your son. The 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗟𝗘 is still alive, but we know that he's watching Toshinori's movements like a hawk. So it won't be long before he realizes that his successor isn't in a hero school. Gran Torino informed. So what is the best choice of action to prevent my son from being found? Inko asked. As much as I hate to say it, your son will need to stay here on his own. Now, before you get off at me, hear me out. All for One is not someone you should mess with lightly. He is one of the pettiest supervillains I've ever had the pleasure meeting in my 50+ years of living, and let me tell you this. He is not above kidnapping you in order to get to your son. Gran Torino said, as Inko gave a very angered expression. The two would continue to talk into the night as Toshinori had been keeping Izuku on his training regimen. By the time Izuku was supposed to head over to the Kuo Academy High School, he was out the door and walking towards the school grounds just on the hill nearby. He got a lot of looks from his peers as they saw him walking around with only one arm on his body before they just writ him off as someone who was just a bum from around the area. Izuku did however hear about how his mother would need to stay within Mizudafu in order to keep both her job as well as keep him safe from someone who would be after All Might's quirk. Something that Izuku took very seriously. So as he walked up to the front gates of the school that his mother specifically chose out for him, he gulped audibly before pushing the gate open as he walked towards the main entrance. Sometimes he really hated his height of only 5 feet 4 inches because as soon as he walked up to the front desk, the woman who sat at the receptionist's desk had stared at him for a moment before asking him a question that factored at his height. Aren't you a little young to be in high school? She questioned. I'm 14, ma'am. I was born July 15th to 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃, and I am the student who applied here although I didn't apply myself. My mom did. Izuku said as the receptionist stared at his information. Oh, you're the student who was in an accident a month ago. Sorry sir, let's get you started. The receptionist stated before working on his permission slip. Once that situation was dealt with, Izuku walked through the courtyard of the place as he saw multiple people move towards their designated testing rooms. Thinking back on everything in his life until now, Izuku felt as though his life in Kuo Town would be something that he wouldn't come to regret. Although he wished he could become a hero, looking at his missing limb, he shook his head against the idea, believing that he wasn't capable of saving lives as he was a cripple. Moving away from those dark thoughts, Izuku arrived inside of a testing room where multiple young men were taking their tests in silence with the minor exception of 2 boys who were leering at some of the girls in the classroom. Taking his test from the teacher who was sitting at their desk, they informed him about how he shouldn't be late, to which he showed them his permission slip. Giving him a nod, They told him to not let this happen again as Izuku immediately walked to his desk, placing his backpack on the ground and taking out a pencil and eraser for his test. Equals 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 a few hours later, Izuku found himself at the last test of the day. And it was centered entirely about his talk with the school's principal who, you guessed it, was a woman. She had long brown hair that had some spikes for her bangs as she held appealing violet iris for her eyes. Izuku may not be a very perverted young man, but he did at least acknowledge the fact that this principal was very voluptuous in how she looked as she had a very large 𝗧𝗔𝗊𝗍 and childbearing hips. She looked him in the eyes before taking a momentary glance at his missing limb before a somewhat pitying expression fell over her face before she schooled her features for the last test of the day for him. She pulled out some files around his name as she searched through them silently, and as she did so she made sure to express her body in a way to 𝗬𝗪's young men who were entering her school. Even if the suit and tie she wore made her look as though they were struggling to keep her very large 𝗧𝗔𝗊𝗍 inside, he kept his eyes on hers as he waited for her to talk to him. Something that the woman had apparently liked about him as she immediately set aside his information from 𝗪𝗲𝗏. So can you inform me as to why you are coming to Kuo Academy? From what I can tell, most people are more enthusiastic about going to UA. The woman asked. I would rather not go somewhere I wouldn't get along with anyone. Izuku said, looking down at the ground. Midoriya Izuku, correct? She asked, pulling up his file. Wise? Izuku asked. From what the file from 𝗪𝗲𝗏 Junior High states, you were a very disruptive student. You didn't listen to your classes from what they informed me, and the last thing I noticed was how they stated that you have a tendency to mutter to yourself in class. She said, staring at him with her eyes glowing. Ominously. I wouldn't say that I am a distraction to the C class. But I do know that I do tend to mutter to myself. Izuku said as the woman nodded. So you're saying that you weren't disruptive to any of the other students who were taking their tests? She questioned. And not that I know of. They were too busy with their own tests. Izuku said as the woman nodded. I'm going to get right to the chase on this one, Midoriya-san. From what your previous school stated about you on their record, I was given the express image of a boy who looked like you but was a complete delinquent. But from what I gathered from this talk, is that you are a highly timid boy who is very fearful of others to the point that you can't really look them in the eyes. That is a trained behavior, something that I haven't seen since I started working at Kuo Academy and have long since changed with the environment. The principal said, staring at Izuku who for the life of himself couldn't stare at her anymore. What I see from you, young man, is a young boy who so desperately needs at least one friend that you are willing to take any and all kinds of abuse. And the simple fact that when asked what you would do if someone was being bullied, you wrote that you'd take the brunt of it so that they could escape from it. That's not a very healthy mindset. She said, looking at him with clear worry written on her features. Does this mean that I won't be getting into this school? Izuku asked, his hands nervously rubbing one another. No, you are very clearly deserving of entering this school. Hell, you're the only boy who I've met today that has done anything and absolutely everything to not look at my melons and butt. For that, I applaud you for not being entirely perverted. She said, as Izuku trembled slightly at the word entirely. But that doesn't mean that I didn't see you glance at least 3 times during our talk. You are a growing boy after all, so you'd be curious at your age. You are 14, correct? She asked, gaining a nod from him. Good. Now that you have been accepted, I would like to ask you a question. She said, as Izuku looked at her in slight relief. What is it? Izuku asked. How was your life before leaving 𝗪𝗲𝗏? Don't lie to me, I will know. She said, as Izuku opened his mouth to speak before realizing something. Can I have your name, ma'am? I didn't get it before coming in here. Izuku said, as the woman just stared at him for a second. Sorry, I guess I forgot to mention my name. I am Rias Gremory. Nice to meet you, Midoriya Izuku. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏 said, as she reached a hand out to shake his. Shaking her hand, he sat back down as he thought about her question. And before long he began talking to her about how his life was back in the 𝗧𝗪𝗓 school district in 𝗵𝗧𝗓. The woman held her anger in whenever he spoke about when the teachers of the school willingly allowing him to be beaten up by bullies, not to mention the clear discrimination of his quirkless status within their halls. But as everything continued on and on, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏 had mentally questioned if anything was going to get worse. That was until she heard the last story, the one that took his arm away from him. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗏 had prided herself on the fact that she was very clearly unable to express anger in her life towards anyone, but her aura had other plans whenever she was angered. But this time she reined it in before it could hurt the boy, as he was visibly trembling throughout the talk of his past with 𝗧𝗪𝗓. She stopped him from rambling about other things in his life until this point, as she told him that he will be getting his school uniform and school supplies later on that week, as school will begin within the next week. Once he was gone, however, she let her aura out as she growled to herself and summoned a small magic circle next to her ear. As she sensed for whoever it was on the other end of her call, she wanted to make sure that they knew about Izuku's existence. Once the person on the other end of the call answered, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗏 spoke into it. 𝗧𝗏, can you please keep an eye on a boy with ash-blonde colored hair, ruby red eyes, and most importantly a quirk that creates explosions? 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗏 questioned. I sure can, mother, but can you explain to me why you are asking me this? I have other things to do than babysitting a human. 𝗧𝗏 said, as 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗏 sighed. 𝗧𝗏, as much as I would love to hear you back-talking me at this point in time, I am not in the mood for this. Just send one of your peerage members to keep an eye on the boy. He's done something very horrible to one of my enrolled students. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗏 stated with a very grim expression. Is there a story behind this? 𝗧𝗏 questioned. Yes, but that can be explained later. I need to talk to your father now. See you when you get home tonight. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗏 said, not even caring about hanging up on her son before summoning a new magic circle and disappearing from the room with a few last words to herself. You will regret maiming such a wonderful young man, Bakugo Katsuki. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗏 growled to herself angrily. After leaving the school, Izuku made his way through Kuo Town as he wandered through the streets. He was making a mental map of the place should the school not be how Mrs. Gremory had told him during the meeting for whether or not he'd get into the school. As he walked through the streets, he did take notice of how certain people had stared at him for small of time before heading out on their day, although it was specifically the children who were staring at him for far longer. He'd get self-conscious about his injury and hide it even more as he rushed to make his way back home the way he came to get to the school in the first place. By the time he'd arrive at the mansion, he'd arrived to Gran Torino sitting on the couch and watching the news about the newest hero out on the streets, something he'd encouraged Izuku to still do. As they sat on the couch, the elderly hero had told him many tales about his life as a hero with his best friend Shimura Nana. He'd informed Izuku about how the woman was Yagi's predecessor in the usage of one for all, something that Izuku had thought about during his training days until he'd attained the quirk himself. They would spend the rest of that evening talking about Gran's tales of how badass he was as a hero, before it would be time for them to head to bed in order to get the best amount of training the next morning. Waking up the next morning, however, Izuku felt really lethargic. He had no idea as to why this was happening, but as soon as he dropped from his bed and onto the ground, he noticed something odd about the shirt he'd always wear when he went to bed in the first place. Looking down at his 𝗧𝗓, he noticed nothing off, aside from the scarring on his 𝗧𝗓 before pausing slightly. Where is my shirt? Izuku muttered before looking at the bed. Sitting on the bed was the shredded remains of his shirt as he felt something move behind his back. Looking over his shoulder, he saw two very large bat-like wings as they spread out behind him. They were very large and had dark green scales on them as the wings fluttered behind himself. Thinking back on it, he raised his hand to his head in order to see if there was something different about the horns he'd been growing for the last month and a half since he'd gotten out of the hospital. And he felt the sharp cartilage of bone on top of his head standing out and pointing upwards for the world to see, so he rushed over to the bathroom in order to see how big his horns were. Staring into the mirror after opening the bathroom door, Izuku was met with someone who very clearly didn't look like him at all. Standing in front of the mirror was a boy who looked like he'd seen better days, but his eyes were what set him off. Aside from the scars, wings and horns on his body. Looking into the mirror, he watched as his pupils were actually slitted instead of being like they were normally as a human. Blinking slightly, he watched as for one of his eyes a weird membrane that was for birds and lizards definitely blinked for him instead of his normal eyelid, causing him to stumble backwards, smacking his tail on the wall behind him with a dull thud. "Wait, tail?" Izuku asked before turning behind himself. Sure enough, there was another appendage that had managed to pierce a hole through the back portion of his shorts, revealing a 5-foot-long tail with small spikes on top. Moving the appendage closer to himself, surprising him greatly when it actually listened, he placed his palm over the scales of said tail as well as the spikes, realizing that they were similar to the scales on his wings. He let out a small insane chuckle before slowly walking out of the bedroom with bags under his eyes and walked down the stairs of the building to get something to eat and think about his sudden manifestation of draconic body parts later. Once he entered the kitchen, however, he was brought with the image of his mother cooking him something to eat, only for him to shake his head and have that image completely changed to nobody being in the kitchen itself. This caused him to remember the whole plan that Yagi and Torino-sensei had told him about in order to keep him and his mother safe from the one person they didn't want him to face. Not that Izuku would search this person out in order to defeat them before they had the chance to get to his mother. Sighing heavily, Izuku went to make something to eat, something he'd done in the past since he'd wanted to do something that didn't make him feel like a burden to his mother in the past. Equals 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 equals. It was later on in the day when Gran Torino had entered the house to see Izuku sitting on the ground in the living room with a serene expression on his face. But the thing that caused the man alarm was how the boy had very clearly undergone a transformation the previous night, and he certainly wasn't informed about the boy's heritage, as the moment he saw the draconic limbs he let out an angered yowl. "When the hell were you going to tell me about this brat?" Gran called out as he slammed foot towards the boy's head. Izuku questioned, whilst moving his head to the side, dodging the attack entirely. "Tell me why you are like that and how nobody thought to tell me about this?" He growled out, pointing a finger at Izuku. I woke up like this. My mom found out about my horns that were growing in at the hospital a couple days before I was going to be let out. I didn't think much of it at the time since they were bumps on the skin of my head," Izuku said as Gran stared at him. "I will have to call your mother on this, because you're going to have to get used to this kind of transformation, since these kinds of things have secondary abilities that will cause more harm than good if you train with them active," Gran said, with a sigh, leaving the house to make a call. Izuku, since he wanted to test out his new abilities, had gone out the back door of the house and began to test his new appendages in the safe environment of his 200-acre land. Moving towards the roof, he prepared mentally that he was going to definitely jump off of it to test the waters of his wings' capability to carry him and fly around the place. Although when he got to the roof, he looked down and immediately started having second thoughts before he was promptly kicked off the roof by his mentor as the man cackled at Izuku's folly of scrambling his wings into a flapping motion. He managed to learn how to fly though, so there was that he kind of realized this was why his what could he even call Yagi at this point. The man was clearly a father figure for him, so he could call him a dad, but it'd be more like a stepdad kind of way. Before long, he continued testing the abilities he had as a dragonkin based on the quirks of this world's standards. However, by the time his testing of his own powers were over, Yagi had come over with some breaking news for Izuku. As it turned out, the time he trained himself to become as strong as he currently was caused his body to look as though it were the perfect vessel in order to take on his power. So he stood in the backyard of his home as he stared at the man who asked him to take his quirk on and keep it from any and all those who wished to take it from him. The wind blew behind the two as cherry blossoms from the nearby tree had blown some of the petals from the flowers past the two. Their hair was waving through the air as Yagi transformed into his all-might form. "Young man, know this. Everything you've done up until this point has led you to this very moment. Not the whole maiming thing, however. That was something that was not in my plans," Yagi said, as Izuku nodded. "Just know this, kid, There is the saying that when you train strong to gain something, it is earned, not given. I am giving this power to you because you trained strong to attain it. You will not be able to use full power right away. But just know that in time, you will become so powerful that you will overshadow my prime power. All Might said as he smirked down at Izuku. I don't feel as though I deserve this power. Is it really a good idea? Izuku asked, looking at Yagi in the eyes. Young man, I couldn't have chosen a successor who was half as good as you were. Now you might be expecting me to pass my power to you through some overly complex manner. But the thing is, you need to ingest some of my DNA just to gain the power. I also have to be willing to pass it on for you to gain the power of my quirk. Come to think about it, I never really told you about my quirk, did I? All Might questioned. All you've said was that why you'd tell me what it was when the time came. Izuku said, as All Might nodded. This power that I have was passed on to me through my own emissary. Her name was Shimura Nana, and she was the pro-heroine Urella. When she gifted me the quirk, she informed me that power is earned, not given. This is not a handout, young Midoriya. This is you earning the power through your strong work and dedication to becoming better than you were yesterday. All Might said, plucking a strand of hair from his head and holding it between two fingers. The two stared at one another as Gran started to chuckle in the background as Yagi held the strand close to Izuku's face as his facial expression was confused at first before All Might spoke again. Eat this, he said with the most serious expression he could muster. Izuku asked, his face comical. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but in order to take on my quirk, you need to ingest my DNA. And this was the least gross thing I could think of. Yagi said as Izuku thought about it. See, couldn't you have done a BBLD transfusion? Izuku asked. If I did that, your body would reject the BLD, entirely destroying the point of me doing that. All Might said with a very unhappy expression. Sorry, Izuku said, grabbing the hair and downing it. Immediately. Alright, brat, whilst we wait for the power to acclimate to your body, you need to prepare for school in the next couple of days. During that time, we will be making sure that you can learn how to utilize your power in that time frame. Gran Torino said, as Izuku stared at the man. Are you going to be teaching me a fighting style, sir? Izuku asked as Gran smirked. I won't be, you will be learning from someone I know. And trust me, kid, they will teach you how to fight back against those who are either physically stronger than you or faster than you. Gran Torino said, as Izuku felt slightly worried. Sir, who is this person you are talking about? Izuku asked, uncharacteristically stuttering for once. Their name is Aizawa Shota. He may be a hard-ass when it comes to teaching. And his teaching is pretty abysmal when it comes to teaching his students anything regarding physical training for their heroics classes, but when it comes to learning how to fight without a quirk, that is your guy. He will be over here in a few days, but he will be irritable because of how much sleep he doesn't get, so be prepared for a man wearing a yellow sleeping bag. Gran Torino said, walking away. Equals 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 equals. A week went by as Izuku tried his best to learn how to use one for all without hurting himself. And in the time he learned how to use it, learning how to use the quirk as a whole without breaking a bone was very strong, but he managed to utilize 1% of OFA without hurting himself. It wasn't much when he placed the power all around his body, since he referred to how his muscles in his body reacted to him using his wings, but it was a better analogy than when he compared himself to one of Torino's taiyaki. In the time it took for Izuku to manage to use the quirk itself without hurting himself, the time for school eventually came. He was wearing the school uniform for Kuo Academy as he walked through the house and saw Gran Torino and All Might standing at the front door of his home. They both wore proud expressions on their faces as they watched him enter the living room for them to see him wearing the school's black and white uniform. Something that Izuku decided to change the uniform slightly was placing a t-shirt underneath it with the words, dress shirt, written in Japanese kanji made him feel proud, but it caused Toshinori and Gran Torino to just stare at him with a deadpan expression. You are not walking to school wearing one of those horrid joke shirts? Gran said, preparing to take the shirt off and replace it with a green shirt he had on hand. Oh, I want to go to school wearing it. It's my choice. So why are you trying to force me into a different one? Izuku said as he ran away from the elderly man. Then you better head out, young Midoriya. School will begin in an hour. Yagi said, smirking at Izuku. Oh shoot. See you all later. Izuku called out to the two men. Make sure that your first day isn't filled with chaos, brat. Gran called out, as Izuku waved at them both with a smile on his face. It's been a month and a half since I'd seen him smile. Torino. Has he smiled at all until now when you were training him? Yagi asked as Izuku's form disappeared over the horizon. No, this was the very first time. What, you angered by what that school district did? Gran questioned. It's not what the district did, it's what this society forced onto him. They dropped the case because he was quirkless, and the police had my backing on that case. Toshinori growled out. Don't worry, Toshinori, karma has a way with getting vengeance for someone. It doesn't have to be from us, but someone who cares about the boy equally as much as we do. Gran Torino said, as Toshinori looked at his diminutive mentor. I hope you're right, he said, as they headed out for their respective home and workplace. Equals 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 Izuku arrived on the school grounds when he saw the place fill up with both young men and women. They looked in his direction before heading down the halls to their own respective classrooms for their specific grades within the school. Although, Izuku did notice one of the women staring at him in confusion as he walked through the halls. Something about her though made him wary of her existence. She had long crimson-colored hair and teal-green eyes. Not to mention she had a body that most if not all the girls from Aldro would kill to have. Not that he paid attention to that. He was a good boy. He looked at his schedule as he saw he'd be in Class 1B for his entire year when it came to his homeroom and multiple classes throughout the year. Once he explored the place, he found the classroom and entered it with a very high cautious attitude for his potential classmates. Entering the room, he found about 3 to 4 boys in the class as a whole, whilst the rest of it was entirely covered in girls, something that he was plenty aware of as this used to be an all-girls school. Looking at the seating chart, he found that he'd be in the back of the classroom in the middle as he let out a sigh of somewhat relief, mainly because his neighbor in terms of his seating area was a girl. A girl apparently named Murayama. She gave him a glance before focusing back on the front of the classroom as Izuku gathered his supplies. Everyone in the room were talking to one another quietly as Izuku placed a few items on his desk in preparation for the first day of school. Once that was all gathered, he sat down in his seat as he looked around the classroom as a whole, and each student looked as though they were normal students who looked like the average student from high school. The teacher eventually entered the classroom and did a roll call, but that was mostly to make sure all the students within their class were present. Once getting everything set up and prepared, the teacher began the first lesson that the class would be doing, and Izuku was getting really into the lesson as a whole. About an hour after the lesson started, the teacher told the class that the next one will be in the same room, so they don't have to go anywhere. Once that was stated, the teacher left the room, allowing the students to converse with one another for the time being, allowing them to make small cliques between their peers. Most of the girls teamed up into one large super clique as Izuku kept to himself on the outskirts of the classroom as a whole, not like he really even tried to do that. His classmates of the male variety had stuck together in a small cluster of 4 whilst he was left alone as the sole boy who wouldn't have any friends from the class. Izuku was fine with that, so long as he wasn't disturbed, then nothing could go wrong in his mind. So, not to sound rude or anything, but what happened to your arm? A girl asked, as Izuku looked over at the girl. She had short brown hair with glasses over her eyes. She had golden brown eyes as she stared at Izuku with intrigue before looking him up and down and her lips. "I was involved in an accident," Izuku said, slowly trying to hide his past as much as possible. "Really? I'm pretty sure that an accident doesn't involve getting maimed," the girl said, as Izuku's pupils began to shrink. "I'd rather not talk about it," Izuku said, looking away from the girl. "Okay, you do, man. The name is 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. Nice to meet you," 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 said, introducing herself. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. And nice to meet you, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏-san," Izuku said, shaking the girl's extended left hand with his right. "Nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. Hope our time in the same class helps us become great friends," she said, smirking at him. Izuku noticed a certain gleam in her glasses as he felt a shudder come across his entire body, as though he had an involuntary shiver. That was until he noticed a small factor about the girl in front of him. She was rubbing her thighs against one another as she giggled slightly manically, which caused him to lean back a little. He was prepared to ask if she was all right before he noticed her clearly staring downward on his body, to which he immediately yelped and moved his desk backwards in order to hide himself from the girl. "At least you'll be a grower," she said ominously before walking away with a mischievous expression on her face. A year has passed since Izuku first started coming to Kuo Academy. The life he'd lived before he came to Kuo Town had been somewhat long forgotten, as he made sure to keep an eye out on the news for anything happening with All Might. Learning that the man had been reduced to his skinny form after the Battle of Kamino Ward really hurt Izuku mentally, considering All Might was his mentor as well as secondary father figure. And to hear that his mentor had nearly died at the hands of 𝗵𝗃 and was simultaneously killed by Bakugo was very surprising to hear. But when he'd seen the fight with All Might and 𝗵𝗃, he had really wanted to enter the place and help. But he knew that if he were to be found, 𝗵𝗃 would sick Shigaraki on him almost immediately just to steal the quirk. In the time that had passed, Izuku had trained 𝗵𝗃 in secret. Just enough that he could control 80% of the power without hurting himself, and just seeing all those people in danger really hurt him mentally. So much so that he thought that because of his inability to enter the fight and assist his mentor in fighting the ultimate evil, he was a coward. When in reality his mentor had informed him that the fight he'd be having with 𝗵𝗃 was a battle that only he alone should take on. As Izuku's training wasn't even complete as of yet, Izuku had run across most of Japan in order to just reach All Might in time to get him to safety out of sight of anyone recording everything. By the time he'd gotten All Might into his home within Kuo Town, he had given the man medical aid. But the memory of the man near death still haunted him to this very day. Even with Shigaraki Tamura behind bars as of right now, he couldn't help but think that the man would escape from his prison soon. Leaving the house, he found himself walking towards Kuo Park in order to calm his raging mind about everything that happened within the span of a year since he'd began his life outside of the cities. He'd heard about many attacks that the heroes had to suffer from before they'd managed to come out on top. The USJ, where students within Class 1A had lost a couple students because they were placed against villains who would go for the kill without remorse. The summer training camp for Classes 1A and B were attacked by the very same group of villains, but this time the villains were able to escape once again with 2 students in tow. Then came Kamino Ward as All Might's true form was revealed to the world, as a shrunken, shriveled-up old man struggling to hold onto his title as the symbol of peace. A few weeks after recovering from his fight against the monster of a man, All Might retired from being a pro hero. Crime rates skyrocketed in multiple areas of Japan, and whilst Izuku was staying in Kuo Town, he had gotten some hero clothes for himself courtesy of All Might asking for a favor of his old friend 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 and the man's daughter, a girl who Izuku had met because All Might had decided to allow him to enter Island with him, where the man had learned that Izuku was able to use 40% of one for all without hurting himself. And the boy used the suit in order to save the day on the island as it was attacked by villains before 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, David's daughter, had made him some new equipment just for him to use in the future. When Izuku returned back to Kuo Town, however, something different happened for the boy as he stood alone in his home. He got a letter from Island stating that the girl he'd met there, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, had decided to come to Kuo Town in order to be his personal support technician to prevent him from being alone in the town. As luck would have it, the world decided that Izuku hadn't suffered enough, as during the war between All Might and the heroes being pinned against the villains who were rising up from his retirement, his mother was caught in the crossfire at her place of work. And as a result, a hero who had been going for the kill on a villain had accidentally killed his mother in cold blood, and Izuku saw the look of shock on the hero's face as they stared at his mother's shock-ridden face. But that was quickly overshadowed by the hero's rage against the villain, as said villain was completely eviscerated from existence by the hero's quirk. Back to the present. Izuku was preparing himself for a nightly patrol of Kuo Town. He had been noticing things that were very clearly not part of the natural world order of nature as he had been walking through the dark nights within the town. There had been disappearances for certain individuals who had been attacked by creatures that he'd defeated, only for a new group of people to appear from a weird circle shining on the ground as they finished off what he defeated. He'd tracked them for a while before they noticed he was keeping an eye on them. They tried to get into contact with him, but he became fearful of them finding out about his identity. So as he kept to himself at school, he decided to enter the kendo club under the guise of him becoming one of their members so they can go to the kendo finals for the men. He had become a natural with wielding a blade, and it was during one of his sparring sessions with Murayama over the last year that he'd noticed something odd about himself. His draconic abilities had become far more enhanced over the year, as he'd noticed he would get into weird ruts where he was as lustful as a pervert from time to time. He'd kept himself alone in his bedroom during those times, although Melissa had made it very strong for him to keep himself and her safe from his draconic changes. Such as the one time she entered the bathroom naked whilst he was taking a bath. She had been blushing ever since then whenever they took a shower with one another. Also, because of everything that happened with them living together, Izuku had decided to ask her what she felt about him one day after being in the same house for more than a few months. When she told him his feelings, he had been slightly ecstatic since he returned her feelings, and the two had used the time during the day for dates when he didn't have school. Now that the two were in a relationship outside of school, Izuku spent most of his time increasing his control of One for All. He had gotten multiple dreams of a dragon who talked to him about the many ways he could increase his power if he just manifested his true power. But Izuku was so scared during those meetings that he just completely thought that they were just that, dreams. Currently Izuku was walking to Kuo Academy to begin his second year of high school within Kuo Town. He had been in Kuo Town for at least a full year by this point, and he couldn't help but smile to himself at how calm the city had become long since after All Might retired and was now a full-time teacher at UA. He still visited the man from time to time as someone who was his future teaching assistant for the school, since Izuku had always wanted to become a hero. But because of how dangerous times were getting, Izuku wanted nothing more than to teach the next generation of heroes to become the best they could be. He entered the academy grounds and made his way towards the kendo club, who had gotten much more recruits after the start of his first year in terms of the men's portion of the club. He was proficient in sword fighting, but not to the skill that Murayama and 𝗧𝗍𝗧, the two captains of the club, were at this point in time. In terms of the boys' portion of the club's skills in sword fighting, Izuku had become the best out of all of them, even with his extracurricular activities during the late evenings. "You will have to talk to me eventually, young man." A voice eerily similar to All Might stated in Izuku's mind. "If I think that you were a dream, then it was a dream, nothing more," Izuku thought as he answered the being. "You just spoke to me, thank God. Do you know how stupid you're being by ignoring the other power you have in your body?" The being questioned him angrily. "If you were another power I've had for so long, why did it take you until I had my arm blown off my body?" Izuku questioned in his mind as he went about his day through school. "Well, if you would allow me to tell you about your power, then you would probably become one of the strongest beings in the known universe, but someone decided that I was just a mere dream," the being spoke back to him angrily. Well, sorry for being scared of the fact that I have a literal dragon in my god Demon's soul. Izuku mentally screamed. Mr. Midoriya, are you alright? You look as though you are losing your sanity. The teacher questioned. No, I'm fine. Just thinking if I accidentally left my stove on at home. Izuku said as the teacher sighed. Okay, just make sure that your thoughts don't come out in mumbles. The teacher replied before getting back into the lesson plan. Equals 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 equals. By the time school was over, Izuku was heading over to the men's changing room for the kendo club. Gathering his clothes, he was reaching for his bakken when his arms suddenly glowed an ominous red color before most of his hand and wrist was covered in a small red gauntlet with a green gem on top. Staring at the gauntlet in awe for a moment, Izuku noticed the stares he was getting from his peers as they stared at him in confusion before shrugging it off as him hiding the gauntlet under makeup. Shaking his head at the being's interruption from his mental anguish, he left the room after figuring out how to put the gauntlet away and keeping it from everyone else's sight. Entering the main gym area, Izuku went to his usual spot on the floor as he began his normal basic instructions for teaching his teammates about how to wield their bakkens. He went through the motions with them all as he showed them the basics of kendo with 𝗧𝗧𝗏 and Murayama in the background proofreading his work. Upon the training for the boys being complete, Izuku stayed in the room as he trained with the two captains in order to become stronger with his bakken training as well as faster. The two were the fastest users of kendo within the entire school that he'd heard about, and he wanted to make sure he could be so fast nobody could predict him whilst in base. 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍 his blade to the right, he found Murayama skipping across the ground as he followed after her with strong heavy strides. He swung upwards in a feint before 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍 his foot out in an attempt to have her lose her footing and swung horizontally, a small gust of wind blasting out from his attack that she barely blocked. She smirked at him, a fire growing under her heart as she immediately went serious against him as the two clashed in a sword lock in the middle of the room. Surprisingly, a small gust of wind blasted out from the two strikes as their clothes fluttered in the new wind. Their training spar was gathering attention, but the two continued doing as normal. Murayama swung a feint to his right before 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍 to his left, something that Izuku bent backwards at a 90-degree angle surprising both Murayama and the other watchers. Pulling himself back up, Izuku had then utilized his slightly shorter frame as he sped around her in a horizontal strike that she deftly jumped over as he swung his blade upwards that she blocked this time as she kicked out at his head. Moving his head to the right, he sidestepped her fall to the ground as she landed on her feet in a swivel as she spun her body around to smack at him with an open palm and swing right with her bakken. Izuku caught the offending limb before blocking the bakken with his own, entering a lock once again as Murayama smirked at him once again. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 this time rushed in from the side as he fended the two of them off on his own. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 went for his left whilst Murayama went for his right, and as he tossed his blade into the air, he blocked their strikes with his arms, a small gust of wind exiting his body and moving around the surrounding area harsher than his clash with Murayama in a controlled area. His bakken fell from the sky as he jumped up and caught the blade before slamming it as strong as he could against their raised guards as a much louder crack of their bakkens was heard around the gym as it echoed. Snap! Both Izuku and the two girls noticed that all three of their bakkens had snapped from their final clash, and Izuku, still in freefall, gained a fearful expression as he continued to fall towards the two of them. Falling onto the girls, they tumbled to the ground as all the girls in the surrounding area rushed to the trio as they pulled the girls off of Izuku's back as he had taken the brunt of the fall, putting himself underneath them, somehow. Once the girls were pulled off his back, they noticed something odd about his looks. His entire body appeared as though he had wings that were spread out as he slowly stood upwards. What's up? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Midoriya, when did you have a quirk? Murayama asked, confusedly. What are you talking about? I don't have a quirk. Izuku said, as Murayama just pointed at what was growing from his back. Oh shoot. Izuku muttered as he realized that his draconic wings and tail were out. Would you believe me if I told you all that these are just heteromorphic traits I got from my father? Izuku asked as the girls stared at him. Wouldn't you have a quirk if you gained heteromorphic traits then? Ks questioned with a deadpan. Shoot, you're right. But you'd believe me if I said it right. Izuku asked, as the girls of the entire club just looked at him with a deadpan. Have any of you heard of the supernatural? Izuku asked before hearing a voice in his head again. So now you believe what I said? The voice growled. Darn it, 𝗧𝗪𝗏, not now. Izuku muttered unknowingly aloud. 𝗧𝗪𝗏? Who's 𝗧𝗪𝗏? Murayama asked, confusedly and looking at Izuku very suspiciously. CRP baskets? Izuku mumbled. After the long storytelling of Izuku informing the girls about his quirk awakening during his training at his home, they were very welcoming of the fact that he was just keeping himself fit in his quirkless form of fighting rather than using his quirk. Izuku may have been training how to utilize his quirk, but he chose this time to show them the real power of someone who was quirkless and had a power of the supernatural, something that 𝗧𝗪𝗏 had been very excited for as he taught Izuku everything he could about the first part of the boosted gear as he called it. When informed about how his power when it grows from his draconic heritage could become enough to kill gods, Izuku was completely skeptical until he was told on his way home of one of 𝗧𝗪𝗏's predecessors' usage of his boosted gear sacred gear users having managed to kill a god of a different pantheon. He wasn't sure which pantheon it was, but that was the highest feat of power a human had used the sacred gear housing his soul within had ever reached. And the strongest one to do that was his strongest user who had managed to kill 2 white dragon emperors whilst being defeated by the third user of the sacred gear who was their antithesis in all but strength. But as Izuku left the school and made his way home, he had pulled out his vigilante garb as he thought about going out on a patrol in Kuo Town this time of day. It was the weekend after all. So as he was making his way towards an alleyway, he called Melissa to tell her that he was going to be home late that evening and to make sure that his dinner is in the fridge. After hanging up on the young woman, Izuku let out a massive sigh of relief. He was finally going to show everyone that he had not disappeared from the shadows within Kuo Town, and he was still doing research on some very suspicious figures within the town that he'd found early on in his time in Kuo. There was a string of murders that were going on and each one were very religious in nature. So making sure to have his earpiece on, he took off into the night after putting on the vigilante garb that Melissa had created just for him to take on his dream of being a hero, albeit without the license to prove it. Traveling through the dark abyss that was the evening within Kuo, Izuku made perfect rounds of the town as he came across a certain church many times throughout the night, which made him curious about it. Hey 𝗧𝗪𝗏, what are the chances that the people who are murdering innocent civilians are within that church over there? Izuku asked, aloud through his voice modulator. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd have to say a good 8 on that one, partner. Never have I ever thought that you'd use smarts in order to figure out your opponents. 𝗲𝗵𝗃 will be grumbling to death on how I have a smarter host this time around, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 chuckled. I never heard you speak about 𝗲𝗵𝗃 aside from small stories of your heyday. When we get back home, how about you tell me about the times your host is lost to the white dragon? Izuku questioned as he slowly made his way over to the church. Alright, but you better make sure that you don't get too injured. You know how much your mate hates it when you come home with horrible injuries. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said with a warning. Don't worry, 𝗧𝗪𝗏, it probably won't be that bad. Izuku muttered before landing on the ground just outside the church's territory. Well, no time like the present to see what is going on. Izuku mumbled as he entered the church's range of influence. Equals 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 Izuku was currently flying around the town as he dodged attacks from his pursuers. He had no idea what he'd done in the last few minutes to earn their ire, but he was sure as hell not going to lead them to his house and endanger his mate. Wait, since when has he been thinking about Melissa as a mate? Questions for later. Anyway, as a spear made of literal light particles zoomed past him, he looked behind him and saw that his 3 pursuers were slowly gaining speed to catch up to him. Suddenly, a small vestige had appeared through colors as they looked over his shoulder from the front side of his body. So it appears as though the supernatural is real. I'd heard rumors about them. But to see that they're real is something really bad for us. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's voice rang out. You know about the supernatural. Since when? Izuku questioned to himself, his voice modulator being muted. I've come across some devils and angels from the Christian pantheon a couple times. But I'd thought that what they used were quirks, but to see that their attacks were what resembled the abilities that most angels used from back during the dark ages of quirks, they are real. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, as Izuku nodded. What's the best way to take down those fallen angels? Izuku asked, being questionary on the fallen part because of their black wings. From what I heard from some devils, you need to use dark magic to completely kill them and wipe their existence away. Either that or you completely overpower them with your own pure strength and power. 𝗧𝗏 said as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 nodded. Okay, so overpower them or use magic. Something that I'd have yet to learn, so overpower them it is. Izuku muttered. Turning around, he faced his attackers as they showed themselves. Instead of hiding behind the feathers, they littered all over the sky. There was 4 fallen angels, from what Izuku could talk about them, surrounding him in the shape of a square around him in the sky. 1 was male, the rest were female, and if there was anything he'd learned in class, men are naturally stronger than women based on genetics and biology itself, probably evolution as well. So taking a deep breath, Izuku charged 1 for all up to around 15% of what he could naturally do, as his green lightning were completely non-existent to what he was using in order to escape them. As he floated in the air with his dragon wings, he really hoped that Nana would stop crying in the corner in his head. It was really distracting. So you finally stop running, dragon. Have you finally remembered that you should fight instead of running away? One of the fallen questions. I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but aren't dragons stronger than you guys? Izuku asked, with a smile under his voice modulator that covered his natural voice. What makes you think that we're weaker than a weak dragon like you? The male fallen questioned. Well, the fact that it took you all most of your energy to keep up with me, Izuku quipped as the 4 attacked from all sides. Danger sense spiked when the most dangerous out of the bunch, a black-haired woman with violet-colored eyes, had attacked him from behind. He dodged out of the way with a spin in the air from his wings as he sent a kick into her gut before he grabbed her arm and took her light-based weapon and pierced it through her leg, causing her to let out a scream of agony. Throwing her down towards the ground, Izuku then dodged the attack from the man of the group as he a blue-colored light spear at his general direction as he sent a punch towards the dark blue-haired fallen, who deftly dodged. He was then grabbed from behind by the shortest of the bunch, a girl with drill-like hair pattern, before he just glared at her from the corner of his eye, causing her to freeze in place. He spun around in their impromptu hug as he broke free from it and slammed a fist into her face, sending her down onto the violet-eyed fallen below. Dark blue came from behind as he dodged the attack before sending a pressure wave of air displacement at the man before he tried to dodge before his wings were hit from the attack. 𝗬𝗪𝙢𝗢, the male cried out as he fell to the ground below. How are you? This powerful? The dark blue-haired woman asked, fearfully. That's because I've been protecting this town ever since I got here. Remember this name when you return back to your boss. Deku, the draconic vigilante, protects Kuo Town. Izuku said, speed blitzing the woman faster than she could see. Once he slammed the woman down onto her allies, they all disappeared in a large number of black feathers. Landing on the ground, Izuku let out a sigh of relief as he turned to look behind himself as danger sense pinged a new threat coming for him. As his body moved in slow motion, he noticed movement coming towards him faster than he could notice for the moment before he increased 1 for all's power usage and saw a young man with ash-blonde-colored hair and gray eyes 𝗧𝗵𝗲 a black blade at him. Blocking it with his sacred gear, Izuku heard the clang of the weapon slamming onto his gauntlet as he stared into the young man's eyes. Who are you? And why are you in devil territory? The young man asked. Why am I in devil territory? I've been here for 1.5 years. Izuku retorted as he bounced away from the young man as a short girl with white hair had a fist where he last was. This is bad for you, partner. You aren't equipped to take on one of the devil families in this town. You should retreat and recuperate from your patrol tonight. Once you are done you can sense out the devils on Sunday. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said in Izuku's mind. Alright, just need to do something that will cause a distraction for these devils. Izuku thought before taking to the sky. Flying high into the sky, he found that there were 2 more devils floating nearby as he floated in the sky for a moment. A red-haired woman with a very voluptuous body with a black-haired woman with violet-colored eyes and a similar body type as the red-haired girl had been looking at him in alarm. A weird circle appeared next to the 2's ears and Izuku knew right then that he had to get out of there as fast as he could without garnering any more attention from these 2. Turning around to fly away, he felt the sudden pang of danger slam through his mind as his entire body moved on its own to dodge a blast of red and black energy that had flown past him. And taking his chance he flew off in the direction of his home so fast that the 2 who had started to follow him only followed a mirage of him that continued past his home. Entering through the front door of his home, Izuku took off his vigilante garb as he placed it over near the dirty clothes hamper. Once he took off his shoes, he walked over to the couch as he thought about the fight he'd had with the fallen angels, from what 𝗧𝗪𝗏 told him about, as well as the devils. They were using abilities that were very similar to that of quirks, and if he could analyze them, he could probably come up with different uses for them, but as soon as he was about to pull out a notebook to write down the abilities, he'd seen a hand entered his view grabbing the notebook. Looking up he saw Melissa staring at him with a pout on her face as she stared down at him. In the last few months alone, her body had undergone changes that he'd thought wouldn't ever happen. Her hips and rear had become slightly larger to support her much larger melons that now were 𝗧𝗵𝗃 in size, not that he had counted the number of numbers that could have been in terms of BR size. But because of his very horny mind right now, because he'd never gotten into a relationship before, Melissa had shown him the very different ways a girl's body could make his own become very pleasured by her. All he could think about was how his mate was asking for his attention. "And Melissa, what do you need?" Izuku asked. "So mind telling me why you were mumbling to yourself whilst on your patrol tonight?" She questioned. Why you heard all that?" Izuku asked with a wince. "Yes, I heard you talking to yourself as though you were talking to multiple people, almost as though you have schizophrenia," Melissa said, looking at him worriedly. "Well, since I'm not getting out of this, you might want to sit down for this. It's going to be a long talk," Izuku said with a long sigh. "It better pertain to whatever the hell your quirk is," she said as they sat there. "It does. It all begins with 2 brothers, one who wanted to become a hero but was very sickly looking, and another brother who wanted to become the strongest foe in a comic book, someone who was the literal demon king," Izuku said as he began to talk about the history of One for All. Equals 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 equals. Over inside the halls of Kuo Academy, a crimson-haired young woman walked towards the empty halls towards the student council's office. Once she was knocking on the door, she pushed the door open after getting confirmation that she was to be allowed inside of the place. Entering the room, the young woman looked at another young woman. She had a bob cut of black hair with dark, violet-colored eyes. She had a very small bust but had been wearing glasses over her eyes due to the magic she could produce from them, as the glasses protected others from the magic they could release on mortals. Next to the young woman was a taller one who had long black hair and heterochromatic colored eyes, with one being light brown and the other being violet in color like her 𝗵𝘃𝗏, or she was wearing glasses because she required their use to be able to see properly. Sitting on the couch next to the crimson-haired woman was the black-haired and violet-eyed girl who was with the crimson-haired woman fighting Izuku earlier in the evening as they drank some tea in the office. The bob-cut hair young woman moved over to the other couch just opposite to the crimson-haired girl as she took a sip of her own tea before questioning the women's reason for being there. "Rias, to what do I owe the pleasure of meeting you here unannounced?" the woman asked, giving the crimson-haired girl a name. "Sona, I need you to do an active search for anyone who has been in the school for about a year and a half. as well as search for students who have been here in Kuo Town for around the same amount of time. Rias said as she looked at the ground with a nervous expression. This must be a very big issue for you to ask me this, Rias. Is there a reason as to why you are asking this of me? Because you need a big reason for me to look into the past of the students of this school, same with the teachers. Sona questioned. There is a vigilante within Kuo Town. He hasn't been doing much. But from what I can tell, he only uses one arm when he fights, and not only that but he's taken down multiple stray devils on his own. I fear that the fallen angels will send more forces into this town in order to take him down. Rias said worriedly. You're afraid for the vigilante's safety. How strong must he be in order to take down stray devils? Sona asked curiously. Sona, he was able to take down multiple stray devils who are in the B class in terms of their danger scale. And from what he left behind of them, I'm very serious about making sure that he doesn't get taken off guard. Rias said as Sona nodded. Okay, can you give me some information as to what I am to be looking for? She asked. I need you to look for any information about someone named Deku. She said as she looked into Sona's eyes. I don't need to look very far, Rias. She said as she pulled out the largest file that the school was given. What is this? Rias asked, confused. This is all the information about one Midoriya Izuku. He has been here for exactly the amount of time you've stated the vigilante has been in this town. Not only that, but he had gained a quirk about a couple months back. But there is some information on here that is highly discriminatory towards Midoriya. Sona said, as Rias read through the information. Why you're telling me that the school who gave the principal this file, they were actively against Midoriya-san getting an education? Rias asked incredulously. Yes, from what Mrs. Gremory had shown in her information brokers within 𝗬𝗪𝗄 has a very bad habit of making those with strong quirks be given literally the red carpet treatment. Anyone who has a worthless quirk, or none at all, are to be treated as though they are to be killed. Sona said with a small growl. That is horrible, no wonder he hasn't made many friends whilst in this school for a year alone. He's definitely traumatized from his past experiences with other students in the same grade as well as higher and lower grades treating him harshly. Rias surmised. I know, but if anything, your mother has been dealing with 𝗧𝗪𝗄𝗧, but she's hitting a snag at this point in time. Sona said, as Rias looked at her confused. What kind of snag? She questioned. Have you heard anything about the Meta Liberation Army? Sona questioned with an angered expression. Izuku was entering the bathroom with Melissa as the two were thinking about what they should do. It had been a few months since they had been in a relationship, and they wanted to celebrate the occasion with something but were coming up with blanks. Although they took showers together and weren't becoming a blushing mess whenever they saw the other without clothes, Izuku was far more occasional when it came to giving Melissa her space. He exited the shower before Melissa since he had a meeting with All Might and Gran Torino this morning because of the encounter he had the previous night with the devils within Kuo Town. As he entered the living room of the building, he heard knocking at the front door and moved towards it. Opening the door revealed Yagi and Gran standing next to one another as they both smiled at him with their compassionate-filled eyes as he let them in as they moved towards the couch. The two were sat on the couch as Izuku went into the kitchen to make some tea for the three of them to drink from, and even though the two were very busy lately, they still were able to make time to spend with him and Melissa. All Might was initially against the two being in a relationship, but ever since Izuku's mother had died he never spoke bad about having Melissa be in the same building as his successor. He was more surprised that the two didn't enter a relationship during the time that Izuku mourned his mother's death. But now that the two were in a relationship he was happy that they were taking it slowly. So is there a reason you called for this meeting, brat? Gran Torino questioned, getting right to the talk. Yeah, have you all noticed the supernatural world? Izuku asked, as both Yagi and Gran stared at him in confusion. Supernatural world? What in the hell are you talking about, brat? Gran questioned confused. I think I know what he's talking about, Gran. He's speaking about the three factions within the Christian pantheon. Yagi said, as Izuku looked at the man with curiosity. How did you find out about them? Izuku asked, looking at him for answers. I had met a fallen angel early on in my career. He was a very fine and funny fallen angel. He was very curious about sacred gears. Unfortunately, I never had a sacred gear on my person, but we became friends early on in my career as a hero. In fact, he was the one who found 𝗓𝗏 for me when I got injured. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 said, explaining everything. Wait, so he was the one to tell you about where 𝗓𝗏 was earlier in your career as All Might? Izuku asked, as the man nodded. He has very good sources in the underground of Hero Society. But that is beside the point. Is there a reason as to why you are asking this question? 𝗧𝗏𝗄 asked. I had a sort of run-in with the devils of Kuo Town. Izuku said, as 𝗧𝗏𝗄 stared at him in shock. They have their hands on Kuo Town. I had checked everything inside the town myself. There should have been no way for them to have been living here. I checked everything for their presence. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 said as he started to pace around the room. Sir, they found me on one of my patrols around the town. But they clearly didn't know me. They told me that they've been living in Kuo Town for a lot longer than I was. Izuku said, as 𝗧𝗏𝗄 nodded. If they've been here longer than you being here, that makes it passable for me to have failed in noticing them. They are extremely close to humans in terms of their outside look. They could appear as one of the humans who live in the town. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 said, as Izuku scratched his cheek. Sir, I think I have reason to know why you didn't find them. Izuku said, looking away. What's wrong, young Midoriya? 𝗧𝗏𝗄 asked. They're in high school. Izuku retorted as 𝗧𝗏𝗄 stared at him in confusion. Gran was watching the scene in front of him with so much confusion that he just started to cook some taiyaki so that he could get some rest. But as the two numbskulls in the living room spoke to one another about the supernatural world that the boy had just stumbled upon, he looked at Melissa, who had dried her hair as she walked into the kitchen. She walked over to the fridge as she hummed to herself, and Gran found himself remembering something from the past that he'd recognized as Toshinori doing something rather stupid. Allowing Melissa to live with his successor was a very stupid move in his opinion, as it placed the girl in a lot of danger when it came to her living with him. But since 𝗓𝗏 and his protégé was finally put down for good, he supposed that the two could live together for now. By the way, I have a sacred gear. Izuku's voice rang out, as he heard the sound of Toshinori coughing and spitting up 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Asterisk what? 𝗧𝗏𝗄 questioned loudly. Equals 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 equals. So you're telling me that somehow, some way, that you are holding the spirit of a dragon that is as old as time itself. And you didn't find it in your heart to tell us? 𝗧𝗏𝗄 asked, a little miffed at being in the dark about that. 𝗧𝗏𝗄-sensei, the last time I'd heard him was just yesterday. But before moving into Kuo Town, I had heard him for the first time when I was in the hospital for my missing arm. Izuku said, pointing at the missing limb. Yeah, okay, do you need any help in training your sacred gear right now? 𝗧𝗏𝗄 asked, before the dragon spoke for himself. I think that the boy's doing just fine without you, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 Toshinori. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 said, shocking both Melissa and Gran. Wait, why does his voice sound similar to mine? 𝗧𝗏𝗄 asked, confused. Don't ask me, my voice came first in time. So if anything, you are copying me, you diamond yellow fruit. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 said, grumpily. Is there anything else we should know about? I mean, aside from you growing wings and horns, Izuku? Melissa asked. Wait, you know about those? I thought that I kept them hidden from you. Izuku asked, confused. She found out when you were changing, kid. Seriously, you really need to focus on increasing your power with the boosted gear. I can seriously help you out in battles in the future. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 said with a huff. Everyone in the room remained silent as Melissa just nodded and left the room. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 just sat there just looking at the wall with a very despondent expression on his face as Gran just started cackling to himself from the sheer timing of 𝗧𝗏𝗄's presence appearing. And as 𝗧𝗏𝗄 and Gran left the house, Izuku began to prepare for his time at school, since he knew that it would only be a matter of time before he was found out to be the vigilante that the devils are searching for. Why don't you just tell the devils that you're the vigilante? Isn't that going to save you time in the future? 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂 questioned. Yeah, it would. But I don't specifically trust these devils in Kuo Town. The first thing they did to me was attack me before asking questions. When they gain my trust is when I start talking to them about my past. Izuku said, as 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂 made a valid point. You are aware that they most likely have your information from your previous schools, right? They could easily take a gander at those files that were passed over from 𝗧𝗪𝗢 and just read them. 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂 said, as Izuku walked down the sidewalk. Yeah, but I'd rather stay being able to be a vigilante for a while longer before they tell me to just leave their town. Izuku said, as 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂 relinquished his argument. The day of school was quiet for Izuku and 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂 as the two were basically going through the motions. They were clearing up their assignments for the week when Izuku got a message from Melissa on his phone, and as he pulled it up, he saw that there was an image attached to the folder as he went to a quiet part of the school. As soon as he opened it up, he immediately closed it down as he felt a massive blush come up his face as he felt some blood fall down his nostril before he wiped it away and shaking his head. Opening the folder once again, he was met with Melissa wearing a very revealing two-piece bikini that was rainbow in color, supporting her love of both stars and stripe and All Might as a whole. Once getting a closer look at the picture, Izuku felt himself get slightly horny in mind alone as he shook his head. Placing the picture in his saved images for later, he walked back to class to prepare for being a vigilante for the remainder of the evening so that he could come up with an idea for how to celebrate with Melissa. That was until he got another text from the girl as she told him that they were basically going to lose their virginities that evening when he got back from his patrol. And being a boy, Izuku was surprisingly celebrating mentally before he just stopped what he was doing whilst looking back to the message before blinking and rubbing his eyes. The message remained the same as he put his phone away as he prepared to enter his final class of the day. You know, from the way you two dodged around the subject when together alone. I'm surprised you haven't started banging one another in the shower. 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂 quipped as Izuku nearly tripped on his way out of the school grounds. 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂, do you really need to be like that? Izuku asked as the dragon just chuckled. No, but I wanted to ask you that question. You seemed really excited for losing something that most children your age are losing in either middle school or high school itself. I am just trying to add some conversation. 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂 said as Izuku sighed. Me and Melissa first started dating like literally a couple months ago. The fact that we haven't gotten into each other's by now is surprising, yes. But it's still something that happened, and you are going to live with that fact, 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂. Izuku said, as the two finally arrived at a hiding spot where Izuku changed into his vigilante garb. Now donning the suit that Melissa had created for him, that was resistant to almost everything aside from magic itself. He headed out through Flight of Nana's quirk as he patrolled the entire town many times over to stop any crime and supernatural creatures that attacked the innocence of the town itself. For hours he continued his patrol around the town as he prepared to have the night of his life with Melissa, and he was mentally thinking about what she'd be wearing by the time he got back home in time for their copulation. But just as it reached dusk and the sun was setting in the distance, Izuku took notice that his quirk, Danger Sense, had pinged him about an incoming threat and they were making their way towards him. Thinking about who this threat might be, he led the group of enemies that he'd made all the way out into the mountains that surrounded Kuo Town itself. Standing in a clearing of the mountain range, he took in a deep breath as 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂 supplied him with information about what he could sense from his sacred gear's positioning on Izuku's arm. He stared into the sky as 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂 helpfully informed him that the fallen angels were who was going to attack him, and they seemed pretty powerful due to their numbers. 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗂 had even warned Izuku about their increasing numbers. There was enough to completely overwhelm him if he wasn't careful, which was why Izuku was activating one for all underneath the sacred gear's power as well just for a backup. Izuku did make sure to inform Melissa that he'd be out a bit longer than usual due to the large enemy force he was up against at the moment. She had accepted what he'd told her with gusto, stating that he'd better make it up to her for what he's doing right now. Once he sent the message, he watched as his foes soon arrived as they floated in the air with their black feathered wings, something that disgusted Izuku greatly. Not that he was a racist towards the fallen angels, he just seriously didn't think that the color black suited these guys and girls at all. Counting up the small army that had arrived, Izuku took note that each of the fallen angels in front of him had around 4 wings per person, meaning that their quantity would make up for their low powers. 𝗧𝗪𝗢𝗐, what is my current strength level compared to them? Izuku muttered. Compared to their entire army, you might just be able to survive this without getting hurt. That is to say that you don't do something stupid that gets you lethally injured. 𝗧𝗪𝗢𝗐 said as Izuku nodded, so, any reason as to why you're attacking me? Last time I checked, entering the devil's territory was punishable by death. Izuku quipped. Don't think that you entering these grounds are against the treaty between the dragons and devils, beast. We've come here to end your miserable reign and maybe even turn the world against itself in a massive war. The Fallen said, as Izuku mumbled to himself. So he's just a generic bad guy personality. Where's his boss? Izuku muttered. Prepare to die. Kill him. The Fallen shouted as Izuku entered a combat stance. Equals 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 back at Kuo Academy. The devils took note of the high amount of fallen angels present in their territory as they immediately left their base of operations to check it out. They also faintly noticed the familiar energy of their resident vigilante preparing to fight as they immediately increased their rush to get to where he was. Aquino, tell me his situation right now. Rias said as she and the other devils flew to their destination. He's currently surrounded, and he's fighting them off right now. But it's only a matter of time before they catch him off guard. But he's holding his own for now. Aquino said, as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 interjected. He must be powerful if he's capable of holding me off on his own with just his wrist. I can't wait to see how powerful he really is in. Battle. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said, as Kaneko spoke up. He hides his true power, but from what I felt during school, he keeps it at a low percentage. This is higher than what he usually uses. Kaneko informed as Rias nodded. Then let's pick up the pace, there's no way he could hold them off for too long. Rias stated as they all flew as fast as they could. Equals 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 back at the battlefield. Izuku was dodging and flying around many light spears as he used black 𝗬𝗏 as well as smokescreen in order to catch each and every fallen angel off guard. The fact that he wasn't using Nana's quirk anymore showed that he needed more speed as well as precision that his wings actually gave him. The vestiges and 𝗧𝗪𝗢𝗏 were great at telling him where the enemies were located, even more so for Highschool's quirk as each time the quirk pinged, he was able to react and destroy the light spear before creating one of his own and killing the fallen angel himself. Alright, that makes what? 15 fallen angels defeated. Izuku quipped. Don't get overconfident, partner, they can capitalize on that. 𝗧𝗪𝗢𝗏 warned. Okay, 𝗧𝗪𝗢𝗏. So tell me, what is your plan on fighting me with all these men? Izuku asked as the Fallen growled at him. There's no way you're this strong. I was only told that you were fast, and the strength came with your speed. Nothing about your strength makes sense. The Fallen growled. Well, I think I should tell you something. My strength is a combination of both my sacred gear. Izuku spoke, whilst dodging another light spear before continuing. And a quirk. So you tell me, how screwed are your little motley crew? Izuku asked as he powered up. The fallen angels then attacked him all at once as they tried to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. And as Izuku did his best to dodge and weave through their attacks, some of them got through due to the small window of dodging an attack from one and being blasted by another. Izuku's kill count had only increased by a small amount after this part of the fight as he flew through the air before being slammed from above and into the ground as multiple fallen angels blasted him with holy energy from above. Blocking the attack with black 𝗬𝗏, Izuku had then moved as fast as he could with gear shift as he appeared behind the fallen angels, without them realizing it. "Do you think we got him?" one of the fallen asked. "Yeah, there's no way he could have survived that attack without being killed. I mean, there's at least 15 of us compared to one of him." The second one remaining said, "Don't lower your guard, he could be anywhere if he survived. Keep your guard up." The lead fallen said, before something grabbed his throat. "Maelstrom." The fallen angels nearby cried out. "You know, you are right. I was alive. Good for you. That attack nearly did me in if it weren't for the fact you forgot I have multiple quirks." Izuku said, before snapping the fallen angel's neck. 𝗬𝗲𝗧𝗪𝗐. The fallen call out before bum rushing him. Izuku flew towards the fallen angels as he used black 𝗬𝗏𝗶 as a source of armor around his body as he entered the fray, launching multiple Detroit smashes at each one that got too close. Eventually, however, two fallen angels landed two attacks of their light spears that pierced through his torso. One at his left shoulder, and the other near his right him as he froze in place in the air. The two fallen had surprised expressions on their face as they saw the blank expression on Izuku's face before he powered through the pain and killed the two of them instantly from his aura alone. The last remaining fallen angels threw their spears at him as he pulled two of them out, only for their own to replace them all over his body. The last few just barely missing anything vital but were lethal all the same due to the amount thrown. "Alright, I'm done playing games. Salem Dragon Shot." Izuku called out, pulling a fully charged dragon shot. The blast radiated power as it turned into a massive beam of energy that blasted through the final fallen angels. As their wings fell to the ground around himself, Izuku felt 𝗧𝗪𝗏 doing his best in order to regenerate the damage dealt to him as he started to walk home. Although Izuku had won, it was just barely as he had used all of the power he had built up during the fight in order to destroy all of them in a single move. He didn't get far into the city when he noticed a woman with crimson red hair falling down from the sky in front of him as she landed with no damage to herself, same for her subordinates. He didn't get a good look at their wings, but he immediately took them as a threat as he subconsciously entered a combat stance. "Hey, we're not enemies. We're friendlies." The crimson-haired girl's voice rang out. Friendlies. Oh good. I'm gonna sleep now." Izuku mumbled as he fell to the ground, smacking his face on the pavement. 𝗧𝗏𝗃, contact the person who lives with him. I need to get him to his house and heal him. The crimson-haired girl's voice rang out. BLD hair appealing V voice. Izuku mumbled as he watched the girl blush slightly. "Don't worry, Deku-san, we'll get you back home. Just rest." The woman's voice rang out in his head as he remembered something. "Melissa, I need to see copulate." Izuku mumbled before passing out. "Pervert." A very blunt voice quietly was heard by Izuku as his final thought. Waking up from whatever happened the previous night, Izuku was not prepared for what he was about to witness. As soon as he woke up, he found himself with a face full of melons that were so soft that they felt like pillows on his face as he simply leaned into them once more as he fluffed them up. All before he woke up again and immediately retreated from the woman's as his face erupted in a full blush before he felt something smack him in the face with a loud metal clang. As he shrugged off the damage to his face, as he shook it a bit, he wriggled his nose around before he spoke out loud to nobody in particular. "I can't feel my face." Izuku slurred. "Maybe you should have thought about that before pushing your face into another woman's." Izuku? A familiar voice called out to his right. "I'm sorry about that, ma'am, I was just trying to heal your boyfriend." A new voice said, as Izuku slowly looked over at Melissa and back to the woman he unknowingly groped. "Heal my boyfriend, you say? So that wasn't you getting very handsy with him when you were supposed to be healing him last night?" Melissa asked, glaring at the crimson-haired woman. "I'm sorry, but what happened?" Izuku asked, confused. "Partner, I think that you should probably leave this conversation to the girls. They clearly are needing a talk. You should also get that recording device away from your mate." 𝗧𝗪𝗏𝗧𝗏's voice rang out in the room, causing Melissa and the crimson-haired girl to pause in their glare showdown. Izuku looked at both of them. Melissa was just as confused as Izuku was for why the dragon would oust himself as Izuku's sacred gear already. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl had stared at him with stars in her eyes as she was using magic subconsciously to put her clothes back on before attempting to crawl over to him with awe in her face. Looking at Melissa, who was still recording the whole event, Izuku picked up the camera as he turned off the record button and walked out of the bedroom, leaving the two girls to talk it out. Once he closed the door behind himself, he walked over to the bathroom and entering it he found himself feeling a draft for his lower body, and looking down he saw his little dragon hanging out on display. Shaking his head, he entered the shower as he began to think about what happened in the last 24 hours of his day. If you're wondering what happened, partner, then you should know that your life was saved by the Gremory of this town. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said, as Izuku thought about it. Are you talking about 𝗵𝗃 Gremory? Izuku asked. Not your school principal brat. I'm talking about the crimson-haired woman who you had unknowingly flashed your PP at. Anyway, you should probably know that she just healed you and didn't turn you into a devil in your sleep. She made sure that she didn't, since she would need the express permission of your mate to do that. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 supplied. Oh, well, flashing Gremory wasn't a good thing. But good thing that I'm not a devil right now, so what did I miss last night? Izuku asked. Nothing much, partner, just the Gremory woman just getting handsy with your unconscious form. Other than that, she just healed you of the injuries you'd accumulated in your massive battle yesterday. Good job on killing those, by the way. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said, before complimenting. I need to get stronger if I'm going to handle that kind of situation ever again. Izuku muttered. That you are correct on, partner, you have your quirk enough as it is. Not to mention that you can reach a pseudo 150% over the maximum power output of the quirk itself when combining the certain powers that come with it. Now it's time for you to increase the amount of power you can wield with the boosted gear, and I feel as though the Gremory woman will be more capable of doing that than you doing so on your own. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 mentioned. Alright, so what should I do about it? Izuku asked. If you are asking for my advice, if the Gremory woman asked you to become a member of her peerage, you should probably go for a yes in that department. With her knowledge of the supernatural, you can gain experience in fighting those who are devils as well as fallen angels when working for her. You'll still have your life with Melissa, just that you'll be spending a good portion of your time working for the Gremory. I distinctly remember the Gremory family protecting those who are their servants as well as treating them as if they were family. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 supplied as Izuku nodded. Okay, first I want to stay in the Kendo club, but since I would need to go to the ORC for their club activities with the supernatural, I would need to tell 𝗧𝗪𝗏 and Murayama about everything that I'm dealing with. Izuku mumbled. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 stayed quiet as he let the boy mutter to himself about his plans for the future. Although, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 was worried about what the two women in Izuku's room were talking about concerning his partner in crime, so to say, in terms of their predicament. Equals 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 equals. So you plan on turning my boyfriend into your servant? Melissa questioned. That was the plan, we just never AC accounted for the fallen angels to attack him outright. Rias said as she sighed. Well, I can guess that this throws a wrench in your plans for protecting Kuo Town, huh? Melissa quipped. Please don't remind me about that, I still have to write a report to my mother about what happened last night since she was concerned. Rias said, rubbing her head. I'm fine with you turning him into a devil, but I want in on this whole devil business. Melissa stated. Wait. You actually want to become a devil. You should know that if you are killed by anything that has to do with holy magic or anyone who is powerful enough to do that can mean that you are technically killed forever. Rias said with a warning. I'm sure. If Izuku is going to become your servant, I want to be there with him in terms of his servitude. It's not like I'm getting much action here whilst doing nothing but creating devices for him to use on his patrols around the town. Melissa said, as Rias stared at her in shock. You're the one supplying him with those hero-grade support items? Rias asked. Yeah, he's not a very picky kind of guy, you know. Melissa said, smirking. The two continued talking until Izuku entered the room and looked at Melissa for a second as he gave her an embrace on the cheek and grabbed Rias and left the room. Rias was so befuddled by Izuku's assertion that when they were closing in on the school grounds, she was brought out of her musings when Izuku talked to her with a serious tone in his voice. "I'm sure that Melissa talked to you about becoming a devil under your servitude?" Izuku asked. "Yes, she did. What about it?" she asked, curious. "I plan on joining your peerage if you would allow it. I need some backup in the event that I am overwhelmed like that again. I only attacked the fallen angels in self-defense, and they send an army after me," Izuku said, before muttering the last part of his sentence. "Well, I'm glad to be getting 2 more people as part of my peerage. What are you hoping for this whole servitude then?" Rias asked, smiling at him. "Well, all I'm asking is that you don't get too clingy with me. I know how devils are in terms of their and stuff based on your lore or anything," Izuku said, as Rias nodded. "I can certainly try with that, but I will say that I will do my best to stay out of yours and Melissa's way with your relationship," Rias acquiesced. "Look, I'm not saying that I'm not interested in you, but I'm more concerned with how Melissa is going to handle this kind of thing. So no SXL things unless Melissa explicitly states that she wants you in on it," Izuku said, pointing a finger at her. "You know, you look adorable with how short you are compared to me and pointing your finger in my direction," Rias said, leaning slightly to get her face to his height. "Did you just size shame me?" Izuku grumbled. "No, but I am stating that you look more adorable trying to make yourself look intimidating," Rias said, giggling behind her hand. "So will I need to pay attention to something at the end of my day today?" Izuku asked. "Yes, I will be sending Kiba to come collect you after classes end for today. Please don't attack him on sight," Rias asked, as Izuku nodded. "I'll try, but I can't help but challenge others sometimes. Draconic BLD and all," Izuku said, leaving Rias to her own devices. "Wait, Draconic BLD?" she called out. Equals 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 equals. The whole school day was fine for Izuku, all things considered. He was just morbidly confused as to why Kiba had arrived looking as though he had been by multiple girls and had barely arrived with his life intact. Walking over to the young man as he breathed heavily whilst coughing slightly to fix his current look, he felt tapping on his shoulder and faced Izuku with a smile on his face as Izuku smirked at him. "So, how was it making your way to this floor?" Izuku asked happily. "It was a nightmare, but nothing I haven't done before. Bucho has asked for you to meet her in the ORC. She made sure to inform Kates and Murayama about your meeting with us," Kiba said, as Izuku nodded. "I'd like to stay in the kendo club since I'm needed to teach the males how to fight with a kendo blade," Izuku said, as Kiba nodded. "I see you're a fellow sword wielder as well. It's nice to see more of sword-wielding people on these streets. I feel as though I'm the only one in the peerage who focuses on blades most of the time," Kiba replied. "I know, but fighting with only one arm is harder to do than with 2, Izuku said, as Kiba froze in his spot. "One arm?" he asked as Izuku revealed his missing limb. "Yeah, got it blown off about a year and a half ago. Came here to get away from all the hero politics and stuff. I just can't stand to be a hero there when everything had caused me nothing but pain and misery," Izuku said, as Kiba stared at him in awe. "Most people would just let it slide and just become a hero to prevent stuff like that," Kiba said softly. "I know for a fact that it will keep happening, no matter what happens. Another hero will be named the symbol of peace and make everything repeat again. I'm not looking forwards to that again. I don't want to have another me go through what I went through as a quirkless individual," Izuku said, shuddering. "I feel you," Kiba said, as they arrived outside of the ORC building. The two entered the building and walked through the halls as Izuku was shown a room that had a lot of seals on it. Kiba had stated that the person inside was another piece of Rias' peerage, who was just too powerful for her to control at the moment, so they stay in the room to allow Rias the time to gain enough power on her own to control them. As the two continued walking through the building, Izuku started to feel familiar energies on the higher floors of the building coalescing in one room on the top floor of the building as a whole. Arriving at the door, Izuku looked at Qiba as the young man opened the door with a closed-eyed smile on his face as Izuku saw the interior of the room. It was every bit as much about the supernatural as he thought it'd look. Candles around the room were lit up as they produced a wax-filled smell that gave the place a homey feel to it as he entered the room, and he saw that the walls were lined with dark colors as well as pictures depicting the previous supernatural entities that the club had made essays about in the past. But there was a few people in the room that gave him pause to what was about to happen right now. Melissa was animatedly smacking Kaneko in the head for apparently calling him a pervert the previous night, and she had been the pervert the entire time. It was so comical that Kaneko was feeling Melissa scratch behind her ears, causing her to tremble slightly before cat-like features appeared on the small girl as she started to purr in joy. Kaneko was a short girl with short bob-cut-haired white hair and had ears that were the same color as said hair and pink insides. Her overall height only measured up to around his chin as she looked around the room for those who were willing to save her from the woman's affection, before feeling her body being pulled into the loving embrace of Melissa's very large melons. She looked at Izuku as though he was going to save her from the very voluptuous woman that was his girlfriend as he smirked at her evilly and left her to her sweet demise within the very large 𝗧𝗍 of his girlfriend. Walking out of a nearby bathroom, a black-haired young woman wearing the female uniform looking over some small papers. Looking in his direction, she smirked at him with a closed-eye smile as she her lips somewhat, before going back to her work as Izuku sat down on the couch in front of himself. Stretching himself around the couch slightly, he watched as Melissa stopped with Kaneko's punishment as the small girl hissed at her and ran to hide, ironically, behind Izuku as though he were a barrier between the two of them. He quietly chuckled at the smaller girl's behavior as the young man heard the shower end in the other room as he waited for Rias to show herself now that the time was nearing dusk. Once Rias was out of the bathroom, she gave him a smile as she sat down and got right down to business as she finished some paperwork for her club before looking in his and Melissa's direction. "Are you both absolutely sure that you want to become devils? Because there's no turning back from this?" Rias asked, concerned. "Nope." Izuku and Melissa said, with a smile. "Alright, so I personally think that Melissa should be a pawn. And Midoriya, your skills require you to be a rook so that you can tank more damage from your potential opponents," Rias said, as Izuku nodded. "If that is what is required of me to do, then I'm willing to let it happen," Izuku said, as Rias nodded. The two moved to the middle of the room as they prepared for the ritual, and surprisingly it was a rousing success. Izuku within 15 minutes had become a rook of Rias Gremory as he fluttered his draconic wings behind himself that had gained a darker tint to them. And moments later, Melissa was made a pawn of one as she was pouting slightly at that but quickly forgot about that as she sat next to Izuku holding onto his arm with a smile on her face. The two were told about what they should prepare for when they gain rank within the Devil Society within the underworld, and the only way to do that is either through raiding games, something which that Rias showed a great distaste for some reason, or defeating very powerful opponents who could give stronger allies a problem. But once the talk about the whole servitude towards the Gremory family was over, the two were allowed to leave the room. But Izuku had one last thing to tell Kaneko before he left. Or rather, he wanted to test her full strength against his now increased rook strength that he'd gotten from Rias. "Hey Kaneko-chan, think you can provide me with some training right now? Just a friendly little spar?" Izuku asked, as Kaneko just stared at him. "Sure thing. Might as well knock the pervert out of you," she said as she stood up. "If you're referring to what I said last night about my girlfriend, you should know that I was supposed to copulate with her last night. Before that army had come to fight me. It was our 3-month anniversary," Izuku said as he stopped in his tracks and looked back at her. Kaneko just stared at him with a confused expression as he thought about taking back his wording before her face erupted in a small blush as she growled at him as a cat would and walked out the door into the backyard. Once there, Izuku stretched his body as Kaneko took note that he never used his left arm. Something that Rias forgot to tell her peerage was that Izuku was literally down an arm when it came to fighting. So when Izuku tore off his shirt as well as undershirt that covered his missing limb, she just stared at the missing body part with shock and confusion as she glanced at it and back into his eyes. Izuku finished stretching by this time as he revealed all the burn marks as well as scars that were all over his torso. She even heard Melissa hiss under her breath when Izuku revealed his scars. "Those your battle scars?" Kaneko asked, without thinking. "Right? I guess you could say that," Izuku said, as his tone was much more solemn. "Sorry about the missing arm, but you should know that I won't go easy because of that," Kaneko said, as Izuku gave a grim nod. "I know. I don't expect others to take it easy on me because of a missing limb I lost a year ago," Izuku said before taking a deep breath. Kaneko had just noticed a small burst of smoke that left his mouth for a brief moment before shaking her head and getting into the game. And as Rias called the match to begin, she watched as for a split second, Izuku had glowed with a small green/teal aura as his sacred gear was summoned to his hand. She immediately ran on all fours as she attacked him with everything she had in one strike, thinking that it'd do a lot of damage. She was grabbed by the fist by a right-clawed hand and flipped into the air and slammed onto the ground with a loud crack from the ground beneath her back as she coughed up spittle. She chanced a glance at Izuku's expression before seeing his slitted eyes as his horns and eyes became more prominent. He then gave her an insidious smirk on his face as his grip on her leg before he lifted her from the ground as he continuously slammed her onto the ground as many times as he could before she tried to attack him with her left leg, which he dodged. "Rooks aren't supposed to be fast, how are you so quick?" Kaneko muttered in shock. "Well, I guess you can attribute it to my training with my quirk. Something I got from All Might himself. I feel safe enough to tell the peerage this, but currently with the combined strength of my rook powers, I am only currently using about 15% of One for All," Izuku said with a smirk on his face. "What about the draconic strength that comes with your quirk as well?" Rias asked, curious. "Those showed up before the quirk was given to me, but if I had to use my draconic strength and give it a percentage power compared to my quirk's power output, I'd say that it was as strong as at least 25% of One for All," Izuku said, as everyone just stared at him concerned. "So you're telling us that this quirk, a power gifted to humans by God himself, can become so powerful that it can overcome the power of a supernatural creature?" Akino asked, slightly concerned for both her racial heritage as well as the devils as a whole. "Pretty much, although I believe they might be reaching singularity soon. One for All reached that as soon as I received it, since I was able to barely control it, and within the time I took to control around 45% of it, I was able to talk to the vestiges without any issues," Izuku said, as everyone just stood in shock. "This is turning my head upside down. I need to rest," Rias said, entering the ORC building to get a cup of tea. And before anyone else could do anything, Izuku slammed a fist into Kaneko's gut so strong that she passed out from the pain of it all. But not before hearing Izuku mumble something in her ear, only for her to hear him tell her, "I know that you're hiding your true nature. Don't hide it, embrace it. Because by the time you do later on, it will already be too late," Izuku muttered as Kaneko fell to the ground unconscious. Izuku and Melissa walked all the way back to their home. After Izuku's little beatdown of Kaneko, the young dragon was actually in a mood to get his reward from the other night with Melissa. And Melissa didn't say no to it on their way home, as she constantly him on the cheek on their walk. By the time they arrived at the house, Izuku had closed the door with a slight slam of it. The two continued their makeout session up the stairs into Izuku's bedroom as they pushed through his door and closed it behind them as the two began to tear their clothing off of one another. Izuku pushed Melissa on the bed as he slowly climbed over it and loomed over the young woman as she stared at him with a blush on her face. Izuku's own face was covered in a massive blush as he looked down at her naked form as he slowly crawled up the bed, landing small on her legs, moving up from her thighs to her waist, to her and before finally her neck and her own lips. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders as she pulled him into a hug, her displaying her affection for him as he continued to reciprocate the love she showed him for these last few months they've been together. Izuku pushed her into the bed as he pulled his hands away from the sides of her head as he slowly moved them down her body, following every contour of her form, every curve, before landing on her Her deep breaths caused her 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗔𝗂𝗧 to rise and fall as he softly placed his palms on her melons, allowing a new 𝗵𝗵𝗃 of pleasure to come out of her mouth before it was silenced by Izuku connecting their lips together. He began to squeeze and knead them as he slowly built up a rhythm as he softly rubbed his groin over her own snatch. Their breathing became more before Izuku pulled away from her as he lowered his head towards her snatch, and his lips causing Melissa to slowly increase her breathing before he blew some air on her folds. She let out a shuddering breath before he immediately stuck his tongue inside her pink folds as she let out a loud as he placed his hand on the outside of her thigh as he started to both 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗍 and lick the inside of her pages. Izuku more. Give me out more. Melissa called out, as she breathed heavily and wriggled in his grip as he pulled away from her pee-pee that was dripping with her juices. I will do more than just that, Melissa-chan. I'm going to make sure that you know who you belong to. Izuku said, a small groaning growl coming from his mouth before he continued as he pulled his face away from her snatch as he used one hand to finger her with 3 of his own fingers as they pushed in and out of her precious folds. He went slow at first, causing Melissa to glare at him with a displeased grunt telling him to go faster, and as he increased his speed, Melissa had curled around him as he placed his mouth over her 𝗬𝗲𝗧𝗪. He bit onto her 𝗧𝗏𝗃 as he slowly swished his tongue around the 𝗏𝗃 as he began to 𝗧𝗏𝗃 on it whilst placing his teeth on it nub in order to produce as much pleasure as possible. By the time Melissa was about to 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, she stared into Izuku's eyes with a very pleasure-filled expression that had a solemn look from her eyes as she spoke to him. You better try and breed me after this, she said, before she loudly as Izuku's hand became covered in her slick. I'll do my best in order to do that, but I'd rather stick to being a boyfriend and not a father this early in my life. Izuku said, chuckling. Who's stopping you from becoming a father? She asked as Izuku growled at her. Are you trying to impose a breeding 𝗂𝗏𝗃 onto me? He asked as his groin had flared up at her question. Maybe breathe, maybe I am? She asked. If you really want to be a mother at this point in your life, who am I to judge? Izuku grumbled as he crawled up her body and placed his phallus in front of her face. What are you asking me breathe to do? She asked, looking at the phallus with growing arousal. 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗧𝗏𝗃, you can't be the only one to be pleasured by their partner. Izuku said, as he poked and prodded her mouth. I'll breathe make you regret breathe those words? She said, opening her mouth as Izuku moved his groin into it. She started him off by hilting the boy deep within her throat as she heard him groan in pleasure. She began to move back and forth as she swirled her tongue around his phallus in a bid to get him to 𝗧𝗪𝗃𝗧 earlier than he wanted to, as strong as she could. She slightly to add some kind of vibrations, knowing full well that the boy would really like the action. And she was right as she found him beginning to move into her throat faster than before as he grunted in what appeared to be pain as he began to go faster than even that. I'm gonna come. Izuku growled as Melissa placed her hands on his growing ball and fondled them. When she did that, she could feel them churning before she felt his phallus increase in both size and width before a warm, burning sensation was moving down her throat causing her to even more to pull out as much come out of him as possible. She heard his 𝗵𝗵𝗃-filled grunts as he hilted inside her mouth before she started to 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗧𝗍 again, taking all of what he had to offer down her throat and into her stomach as he pulled away. Once he was laying down next to her, Melissa sloshed the cum that was still in her mouth as she began to actually chew it from how thick it was compared to how it usually is. She looked at him as he was staring at her before she swallowed it all, and she made sure to watch his phallus as it hardened again from watching her swallow his 𝗧𝗪𝗃𝗧𝗏. I'm just gonna say to that was hot, Izuku said, as his face was blushing from pleasure as well as exhaustion. *gulp. Well, you still need to do something for me, she said as she rolled onto her belly and climbed on top of him. Yeah, I know, Izuku said, before pulling her up on him as she eeped in surprise. Once he got her a little bit above him, he attached himself onto her 𝗬𝗲𝗧𝗪𝗃𝗧𝗏 and aimed his phallus for her twitching snatch and pierced through her folds in one strike, causing Melissa to let out a scream of both pain and pleasure. As Izuku was hilted inside of her, Melissa could feel the phallus inside her waist as she moved a hand down to where she felt it located just above her pee-pee. She could even feel herself and Izuku twitching with one another in sync. Placing it over a small bulge that was showing on her body, she felt it slightly before hearing Izuku groan in pleasure before taking in his expression. It was soft but with some slight tension since he was inside of her, and as she rose slightly from his lap, she let out a small groan of pain as Izuku grabbed her hip. "Hey, why you don't need to do the moving? If you don't want to," Izuku said, looking into her blue eyes. "Okay, it hurts too much to bounce on you literally," Melissa said, as she slowly tilted her body as Izuku was flipped onto her. What the two didn't expect to happen with that move was Izuku immediately being smacked right into her cup melons as he forced himself to stay deep within her folds. But thanking her melons slightly under his breath, Izuku began to pull out and push back in as he placed his mouth on her 𝗬𝗲𝗧𝗔𝗍 and from it as he attempted to get some milk that wouldn't come out. His speed was slow at first, but once Melissa had managed to get used to the pain and it was replaced with pleasure, the young man was increasing his speed as he moved faster and faster as he felt his 𝗬𝗪𝗼𝐻 incoming strong. Melissa felt the same as she pulled the boy into her 𝗧𝗧 as she moved her fingers through his hair in an attempt to hold on to something in this moment of intimacy. "Melissa, I feel close," Izuku said, as he pumped into her over and over at a rapid pace. "I inside. It's safe," Melissa said, as Izuku continued to embrace and suckle on her melons. Izuku and Melissa continued their lovemaking before Izuku felt himself inflating at the base of his throbbing pages. Feeling off about that, he shook his head as he hilted himself as deep as he could go inside of Melissa's PP as she squeezed him as much as she could, and she then felt the inflated PP deep within her. Her eyes went wide with pleasure as well as shock as she saw Izuku's shocked expression as well as he pumped one last time as the tip of his PP penetrated her cervix as she let out a massive as a warm sensation entered her womb. As Izuku's extremely fertile semen entered her womb, it sloshed around for a moment before filling the entrapped area completely and inflating it slightly. It wasn't shown on Melissa's body until a few moments later as Melissa felt more and more of the young dragon's virile semen enter her body as she felt drool falling from the side of her mouth. Izuku then lowered his face onto hers as he connected their lips one last time for a passionate embrace as he used his draconic tail to lift the blanket over the two of them. "Tia was breathe good," she slightly as she looked into Izuku's slitted emerald orbs he called eyes. "That felt good as W." Izuku mumbled as he dropped his face onto her 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍 pillows. You really like my melons, don't you?" she asked, softly moving her fingers through his hair. "Would it make you feel better if I said, I was easier but right now?" Izuku asked, looking into Melissa's eyes as she giggled. "Yes it does. Now come on, you should pull out," she said, as Izuku's face became a blushing mess as he tried. As the young man tried to pull out, he felt massive pain as he stayed still on top of her. Melissa was about to ask him what was wrong before he tried again as she let out a groan of pain as well before she found him sighing in resignation. "Melissa, I can't pull out?" Izuku said as Melissa just stared at him before shaking her head. "Well, might as well just hug one another," she said, pulling the boy into her 𝗧𝗧 and cuddling extremely close to him. After a few hours of remaining in a hug, Izuku finally felt himself become limp as he pulled out of Melissa. He looked out the window of his bedroom as he saw the sun slowly rising in the distance, and turning back to Melissa, he found her sleeping in complete peace as she had her hair splayed out behind her head. He smiled down at her as he placed a small chaste embrace on her forehead as he got out of the bed and changed into some clothes before heading downstairs and into the kitchen to make some breakfast. It was a Sunday, so school was out for the day as Izuku thought about exploring Kuo as a civilian and not a devil dragon/human hybrid as well as vigilante protecting the town from supernatural and normal threats. Leaving the house, he was walking down the road with a serene expression on his face as he took in the cool morning air as he did his morning run around the whole town as a whole. He was currently doing his normal workout routine in the park at around noon when he stood up in order to take a break from his normal workouts, and that was when he noticed something coming from behind himself. It was a blonde nun who had green eyes. Her nun uniform was that from the church in Italy. How Izuku knew this information: he was a very desperate young man when searching for ways to become a hero. He basically stumbled upon it one day as he searched for any Italian heroes to write about when he was younger and came across their church instead. Anyway, Izuku watched as the girl was walking by before she clumsily fell over, knocking her clothing and bagged items out, and had them splayed all over the ground. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 her if he was in the right mind and not in his draconic extremely horny side of his brain at the moment, mainly because as the girl face planted on the ground, her rear was sticking up in the air comedically. And he could see exactly what kind of underwear she was wearing underneath the nun uniform, and as he shook his head, he immediately got to work as he gathered her items and clothes, before placing them in her bag and fixing her clothing attire. Once she was back to sitting upright, and looking very confused, Izuku looked into her eyes as she stared into his very own emerald green. The two sat there before Izuku felt something thumping in his 𝗧𝗍, and with a greatly confused expression, he helped the girl up from the ground as they stared into the other's eyes for just a moment. "Yeah?" the girl asked, looking at him. "Sorry for not saving you from your fall a moment ago. I was distracted with something," Izuku said as the girl nodded. "Oh, finally someone who can speak Italian," the girl said with a sigh. Of relief. "Italian? Wait, sorry for if I'm being rude in my questioning, but who are you?" Izuku asked, as the girl gained a happy expression on her face. "My name is Argento Asia. Nice to meet you," the girl said with a closed-eye smile. "Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you Argento-san," Izuku said as Asia nodded. "Thank you for your help. I was really trying to find the town's church. I was called here for a mission from the church itself," Asia said, as Izuku stared at her in worry. Argento-san, that church hasn't been working from what I remember being here for about 1.5 years for over 10 years. It's completely abandoned," Izuku said, as Asia looked like someone had just given her the news that the Pope himself had just died. The two sat there in silence as Asia thought about what she was going to do now. If the church of this town was not in service, then she had nowhere to go in a country that was very new to her, not to mention the fact that she was essentially all alone in this place. Shaking her head at this notion, she looked at Izuku and asked him a new question. "Do you know a place where I can live for now? I used all the money I had in order to come here, and now I have nothing to live off of," Asia asked, looking worried. "Well, my place has too many rooms for myself and my girlfriend to use," Izuku said, for some reason not feeling all that worried. "Really? I wouldn't be a burden to you or your girlfriend, would I?" Asia asked. "No, if anything you'd be giving Melissa someone to talk to whilst you're here. Let me show you where I live," Izuku said, taking the young woman's hand into his own and walking down the road. "Thank you for this, Midoriya-san," Asia said, as Izuku smiled at her. "Don't worry about that, let's just get you to your new home," Izuku said as they walked down the road. Unaware of the young girl's expression, he never saw her looking at the empty sleeve that accompanied his left arm's supposed place. Equals 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 equals. The two arrived at Izuku's mansion of a home as Asia just stared at it in awe. She looked at Izuku as he nodded, and the two entered the courtyard as they made their way to the front door of the mansion as a whole. Opening the door, Izuku heard the sounds of cooking in the kitchen and believed that Melissa was already in the mood for cooking there and led the young woman over there so that he could get something in her. Melissa, who was cooking some American-styled breakfast, had heard Izuku enter through the front door with an extra pair of steps coming with him and decided to make some more food. She turned around with the extra food and was surprised to see another blonde girl with him as she gave him a deadpanned expression on her face. "So am I supposed to worry about you bringing in more blondes into this home?" Melissa asked with a coy smirk on her face. I will say this, I just ran into her during my training regimen. She has nowhere to go in Kuo, so I decided to give her one of the extra rooms we have in the mansion," Izuku said, as Melissa could only sigh in complete exasperation. "You know, only you would think of placing a girl in your home was the nice thing to do and not something creepy, Izuku," Melissa said, as Izuku tilted his head at her confusingly. What are you talking about? I'm only helping her get on her feet. Izuku said as 𝗧𝗏 nodded happily. He helped me around the city as well. He showed me many places where I can get food so long as I'm able to pay for it, not to mention he got me a stuffed animal from an arcade. 𝗧𝗏 said, as she showed a small yellow bunny rabbit in her arms. Wow, you're even giving her gifts. Should I be worried about my status as your girlfriend? Melissa chuckled as Izuku turned bright red. No. I wouldn't ever think about replacing your Melissa. Izuku said, fretting over the woman. 𝗧𝗏 watched the two's interaction with one another with a smile on her face. But that smile soon was removed as she remembered what happened to her and her own family life back in the Church of Italy, before she was exiled from the church as a whole. She shook her head at that memory before focusing on getting something to eat, since she hadn't eaten since leaving Italy at the last part of the day there. So as she ate in silence, she could only hear the hilarity of Izuku trying to get Melissa to know that he'd never cheat on her. It was only a few hours later that Izuku was called away and Melissa was left to care for 𝗧𝗏 that the two women of the household were allowed some time to talk to one another for the first time of the day. 𝗧𝗏 had looked at Melissa as the young woman in her own right had just let out a sigh of exasperation before looking to 𝗧𝗏 as she spoke towards her new roommate. Okay, here are some ground rules, 𝗧𝗏. Rule number 1: make sure to stay away from mine and Izuku's room. That is where we sleep. Your room will be on the other side of the hall just across from ours. Rule number 2: if you feel any kind of romantic feelings towards Izuku, show them immediately. He won't know if you want him or not unless you literally throw yourself at him. Melissa said, as 𝗧𝗏 had literally brought out a notebook to write them down. Rule number 3: do whatever you want so long as it doesn't damage the building. Melissa said, as 𝗧𝗏 paused in her writing. Does that mean I can pray? She asked as Melissa had stared at her. Make sure that you don't direct your praying to the big man upstairs, not affiliate me and Izuku and the other devils of this town. We are essentially weak to that man's name. Melissa informed as 𝗧𝗏 nodded. Is there anything else I should know about? 𝗧𝗏 asked. Not really. Don't, and I mean really, don't ask Izuku about his arm. He really hates it when people look at his missing limb. I've tried to get him to have a bionic arm or have me make a prosthetic arm for him, but he's very adamant of fighting opponents he comes across without his left arm. Something about making them feel worse about losing a fight to a one-armed young man who appears to be only 16 years of age. Melissa said, as 𝗧𝗏 gained a very concerned expression. What if he comes across someone who is stronger than him? She asked, as Melissa took in her expression. I don't know. All I know is that Izuku would rather make his opponents lower their guard when they come across him. He doesn't tell me the full reason, but I personally believe that if you get beaten up by a crippled young man with one arm who's really at fault. Melissa said as 𝗧𝗏 just nodded. The two would remain completely silent until Izuku walked through the front doors of the mansion with a small smile on his face a few hours later. He walked over to Melissa and gave her a chaste embrace on the lips before heading upstairs to take a shower before heading to bed for the night, leaving 𝗧𝗏 to think about what she wants to do with her life now that she was given a new choice. Although she would really like to find out why the church wasn't operated on in the last decade and a half, she believes that whatever it was really no good for her health. Looking back upstairs, she watched as Melissa entered the bathroom with Izuku and heard the two talking for a moment as the shower overshadowed their conversation. 𝗧𝗏 pulled up her phone as she called someone. She was informed about coming to town within order to get some answers, because she was full of questions. The phone answered on the first ring. That she had called them with. Who's this? The voice on the other side of the line asked. It's me, 𝗧𝗏. Can you tell me why the church hasn't been worked on or at for the last decade? 𝗧𝗏 asked. You weren't supposed to find out what we do. But whatever, not like I give a SHT. I'm an exiled priest named Redacted and you are supposed to work for me. Fallen Angel's orders. The voice on the other side of the phone said, manically. I don't think I'd like to work for you guys. So if you would mind, please forget this phone number. 𝗧𝗏 said, ending the call immediately. Dang nabbit. She muttered under her breath as she felt like she'd made a horrible mistake. On the other side of Kuo, inside the broken-down church, a young man with silver white hair and manic eyes glared at his phone in very clear disappointment. He growled to himself before opening the podium of the church and heading down the steps as he came across very familiar faces who had met Izuku in the past, one of them being shown to have a very disturbed expression on their face. The fallen angels in the room had taken notice of the man's expression as well as presence immediately before looking at him and questioning him. "Did you get any information about the nun that was supposed to be here redacted?" The first one covered in shadows asked, although their voice was familiar. "Not exactly, all I know is that she decided to not work with us. I so want to kill her right now, but you all need her sacred gear to even stand a chance against the Red Dragon Emperor whoever that Deku is." The man growled as he shot a random priest in the face in his fury. "Don't worry, we can just sense for his aura in the town. He won't be easy to find, but we do know one thing about the vigilante named Deku." Another fallen angel said, as they revealed their face in the dimly lit dungeon. "It was Rainer." "What do we know?" the priest asked, angrily. "The vigilante Deku has a singular arm that is missing from his body. So either he fights one-handed or he's a mere cripple." Rainer said as the priest started to cackle. "You all got your handed to you by a cripple. That's hilarious." The priest manically laughed. "Shut up. He took us all on with a power that wasn't a sacred gear, but a quirk. It was far stronger than anything that we'd come across in our lives." Rainer growled at the priest. "All right, what should I look out for when he fights me inevitably?" the priest asked. "I will say this, the moment that green electricity starts to flow around him. Get the hell out of there," Rainer said as she glared at the wall remembering the speed of the Red Dragon Emperor. Izuku left the house as he thought about what kind of day he'd be having today. Melissa wasn't going to Kuo as she would rather stay inside the house and free to do whatever she wanted when it came to her devices as well as machines. Both of them had spent the first day of her arrival to the massive mansion transforming the gigantic garage into her own personal workshop that Izuku had smiled when she happily moved about the massive space with a smile on her face. Shaking his head from the memory, Izuku looked at the school incoming as he pulled his phone out of his pocket as he checked any news relating to the heroes within Mizutofu and the rest of Japan as a whole. The first few news outlets talked about how the heroes were still working HRD on fixing everything that happened since the whole battle against the villains. And the fact that the villains were defeated early on in the Paranormal Liberation Front was surprising to Izuku, but as he looked further down on the news outlets he watched as many different relationships were discussed about the students of UA Academy. The most common one was Bakugo Katsuki and a brown-haired rising star within the hero course 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 as it was shown multiple times that the two argued all the time on the road whenever they were clearing debris and other things. Izuku had to admit that it was funny to see his bully/abuser being argued with by a girl with as much fire as this 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 girl. But he felt as though that there was something underneath as he looked at the video that had been shown on the news outlet. Apparently, the girl had been glaring at Katsuki for a major portion of the day and pouting a lot, showing that she had shown some feelings towards him, and he'd shown no interest in her. It apparently got so bad that she literally got into a contest with the young man enough that Izuku was impressed with the amount of curse words coming out of her mouth that he completely blushed crimson from it. That's canon for you. He'll make sure that he gets the last laugh, no matter the situation, Izuku said, with a sigh and closing his phone. He looked up from where he sat as he saw the teachers slowly entering the classroom with a bunch of papers. Most likely some class assignments that were to be completed, or they were giving out the class assignments from the last time they had the class finish one before the next week. Not that Izuku cared too much for it, he was more preparing his mind for whatever his patrol this evening would provide for him. He had no qualms with increasing his power as a devil through contracts with humans. He'd rather get his power through battles and showing his feats of strength within the world of the supernatural. But that is a problem for future Izuku, as the young man pulled up his notes as the teacher began the lesson for him to listen to. Nearing the end of the day, Izuku found himself in the ORC as he was preparing for his patrol. He found that the members of the ORC already knew that he was a vigilante and just allowed him to shower inside the place and head out on his patrols around the town. When asked why he patrols the area, he only left them with a few words as he'd told them that he'd prefer to keep the town safe from any and all villains believing that they can attack such an out-of-view place. And as he left the room, Rias had called out to him asking if he could check out a place that Kaneko was supposed to head to for a contract. When asked for a location, Rias handed him a piece of paper with the address of the place, and Izuku questioned her if it was a regular for Kaneko, who replied with an affirmative. Leaving the place, Izuku had done his patrols around the town in silence. It was a quiet night for him as he glared down at the streets from the highest peak in the town as he stood on top of a skyscraper that was in the middle of the place. Looking at the time, he felt now would be the perfect time to check out the place that Rias had tasked him to head to early on before his patrol, and as he walked down the street to where the address was supposedly located, he found the door slightly ajar. He felt danger sense ping in the back of his head as he felt the presence of something or someone with malicious intent inside the home. Walking through the house, Izuku kept his feet light on the ground before he paused when his foot stepped on something slightly slippery on the carpet. Freezing in place, he sniffed the air and allowing his draconic BLD in his body to take over as he tried to see if there was any odd smell about the home. Everything was smelling wrong about the place. Just from entering the place, he smelt the BLD on the ground. The metallic scent it created caused him to immediately put up his guard as he entered another door that was slightly ajar that led into the living room that connected to the kitchen. Entering the room, he looked about the place trying to find anything that is out of place, and he sure did when he saw the wall in front of the room as he saw the body on the wall. They were crucified inside their own home, at least the human that lived here. Izuku felt himself about to vomit as he stared at the writing on the wall that was clearly written in the man's BLD by the complete sick 𝗵𝗃𝗃 who had killed the person here. Izuku glanced at the wall again trying to read what it said, before he felt sick to his stomach. Punish be the wicked. Punish the wicked, words to live by. An unknown man said as he sat on the couch nearby. So are you the one that's supposedly the killer of an innocent man? Izuku questioned as he glared at the man. Yes, wise advice to heed from a holy man, the unknown individual said, as he looked over his shoulder with his tongue hanging out. Are you deranged or something? Izuku questioned, bewildered. 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏. You just walked into the wrong house, my friend. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗟𝗏 at your service. The man introduced himself with a bow before standing up and doing a small dancing jig. And you must be the small devil PP, but that this holy priest is going to exorcise? The man said, his face becoming fully deranged. So I guess deranged part of my question was right. But is there another reason as to why you're here? The man is innocent. Izuku said as Fried scoffed. The 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗟𝗘 colluded with you, devil scum. I'm just here to fix that little issue by nipping it in the bud. Fried said as he pulled out two weapons. The first weapon was a hilt weapon that appeared to have no blade on it, which greatly confused Izuku. And the second weapon he held in his left hand was a literal gun, and from what Izuku knew, if the guy was a priest, that meant he got a hold on some bullets that would probably be his weakness. You're a priest. I kinda thought that you guys would have a little boy hanging at your hip. Izuku quipped as Fried gave a small smirk. I would've, but I apologize, I'm into women. Fried said as his lips. I work for a certain devil purging organization you may have heard of. Fried said as he began to walk over to Izuku. So you're really the one who did this? Is there anyone nearby who may be your ally? Izuku asked, looking around the room. Sorry, Sugar Tips, but it's only me. I certainly hope you give me a good time though, because after I'm done with you there will be lots of holes and coming out of every hole. Fried said, igniting his blade with holy energy. Almost immediately Izuku dodged the attack coming from the blade as he tilted his body to the left before kicking the priest in the 𝗧𝗍, causing him to fall over the couch with a yelp of surprise. He jumped back up however and shot at Izuku, who immediately called upon his sacred gear and blocked the gunfire. He rushed the priest as he kicked them again in the face before sending them out of the wall in the kitchen and outside into the backyard of the two-story home. Walking through the destroyed wall, Izuku cracked his neck as he saw the priest cringing about the pain he was in before he stood up and shook his head. You know, for a devil scum you hit like a train. Do you have a quirk or something? 𝗏𝗏 questioned as he rubbed his back. Yeah, but it's not like I'll even tell you what it is. Izuku said, as he entered a combat stance. You know, I just noticed something. Are you actually a cripple? Because from the information I got about a certain vigilante, they only showed one arm in a fight with some of my friends. 𝗏𝗏 questioned as he pointed his gun at Izuku. Yeah, you're looking at him. Izuku said, as he blitzed 𝗏𝗏 immediately. Pushing forward, he watched 𝗏𝗏's expression move from confusion to complete bewilderment as Izuku appeared right in front of him with his palm on the man's 𝗧𝗓. I mean, if you just wanted to cop a feel, all you had to do was ask. 𝗏𝗏 said as Izuku glared at him. Deep inhale dragon shot. Izuku said, before a red energy appeared on his palm as 𝗏𝗏 looked down in complete shock before he was blasted off into the distance. I'll get you next time, Red Dragon Emperor. 𝗏𝗏 called out as after his voice was gone a loud explosion had gone off in the sky. You know, the last time I showed anyone about my missing limb it was those fallen angels about a couple weeks ago. I wonder how they are. I know that I injured them, but from what it looks like they're back for revenge. Or something else, or probably someone else. But who could that be? Izuku muttered to himself as he left the area. Pulling up his phone, he called Rias as he informed her about the dead body within the house that was Kaneko's contract. From what it seemed like, the man was killed for colluding with devils, and Rias let out a sigh of exasperation at the kind of interaction Izuku had gotten from his first priest from the church. I swear a lot of weird things happen around you, Midoriya-kun. Rias grumbled on the other side of the line. You're telling me? He kept making SXL innuendos. I'm not even a pervert and I even recognized a few of them. Izuku said, as Rias stayed silent. You recognized some of them? She asked with a teasing tone. I heard them from my mentor All Might. He said them sometimes when he talks to some fangirls. Izuku said, on the phone as he found himself in front of his home. Well, I will make sure that the place is cleared of all evidence of their presence in Kuo. It appears as though the fallen angels are planting themselves in my territory. We will be having a meeting with Sona tomorrow in the ORC. I will need both you and Melissa in the room. Rias said, as Izuku gave a grunt of affirmation. Good, see you both tomorrow. Rias said, ending the call. Izuku entered the house as he walked up the stairs and entered the bathroom. Taking off his vigilante garb, he placed them folded on the sink's countertop as he began to enter the shower. Once he was inside of the shower itself, he started to clean up the BLD and many other things that was inside the house from his body, and that was when he heard movement outside of the shower itself. It sounded slightly like Melissa's laugh as well as giggling, but he shook it off until he felt something/someone that definitely wasn't Melissa behind him hugging him from behind. Welcome home. A very cute and adorable voice said, behind him. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, please tell me that you're fully clothed behind me. Izuku said, as he felt his inner dragon calm down slightly, but the horny one began to growl. Not see clothed, no. She said, quietly but loud enough for him to hear. Did you want to take a shower before I got home? Izuku asked. Yes, but Melissa T told me that I could take a shower with you. Something about bonding through showering together. 𝗧𝗏 said, as Izuku sighed. Melissa, please don't put stupid things in 𝗧𝗏's mind. She's from a country outside of Japan, we do not do that here. Izuku called out, only to receive manic laughter outside the bathroom door. Well, since we're already naked in here, we might as well clean up. Izuku said as he sat down on the small platform in the bathtub. So do you need help with your mom massage? 𝗧𝗏 asked. Melissa said that, didn't she? Izuku asked as 𝗧𝗏 gave a hum. I see. Melissa is going to be punished when I leave the bathroom tonight. Izuku said, as 𝗧𝗏 looked at him confusedly. Did she do something wrong? She asked. Yes, putting someone who is my age in here when I am in a relationship with her. It's like she wants to prepare me 𝗧𝗏. Izuku muttered as 𝗧𝗏 blushed. That night Melissa was screaming in the noise-canceling lemon room. The next morning, Izuku had left the house as he made his way to the ORC. Rias had something to tell both him and Melissa as they were both preparing for whatever the woman had in store for them by the time they would arrive at the ORC as a whole. They even brought 𝗧𝗂 with them. Izuku thought that if 𝗧𝗂 was able to become a devil, then the fallen angels would stop their search for her in the event that she was to become a devil, then they'd stop chasing after her. After a few minutes of walking to the old school building, Izuku, Melissa and 𝗧𝗂 entered the main room of the place and found themselves in front of Rias and the rest of her peerage. Rias and the others however saw 𝗧𝗂 and immediately were on guard as they glared at her openly before Izuku stepped in front of her and placated Rias with an expression promising that he'd give her an explanation as to why the young woman was even here. Once the others lowered their guards a bit, but not entirely, Izuku had 𝗧𝗂 sit on the couch next to Melissa as the young woman happily started to braid the blonde's hair as Izuku moved to be in front of Rias. "So is there a reason as to why this girl is with you, Izuku?" "She's with the church." Rias questioned. "𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗧𝗏, she used to be with the church. I found her earlier this week and helped her around the place and she's currently staying at my place. She was told to head to the church on the hill nearby and I knew immediately that something off was going on at the place. So I told her that it hasn't been in use for years, longer than I had been living in Kuo Town long." Izuku said, as Rias let out a sigh of relief. "What do you plan on having her do then? She clearly isn't a part of Heaven's faction anymore." Rias said, as Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head with his only arm. "Well, what else than to have you transform her into a devil? She's already told me last night that she'd be fine with it, so long as she gets some kind of friends out of it." Izuku said, as Rias looked at him before glancing at 𝗧𝗂. "Is what Izuku told me true, 𝗧𝗂?" Rias asked. "It is, Rias-san. Izuku told me about the rundown church on the hill. And from what happened last night on his contract run for her," whilst pointing at Kaneko, "he ran into a priest stating that I was supposed to arrive 2 days ago." 𝗧𝗂 said as Rias nodded. "Well then I'm glad that we got to you first before them. What do you bring to the table?" Rias asked, as 𝗧𝗂 showcased her sacred gear. "My sacred gear is called Twilight's Healing. It allows me to heal almost any kind of injury. I haven't run into an injury that I couldn't heal as of yet. But I won't push my luck on it," 𝗧𝗂 informed as Rias gained a smug smirk. "I can't wait to win that rating game then." Rias muttered under her breath. "You say something, 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗧𝗏?" Izuku asked, looking at the woman. "I'm fine, Izuku. I think a bishop piece would fit her perfectly. The perfect healer as well as support for this peerage," Rias said, pulling out a red bishop piece. Whilst she got started on the ritual to transform 𝗧𝗂 into a devil, Izuku decided to just sit down on the couch as he waited for Rias' ritual to be completed. Once that was done, 𝗧𝗂 was taken to another room since she was shown to be extremely exhausted after something like that happening to her. Once that was done, Rias entered the room once more as she sat at her desk and looked at her ready peerage mates as they sat on the couches and Akino stood at her left. "Well, now that is over, we can get to the real issues we're going to be dealing with. My longtime friend from childhood will be arriving in a few minutes because we have to talk about the new peerage mates we got over the last few weeks. Izuku and Melissa, you are the newest that we'd found out about and willingly became peerage mates the earliest," Rias said, as Izuku and Melissa nodded their heads. Knock. Knock. You can come in, Rias called out. Entering the room through the door, a young woman with a short frame as well as wearing glasses with violet-colored eyes walked the student council president. On her right was a woman who was slightly taller than her with longer black hair and heterochromatic eyes and a very well-endowed 𝗧𝗏. The rest of the people came in flanked by a boy with tan-colored hair as he looked at Melissa with heart eyes, causing Izuku to growl inaudibly. Once they entered the room, the student council president had walked forwards before speaking to Rias. "Well, Rias, it appears as though you gained some new pieces. And from what you can see, I got myself a new piece as well," the woman said as she smiled. "You can say that again, Sona. It's been a while since we last talked," Rias said, amicably. Equals 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 Izuku stayed on the couch as the women of both peerages had begun to talk to one another. Izuku, however, was keeping an eye on the tan-hair-colored boy as he kept ogling Melissa from afar, and before long it didn't take him a while to walk up to her and converse with the young woman. With his enhanced hearing, he overheard what the two were talking about, and Izuku felt something he'd never felt in a very long time. Anger. "Hey, so you seeing anyone? 'Cause I'd like to take you out sometime," the boy said as he tried to flirt with Melissa, who had merely glanced at Izuku with her eyes, which went unnoticed by the boy in front of her as she saw Izuku's expression showing that the boy was on his last life. "Sorry to say, but I'm taken. But you can ask someone else in your own peerage," Melissa said as the boy immediately pouted but went back into his flirting mode. "You sure? I don't see your boyfriend around if you're dating someone," he said, before everyone froze at a sound that was very loud and warning of danger. "𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏. What was that, Rias?" Sona questioned, looking around the room. "I don't know, I didn't know we had a dog nearby," Rias said, equally as confused. "𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏." Both women who were in charge of their peerages looked in the direction that the growling was coming from and saw Izuku openly glaring at the tan-hair-colored boy who was still flirting with Melissa even though she was telling him multiple times that she was dating someone. He was clearly not taking no for an answer and was trying to get it on with her through words, and Rias knew immediately that if the boy valued his life, he would stop ignoring the growling and look around for the noise before Izuku got up and dealt with him soon. "Sona, I think you should tell your pawn to leave my pawn alone," Rias said, as Sona literally pulled out some popcorn. "Nah, this will be his punishment for not reading the room," Sona said as she sat on the desk nearby. "𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏." The growl got worse and even louder as finally the boy heard the noise and looked around the room. "Kaicho, is there a dog in here?" the boy questioned, as both Rias and Sona looked at Izuku with their eyes, causing said boy to look at him. Sitting on the couch, Izuku had his draconic wings and tail out as said tail was swishing like an angry cat as he glared at him. Instead of walking away, the young man walked over to Izuku as he gained smug expression on his face as he held out his hand to Izuku as he zeroed in on the boys. Missing arm. "Hey, the name's 𝗫𝗫𝗃, nice to meet you. I would shake your hand but you appear to have lost yours," he said, as he began to chuckle at his own dark joke. "Do you think losing a limb is funny?" Izuku questioned, his tone low and very angered. "Can't you take a joke?" he asked, a little intimidated by the tone. "I can take a joke, but what I can't take is some pissant trying to hit on my mate. Not only that, but this little pissant seems to think that he's hot SHT enough to make a joke about a missing limb from someone who is very clearly stronger than himself. So believe me when I say that if you don't leave Melissa alone, I will make sure that they're never capable of finding your body if you continue your stupidity." Izuku growled as he stood up. With the two being the same height, Izuku's horns on the top of his head that Melissa just now noticed were about 3 inches tall, were glaring at one another. Saji didn't back down from Izuku's warning as the boy smirked at him and opened his mouth before Izuku interrupted what was sure to be an insulting comment. "Before you make another comment, if you say something that is very insulting, I will make sure that you leave this room in nothing but pain." Izuku growled as the boy smirked even more. "There's no way that a cripple like you is with a woman of her standing," he said, smirking at him. Sona couldn't tell what caused her pawn to believe he could take on a rook with his current power. But the young man had glared into Izuku's eyes as the emerald orbs in the boy's eyes would widen slightly before he took a deep breath as Sona stopped eating her popcorn and raised her guard a bit with Rias. And before anyone could see anything, 𝗧𝗏 was sent flying down the hallway with a bleeding nose as he was heard yelping from smashing through multiple doors and walls before falling from the 3rd story and hitting the ground. Izuku went back to sitting on the couch as he pulled Melissa into a hug as he held her like she was a body pillow. The scene in front of them was so comedic that from their perspective, Izuku was a small chibi half-transformed dragon boy holding onto a slightly taller chibi Melissa who was loving the attention he was giving her. Looking at one another with exasperated expressions, they heard the sound of Saji entering through the door and he really didn't look happy as BLD continued to fall from his nose. The other members of Sona's peerage had begun to fret over the boy as he pushed his way back to look at Izuku who was still hugging Melissa to his form. "Hey, why the F did you punch me through multiple walls?" 𝗧𝗏 yelled at Izuku, who glanced at him. You mocked me for being a cripple. And I don't take too kindly to being called a cripple unless I say it as a joke. Izuku said, hugging Melissa even more. Grr. How come you are monopolizing all the girls here? 𝗧𝗏 yelled as Izuku looked at him confusedly. What are you talking about? I'm only dating Melissa. Izuku said as 𝗧𝗏 looked him in the eye. Wait, so that means everyone in the ORC who are women aside from her is free? He asked, completely calm now. I wouldn't say that, it's their choice as to who they date though. Izuku said, as 𝗧𝗏 completely forgot his reason for being angry at Izuku. Rias and Sona looked at the completely resolved situation as they just shrugged their shoulders at their respective pieces' actions towards one another. They then stood before both peerages and began to inform them about the situation they will be partaking in. So for today we planned on heading to the familiar forest in order to get a familiar for you guys. Rias said as she looked at Izuku and Melissa. That's cool, I'd like one. Melissa said, as Izuku shook his head. I'd rather wait to get mine. Izuku said, as everyone looked at him confusedly. You don't want a familiar right now? Kiba asked. Nope, I'm fine with what I have right now. I could care less about getting a familiar, I will get one in the future. But I don't plan on getting one right now, I got a patrol in a few hours, getting a familiar would just get in the way at the moment. Izuku reasoned as everyone just sighed. What about you, Melissa, are you wanting to get a familiar today? Rias questioned. I'm fine with getting one today, I'm pretty sure Asia-chan would want one as well. Melissa said, as 𝗧𝗏 perked up at the feminine name. There's another girl in the peerage. He asked as Izuku glared at him. Touch her and you will die. Izuku said, growling at the boy. I thought you said any girl in the room was free. He cried, as Izuku shook his head. The girls in this room are free, aside from Melissa. Asia is not free because she's like a little sister to me. You want to date her, you will need to make sure that you impress me enough to go out with her. Izuku growled as he bared his fangs at the boy. Point taken. He said, as Rias and Sona looked at one another. Well, I guess we got to do some events in order to pick out who's going to the familiar forest today then. Sona said, as Rias nodded. Just because one of my peerage members won't be going doesn't mean that I will not be heading there tonight as well. Let's play some tennis, I'm sure that we can get permission from the tennis club. Rias said, leading the group out of the room. You want to come with Izuku? Melissa asked. As tantalizing as that sounds, I really need to begin my patrol tonight. I'm going to be very busy after all. Izuku said as Melissa became suspicious. It wouldn't have to do with that church on the hill, right? She asked, a little suspicious. No, I'm just going to check the area around Kuo and move a little bit more outside of the town's range. See if there's anyone in the forest nearby that could be villainous in nature. Izuku said, as Melissa stared at him, searching for a lie in his words. You better be back before the new Walking Dead series comes out. I want to see Daryl Dixon's descendant take on a massive horde of the undead today. Melissa said, leaving the room. Izuku looked out the window as he stood up and cracked his neck. Putting on his vigilante costume, he was about to leap out the window when Asia came stumbling out of the nearby room as she found him sitting on the windowsill. Staring at Izuku for a moment, he turned his head to look at her as she was staring at him in shock. He placed a finger over his mouthpiece as though to get her to be quiet about this as she nodded and gave a small smile and a thumbs up to him. Jumping out of the window, Izuku headed straight to the place where he knew the feeling of danger was located. Equals 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 equals. Flying around Kuo Town was therapeutic to Izuku as the young man kept the town safe from any undesirables. Any villains who were checking in for the night in order to do their daily drag deals, attempted, and many other things were taken down and turned into the police before the night had even truly started. But there was one place that Izuku was making his way towards. And that was the old church on the hill as he stood on top of a tree on the last branch that pointed upwards into the skies. His wings kept him balanced as he looked down at the front door of the church as he saw that priest again. He didn't care to listen on their conversation as he made sure to wait until the priest was gone from sight. Once he was gone, Izuku softly landed just outside of the church as he entered through the front door. He cracked his neck once more. To get the last of the out of it as he walked over to the podium, moving it out of the way, he walked down the stairs as he made his way to the bottom of them. He heard the sounds of people talking on the other side of the doors at the end of the staircase. And as soon as he got close to them, he slowly but surely opened them a bit so that he could count the amount of people that were inside the place so he could get a head count of how many enemies were inside. And he smirked at the amount of people inside the room as he entered the room whilst masking his presence, a skill he'd learned back when he was quirkless and in middle school. It was something he shouldn't have learned as a kid, but it had saved him so many beatings in the past that he used it again here. He walked through the small crowd of people in the priest clothing as the manic priest he'd met a few days ago. And by the time he'd made it to the fallen angels who were congregating in front of a massive wooden cross, he couldn't help but feel as though something was about it. But he stopped thinking about it as he used some magic in order to break the thing apart at the atomic level, something he'd learned through listening to Aquino talk about how magic can do anything the user to the point of working based on how the mind worked. He made sure that the structure was not as stable and turned it unstable as the fallen angels looked at the device with concern before it toppled to the ground, crushing the shortest of their bunch. The act itself killed the midget out of them all before Izuku revealed his presence in the room. Once his presence was felt by all the priests and the fallen angels, they turned their heads to see him leaning on the wall nearby as he messed with the boosted gear. "You know, 𝗧𝗪𝗏, I can't believe I never found out about you way before I had even lost my arm. But you know what, learning how to use you is pretty fun," Izuku said, smirking at his opponents. "Partner, you shouldn't lower your guard at a time like this," 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said, sighing. "I know, 𝗧𝗪𝗏, I'm just playing up theatrics for right now," Izuku said, as the fallen angels immediately attempted to leave the room, only to find the door was locked and they couldn't escape. They turned around to look at Izuku as the young man let out a sigh before giving a smirk in their direction as he chuckled. "You know, I just love the smell of fear," Izuku growled as he lowered his gauntlet to the ground, allowing it to scrape the ground, creating sparks from it on the concrete. The fallen angels and the priests in the area below them shivered in both fear and sorrow as the young dragon had walked to the edge of the platform where the device he'd destroyed lay. He allowed his more draconic traits to shine through as his lips as his form became slightly larger and his body massively mutated with the vigilante garb he was wearing on his body, deforming to fit his new form coming in. He stood just around 8 meters tall now as his body was around 10 meters in length as he smiled at them all, his respirator now becoming an armored muzzle over his already dense hide over his mouth. "I have to give it to you all, I hadn't known I could transform into a full dragon. But I won't give up the chance to learn how to use this new body, so fight for your lives. You're gonna need it," Izuku said, his voice much darker and gravely in tone. The fallen and exiled priests could only scream behind the door as they tried and failed to call for help. A week passes after Izuku attacked the church on the hill. He was still coughing up black feathers from his mouth and into the toilet as he felt sick to his stomach ever since that day. He had asked Melissa after returning home that day that he should never attempt to eat fallen angels and chew them in his gigantic mouth ever again. When listening to him, she had rubbed his back over the toilet as she then questioned him about how they tasted to his draconic form's tongue. To which he responded with how they tasted like chicken but with oil-covered feathers. Now though the two were returning back to the ORC as Rias had found a day for the two of them to get their familiars from the familiar forest. Izuku wasn't keen on getting a familiar so soon, but he wouldn't say no if one came up to him asking for him to be their 𝗵𝘃𝗲. From how Rias treated her peerage, Izuku wanted to treat his own familiar in the same way one would their own child/sibling. The two entered the room to find Rias looking at Izuku with scrutiny as the boy sat down next to Melissa as he let out a small cough. "Okay, so we all know the plans?" Rias asked, looking at Izuku. "What are you looking at me for?" Izuku asked, as Rias pulled out her phone. What was shown on the phone itself was a news article talking about very loud screaming coming from the old church on the hill, as well as the roar of something that was primal in nature. But before the clip ended, It showed Izuku in his draconic form flying up into the sky faster than those in the town could see except for a still image of his shadow in the darkness. Looking at Rias and back at Melissa, who just shrugged her shoulders, Izuku sighed as he spoke about what happened that night. Do you have any idea what you could have done? You could have sparked a war between the devils and fallen angels. Rias growled, as she kept smacking Izuku on his head, to which he just took the punishment without even yelping. I do know what I did, 𝗬𝗠𝗍𝗠. I was stopping a group from potentially trying to kill Asia. Izuku said, as Rias stopped as she glared at him. Explain. She growled. For the next few minutes, Izuku talked about the fallen angels' plans for taking Asia's sacred gear for themselves in a bid to take over from the Gremory. Not only that, but Izuku informed Rias about how he'd found out that they were strays since he'd looked into their leadership and found from his mentor 𝗏𝗏 that the fallen wouldn't allow their own to enter a certain territory without even attempting to contact those in charge of said territory itself. Rias, however, glared at Izuku harder before she sighed as she placed her head on her desk, mumbling under her breath about how he was becoming a problem devil for herself. Izuku took the nickname to heart as Rias just ignored his presence for the time being so they could head to the familiar forest. It was a few minutes later that everyone in Rias Peerage had arrived just outside of the familiar forest. Rias was in the middle of telling Izuku, Asia, and Melissa about what the place was about before calling out to someone in the trees nearby as the man leaped from his position on a tree branch. Once he was on the ground, Izuku got a good look at him as he tried to discern what kind of devil the man was, at least compared to those around himself and the devils at the school within 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗏's student council. The man stood far taller than Izuku expected the man would at a whopping 6 feet 5 inches. He was lean and lanky looking. But his face showed his actual age as there were wrinkles and lines from age showing that he was in either his early/late 40s to 50s. He wore a red cap that reminded Izuku about the main character from the Pokemon series he used to watch as a kid. From what his mother said, that the man wearing the cap was named 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗏. He had a long pair of slacks that were blue in color with light blue eyes and black dress shoes that were worn with time. And the man spoke out to them all with a happy expression on his face. Welcome to the familiar forest. I am 𝗧𝗏𝗏, the familiar 𝗵𝗃𝗏. Now which ones am I going to help find their familiar soulmates? 𝗧𝗏𝗏 questioned, looking to Rias. Just these 3. Rias said, pointing to the 2 blondes and Izuku. Can I interest you in a dragon specimen who is around you all right now? He's a young drake who is also holding a sacred gear of draconian descent. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 said, as Rias shook her head. We'll be fine, and he's already a devil, 𝗧𝗏𝗏. Rias said as the man snapped his fingers. Drats. Anyway, let's find you all a familiar to bond with on a soul-like level. What kind of familiar are you all searching for? 𝗧𝗏𝗏 questioned, looking at the girls first. I would like to have a cute familiar, Asia said meekly. I would like one that is kind of smart but can also mesh well with me, Melissa stated as 𝗧𝗏𝗏 nodded before looking at Izuku. What about you, young Drake? What would you like to have as a familiar? 𝗧𝗏𝗏 questioned. I would like to have a normal familiar, please, one that can help with menial tasks for devil work if anything, Izuku said, as 𝗧𝗏𝗏 stared at him confusedly. Why would you want your familiar to do all your devil work? He questioned, slightly concerned. I'm trying to rise through the ranks through strength alone. I don't care for how long it takes, Izuku said, as 𝗧𝗏𝗏 nodded. Well, I can see what you want. A secretary of sorts, correct? 𝗧𝗏𝗏 questioned as Izuku gave a stiff nod. Follow me. I'm sure we can find a familiar for all of you, he said, leading the group down the pathway into the forest. The walking was enough to get Izuku to appreciate the silence of the place as Izuku kept pace with everyone else. Looking at the time, however, he saw that it was nearing time for another one of his late-night patrols around Kuo in an attempt to find any villains thinking they can get away with attacking Kuo Town whilst no heroes were nearby. But that all came to a halt when everyone noticed a small sprite dragon sitting on a tree branch that caught everyone's attention. 𝗧𝗏𝗃 then told 𝗧𝗏 to try and catch the little bugger, and Izuku watched on in pride as 𝗧𝗏 managed to make the little guy her own familiar without any issues. It wasn't much longer before the group had managed to find another familiar for Melissa, as they had come across a small animal that had the looks to be smart as it conversed with the young woman on the side. Apparently, Melissa could understand the creature speaking towards her as it looked mechanical in nature, and from what the metal looked like for fur, Izuku could only guess if it could transform like those old Michael Bay movies from around 300 years ago in the early 2000s. He was beginning to lose faith that he'd get a familiar of his own when he felt a presence nearby and felt a cold sweat move down his spine. Looking at the others, they were talking to 𝗧𝗏𝗃 as they were looking for a familiar for Izuku. Their time was quickly running out by the way as they searched for a familiar that would bond with Izuku quite well, and as Izuku walked out in the back of everyone, he suddenly felt like he should tell everyone something important. "Rias Gremory Melissa?" Izuku called out, as everyone turned around to look at him with a confused expression on their faces. "What's wrong, Izuku?" 𝗧𝗏 asked as she rushed over next to him. "Grab something blunt," Izuku said, as 𝗧𝗏 gained a question mark on her head. Same with Rias and Melissa too, by the way. "Why would we do that?" Akino asked, confused before a clawed hand grabbed Izuku from the ground and picked him up. Izuku heard a growl from behind his head as he slowly turned it around to look at the new arrival who was glaring down at him from their large blue and white scaled snout. They snorted in his face as Izuku felt his fight or flight response screaming at him to run away and live another day, and he watched as the dragon in front of him was growling at him, their eyes glowing an ominous golden blue color. "𝗔𝗨𝗃𝗃, can you please inform me as to who this is?" Izuku asked, receiving nothing from the dragon but a whimper. "𝗔𝗨𝗃𝗃, can you hear my buddy? And why are you so scared?" Izuku asked in worry this time. "Partner, I suggest that you run." 𝗧𝗏𝗃 supplied, as Izuku growled at his hand. "Kind of strong to do that when I'm stuck in their grass, 𝗧𝗏𝗃." Izuku screamed as the dragon in front of them snorted in amusement. "Kind of strong indeed. 𝗧𝗏𝗃, would you be so kind as to tell your host as to who exactly I am?" A feminine-sounding growl came from the dragon in front of Izuku. "Partner, this is someone who you should have and never had met. BBB, but her name is 𝗵𝗃𝗃 the Chaos K Karma Dragon King." 𝗧𝗏𝗃 supplied once more as the dragoness smirked at Izuku. "You, Mrs. 𝗵𝗃, can you please let my boyfriend go?" Melissa asked, as kindly and fearful as possible. "I don't think I shall. 𝗧𝗏𝗃's got a lot of explaining to do, such as where my treasures are for one." 𝗵𝗃 growled as her blue/white scales glittered in the moonlight. "I don't know what he did. I hope I didn't do anything to 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗏. Izuku called out as 𝗵𝗃 huffed. "It's not what you did, boy, it's what your partner did. How about you tell them all, 𝗧𝗏𝗃 gosh." 𝗵𝗃 growled once again, scaring the daylights out of Izuku. "𝗵𝗃, how am I supposed to get your treasures back when they were destroyed in my fight against Albion? He was the one who destroyed them, I only used them to defend myself." 𝗧𝗏𝗃 said, as 𝗵𝗃 chuckled. "To think that the great dragon of domination needed my jewels as well as treasures to defend himself. I thought you could easily take him on alone." 𝗵𝗃 asked angrily. "If I was at full strength at the time, I could have easily fought him without those treasures. I was going through a very bad day and wasn't at full strength, you know that." 𝗧𝗏𝗃 growled back at her. I feel as though you two should talk this out, because this feels as though it were nothing more than a married couple squabbling for attention," Izuku mumbled as 𝗵𝗃 looked at him. "Well, good for you, you're wrong. Now, 𝗧𝗏𝗃, please tell me what happened to most of my treasures that weren't destroyed." 𝗵𝗃 growled. "Albion had taken them." 𝗧𝗏𝗃 said, as 𝗵𝗃 growled at him even more. "You allowed that pissant to steal my treasures?" she yelled. "It wasn't like I had much of a choice. He had knocked me out in my injured state." 𝗧𝗏𝗃 muttered, causing everyone to look at Izuku immediately. The great 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗁 was injured before fighting Albion. "Preposterous," 𝗵𝗃 said, some bewilderment in her tone evident. "I came across a specific human who had been able to damage my scales, 𝗵𝗃. He used a dragon-slaying weapon against me, Not only that, but he had an ability that children nowadays called a quirk at his disposal. He constantly hit my weakened scales until he used a power that pierced through my tough scales and hide as well. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said, as Izuku felt a cold sweat falling down his face. What was their name? Tiamat angrily growled out. I never got his name, but all I know is that he used his quirk to try and take my power over domination. But he failed to do so when he realized the power I wield was not that of a quirk but supernatural in nature. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said, as Tiamat went from glaring at Izuku's hand to looking at his eyes and facial expression. To the dragoness his face was that of seeing a ghost, and he was sweating profusely. She smirked as she found something that the user of 𝗧𝗪𝗏's sacred gear knew that the dragon himself didn't know about at all. Raising the boy to meet her eyes, she growled at him. What was the name of the man 𝗧𝗪𝗏 was referring to? I know you know of the man who he was mentioning. Tiamat questioned. 𝗧𝗪𝗏, W is the man using M multiple quirks? Izuku asked. I would assume yes. What? 𝗧𝗪𝗏 questioned. Because that man is the most dangerous man known to villains as well as heroes in my world. Izuku said, gulping slightly. Can you tell me his name, so that I can take my vengeance against him? Tiamat asked angrily. He's long dead at this point, but I know where his successor is. Izuku said, as Tiamat shook him slightly to get the answer. Out with it already, she roared. Shigaraki Tamura. His name is Shigaraki Tamura. And he's in Tartarus prison on Japan's peninsula. Izuku yelled, slightly fearful of being killed. Thank you for the answer, boy. Now tell me the name of the man who nearly killed 𝗧𝗪𝗏. Tiamat said, as Izuku gulped again. His name was forgotten to time. His human one, since he always went by the name of either 𝗧𝗍 or All for One. Izuku said as Tiamat thought about the words. All for One and Shigaraki Tamura. Names of the villains who attacked UA Academy, correct? She questioned as Izuku nodded. Thank you for the information, now you can leave. Tiamat said, dropping Izuku to the ground. Run like the wind, partner. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 called out, as Izuku rushed towards Rias and the others as they immediately left the area. So, are you thinking about becoming that boy's familiar, Chaos Karma Dragon King? Zetsuji asked. Why would I delegate myself to someone else's familiar? She questioned with a growl. He's the only one who didn't feel like getting a familiar. And he did want someone who was like a secretary for him in devil matters. Zetsuji said, as Tiamat chuckled. He's a funny one, Zetsuji, but that's only for him to learn at some point in the future. Tiamat said before taking off in the sky. Well, there goes that idea for a secretary for the Drake. She'd be a good lay as well. Zetsuji muttered to himself as he went back home. Equals 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 back inside the ORC. Everyone was sitting on the couch whilst Melissa was consoling Izuku. He had been bordering on a panic attack ever since Tiamat had suddenly shown herself to them all, and she was working to make sure that nothing too bad would break out from him. But as this was happening, Rias was looking out the window to her clubroom before taking note of a large bird familiar glaring at them all through the window on a tree nearby. As soon as it was made, it suddenly turned up in flames and disappeared from the world. Rias grit her teeth as soon as this happened. It wouldn't be long before she'd have to fight for her right to choose her own suitor even if it was forced on her. Someone please. Save me from that horrid man. Rias thought to herself, a stray tear falling from her left eye. After returning home from that failure of a familiar search for the trio, Izuku thought that everything that happened was too much for a patrol that night. It was so much for him to handle that he immediately went to bed early that night, foregoing the whole patrol that he wanted to do. The simple fact that he'd come across someone who could pose such a threat to him that it literally had 𝗧𝗪𝗏 literally trembling from within the sacred gear he was the soul for was scary. Not to mention that it caused Izuku to immediately, come the next morning, enter the training room of his mansion that was made specifically for him. He was currently lifting weights as whilst running on a treadmill as he made sure that his training regimen was as harsh as it was lucrative. He was in the middle of doing some bicep curls when Melissa had entered the room and taking note of how he was working out far more than he was before the fall of 𝗵𝗃. Worried for his mental state, she walked over and sat on a chair next to the treadmill as she took in his shirtless state, looking over each and every scar on his body from either training or his past. The missing arm on his left side being the most prominent scar that she could see on him, as she felt a wave of sadness come over her when she remembered their first meeting with one another. Whilst she was going down memory lane, Izuku glanced over at her through the corner of his eyes as he took note of her saddened expression and knew what she was thinking about. Their first meeting in his life was something that he would rather forget, since it had also coincided with their first time secularly together that evening when they'd met one another. It was a night of passion, as she had done everything in her power to make sure that he knew that he was loved, not to mention how he was still grieving the loss of his missing limb. The two were so into their memories that they never noticed the time pass away before they decided to ultimately remain in the house for a good portion of the day. If they were reminiscing on their first meeting, they should really be thinking about what they should do for Rias, as the young woman would definitely be worried about why Izuku didn't come into school for the day. Once Izuku finished his run, which was around 25 kilometers, he sat down next to Melissa as he placed an arm around her as she giggled at how he had dried his right arm in order to make the gesture. "If you wanted to give me a hug, you'd have pulled me into the shower with you." Melissa giggled. "I wanted to let you know that you don't need to keep looking at my arm. I know that you wanted to replace it with a bionic arm when we first met, but it's something that I want to constantly remind me about the friend I used to have, because before that moment, I had truly lost my friend that day, the moment he suicide-baited me," Izuku said, growling softly. "You know, I have never been so angry for you before that day we first met, especially with how you were still grieving your lost limb to someone who you looked at as a friend," Melissa said as she looked into his eyes. "I know, Mel, just know that even if I don't want a bionic arm right now, doesn't mean that I don't wish to have one in the future," Izuku said as he cracked his neck. "You're going to be late for school, you know that, right?" Melissa questioned. "I know. But right now, the fact that we're remembering everything that happened between me and Bakugo, I need to have All Might send him here into Kuo Town," Izuku said, a determined expression taking over his visage. "You're not planning on what I think you are you? Just worried? It would be cathartic and ironic, but no. I just wish to have one last talk with him, see if his time at UA has changed him at all. If it has, then I will ask for him to just forget everything that happened between me and him and just move on with our lives. I don't need him entering my life again just so that he can gloat over me about how much of a hero he's become. If he does do that though, Melissa, I'm not sure if I can hold myself back from taking something from him," Izuku said, looking into her eyes with a somewhat fearful expression. "If anything, he deserves to be dealt a blow that was similar to what he'd done to you. But in the event he gloats about being a better hero than you could ever be, then you can do some ironic justice," Melissa said, rubbing his. "But is it bad that I hope he says something very discriminatory?" Izuku asked, looking at Melissa with a glance. "I won't know unless it happens, but not really. You should be hoping that he shows some kind of change due to this whole war," Melissa said, as Izuku sighed. "Time to see what was getting Rias Gremory all scared last night," Izuku muttered as Melissa nodded. Author note: Izuku and Melissa, before they left for home, saw the sad expression on Rias' face when she looked out the window. Equals 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 equals. The two arrived inside of Rias' clubroom as she began to inform them all about their plans for the evening. Rias, though, she was having issues paying attention to the whole peerage as she constantly zoned out of whatever was the topic of discussion. What she wasn't aware of, though, was how it was making her peerage worry about her mental state, since she wasn't showing a normal smile like she normally did, and it certainly didn't help that Izuku was giving her that look of compassionate worry on his face. But once she began to talk to them all, everything went back into normalcy. Well, As much normalcy as possible for a devil peerage in the human world. Their group had been called out for a stray devil purging, and they were finished clearing it up. Izuku had managed to kill the monstrosity all by himself as he'd launched it into the sky before slamming it into the ground with his sheer strength that he'd mixed with his quirk of one for all. But everyone was even more worried as Rias' mental state had begun to decline with the passing hours, as though she was trying to run through her options about what to do about some big threat that was coming up on her faster than she could even predict. This would continue on for a week, Izuku sparring with the kendo club as he managed to keep his sword fighting skills up. He even had 𝗵𝗃𝗲 join him a few times in an attempt to help him learn how to fight one-handedly whilst he dual-wielded blades from his sacred gear. The speed the two fought at in the clubroom of the kendo club girls was amazing the women as they watched on in impressed awe as they knew for sure that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was a part of the supernatural. Plus 𝗵𝗃𝗲's natural quirk being that of equilibrium on any surface allowed the young man to fight on any kind of surface, no matter the situation, and the fact that Izuku's wings allowed him to fly it allowed 𝗵𝗃𝗲 to deal with a flying opponent whilst he needed to stay grounded. But by the time Izuku and Melissa had returned home, they found Asia sitting in the mansion as she looked at the two entering the place with a smile on her face before walking over to the two of them. "Welcome home. I hope that I wasn't too much of a distraction for you both. I've made sure to at least try and keep this place cleaned whilst you two did most of the other chores," Asia said as she happily bounced on her feet. "You did well, Asia-chan. Anyway, I need to get prepared for my patrol tonight," Izuku said, leaving the girl whilst patting her head softly. "Okay, we'll make you something to eat tonight," Asia said as she waved at Izuku with a smile. "Be safe," Melissa said as she patted his head. "I will try to stay safe, but I can't really promise anything, Melissa," Izuku said as he left the house. Izuku was running across rooftops as he paid close attention to the streets below him. He had been running around Kuo Town for about a couple of hours now, and he was not finding any villains who were thinking about attacking the town under his precise control. Shaking his head, the young vigilante pulled out his phone and called All Might in a bid to get the man to do something that Izuku personally believed was going to be a bad idea for himself. He waited a few moments as he heard the phone ringing on the other end of the line, and Izuku was blissfully unaware of the small magic circle appearing behind himself that was yellow in color. Eventually, though, All Might's voice rang through the phone line as Izuku spoke up to the man as he questioned Izuku for calling him in the middle of the night. "Young Midoriya, you better have a reason for calling me at 3 in the morning?" All Might questioned with a sigh. "All Might, I just needed to ask you a question for a moment," Izuku mumbled, as All Might immediately knew what the young man was going to ask. "Are you sure that you want this? Last time you tried to meet him, you became fearful for your life and wanted to leave instantly." All Might questioned softly. "I wasn't ready at the time. But I am now. I'm far stronger than I used to be, and I am mentally ready to face him soon. Can you tell me the earliest time you can have Bakugo come to Kuo Town to talk?" Izuku asked, tone forced. "Young Midoriya, I don't know if I will be capable of doing this. But I will make sure to get young Bakugo over there within the next month. Are you really sure that you want this?" All Might asked worriedly. "All Might, the only reason I'm doing this is to both see if he's changed from back then, as well as end this stupid hatred between both of us. But if he shows that he hasn't changed, I can't expect you to stop what I plan on doing to him. I know it isn't heroic, but I personally feel an eye for an eye perfectly fits that description of what I plan on doing mentally," Izuku said as All Might sighed. "Just make sure that you don't kill him," All Might said, ending the call. "Ninth, someone is coming up behind you," a voice called out in his mind as Izuku ended his side of the call as well. Turning around, Izuku found himself staring at a young girl who was seemingly around his age. Although based on her height alone, she appeared to be the same age as Kaneko-chan. She had long hair that was in drills on the sides of her head as her blue eyes shined in the darkness of the night before she took note of Izuku standing across from her on the rooftop. Taking note of his vigilante suit, she immediately had stars in her eyes as she rushed up to him with speed he wasn't aware that a devil should have, and how he knew she was a devil was unknown to him, but he stored that information for later. "Oh my gosh. Are you really a hero?" the girl asked, stars still in her eyes. "You're not sure what you mean by it," Izuku retorted, thanking the heavens above for Melissa making sure his mask resembling a face had a voice modulator. Are you not a hero? The girl asked curiously. Not in the terms of having a license, but in terms of saving others. I don't want a hero license if most heroes in Japan only care for themselves. Izuku replied as he looked down at the street below, not deeming the girl as a threat. So, that means you're a vigilante then? She asked, as Izuku gave her a nod. What's your name then? Surely, you'd be able to give me that, right? The girl asked as Izuku just looked at her. Aren't you supposed to be going home? I'm sure that someone of your BLD shouldn't be on the surface. Izuku said, trying to hide the fact that he was a part of the supernatural. You know that I'm a devil. How do you know? The girl asked, concern written on her facial features. I have a draconian quirk. It allows me to smell almost anything. And that also means what kind of being you are, by the way. So could you please head back home? I don't want to misinterpret you as some dinner or anything. Izuku said, trying to intimidate the girl into leaving. If you're wanting to have some meat, I am sure that I can get you something to eat. The girl said, as Izuku shook his head, allowing his eyes to become slits whilst looking in her direction. I wasn't referring to needing to have some takeout. I was referring to your own smell. Izuku said, as he removed his face mask that covered the lower part of his face, revealing an open mouth filled to the brim with sharp teeth inside a growing snout. What are you talking about? Are you saying that I smell good to you in a food kind of way? What do I smell like to you? The girl asked, as Izuku let out a sigh of exasperation. You don't really have much of a self-preservation instinct, do you? Izuku asked as he took his cowl off. Well, I come from the House of Phoenix. I can't die from merely being torn to shreds. I have an infinite amount of mana that will always be able to regenerate my body to whatever form it was before. The girl said, confirming a theory he was holding in his mind. Well, Miss Phoenix, I'm wanting you to leave because it's not my safety you need to be worried for. It's yours. Izuku said, growling at her. Finally, this showed some kind of fear in her eyes as she stared at him with something akin to fear. Following through with his warning, Izuku increased his size, allowing his vigilante suit to mold with his body as it became a 10-meter-tall dragon as it glared down at the Phoenix child as she stared at him with awe and growing fear. Now, if you are done wasting my time, I need you to leave, before I have half a mind to just eat you entirely for a snack yakitori. Izuku growled as the girl became a blushing mess as she disappeared in a circle of yellow gold flames, allowing Izuku to go back to normal. Jesus, I swear kids these days. They just never understand the level of threat they are under until it's too late. I almost feel bad for her though. Izuku muttered to himself as he decided to call it a night. Equals 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 equals. Entering through the front door, Izuku took his vigilante gear off as he stretched his body enough to hear some pops. Entering the shower, he cleaned himself off as he needed to get that interaction between himself and that other blonde girl out of his mind. He didn't know why, but he kept meeting a bunch of blondes in compromising ways and he was beginning to think he was cursed with that kind of thought processing. Leaving the shower, he left the bathroom and entered his bedroom to find Melissa sleeping on the bed as he smiled down at her before putting on a pair of boxers over his lower body and climbing into the bed as well. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a magic circle that was the Gremory symbol that he'd grown to adore had appeared in his bedroom as he glared at it. Useless but danger sense? Izuku growled, as Rias appeared in the room. Izuku, I need you to take my virginity, Rias said, as she leaped onto the bed with him, waking Melissa up in the process. Okay, I need you to focus on everything else but me right now, Rias, but what's wrong? Izuku growled as Melissa rubbed her eyes before yawning. I need you to do this for me. I've thought about it for over a week and I've deemed you as the one to be able to do this for me, Rias said, as she began to strip naked. Aris, as much as I would love to continue this right now, I need a better explanation than this, Izuku said, as Rias started to grind herself on his groin. Am I not enough? I'm sure that I can do whatever Melissa can do, and even better. Rias said, her face erupting in a massive blush. Rias, I need you to actually think about what you're doing. Shouldn't you be I don't know, trying to keep your virginity for the person you love? Izuku asked, grabbing her arms. I know, but you are the only one that I can think of who can save me from this whole thing, Rias said, as Izuku growled under his breath. Rias-𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀, I need you to stop beating around the bush. What? The F is the problem. Izuku said, growling very loudly at the end. I have an arranged marriage to someone I really hate. And I need you to have Issei with me in order to break that vow. Rias said as Izuku stared at her. The two remained silent before hearing a picture being taken from their left as they saw Melissa standing there. Sorry, but I'm going to be keeping this saved in my phone for the rest of time. This is just so good. Melissa said, a blush forming on her face. You like a SDST? Rias questioned, as Izuku blushed slightly. I kind of happened but stop dodging the questions. Izuku growled, before a new magic circle appeared as Rias muttered something to herself that Izuku couldn't catch. MDM Rias, I'm sure that this is not what you need. And you should most definitely not be giving your chastity away to such a primal young man. The woman said, as Izuku looked at the newcomer. She was much taller than him and Rias, long graying hair that bordered on silver in color. Her dark gray eyes were a contrast to her lighter colored hair. And she was wearing a maid's uniform that accentuated her curves a little too well, to the point that Izuku thought that he should have Melissa wear something similar whenever they do their kawaii stuff sometime. But as he shook his head, Rias left his bed as she was assisted in gathering her clothing before having them put back on. But not before berating her maid. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏, I should hope you know that you shouldn't diss my servant. Even if he is down an arm, no offense Izuku, but he is known as the Red Dragon Emperor holding Drake. Rias said, as the woman looked at Izuku as he summoned the sacred gear itself. Nice to meet you 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗔. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 muttered as he yawned from within the sacred gear. I didn't think that 𝗧𝗪𝗏 would be this offhand with his greetings. 𝗧𝗪𝗏𝗃𝗲 said before bowing to Izuku. I do apologize for the crude wording of you, young man. The maid said, as Izuku wrote it off. Don't worry, ma'am, it's not like nobody's ever made a similar comparison to me before. Izuku said as the woman nodded. Come on, Rias, we need to get you back home. You can inform your peerage in the morning about what is happening. 𝗧𝗪𝗃𝗲𝗏 said, as Rias nodded before asking. Is it alright if I bring Akino with me? She's been with me the longest, and I would rather be able to let her be in on everything that's happening. Rias said as 𝗧𝗪𝗃𝗲𝗏 nodded. Your queen is allowed to be in on this conversation. I apologize once more for interrupting your evening, Red Dragon Emperor, pawn of Rias Gremory. 𝗧𝗪𝗃𝗲𝗏 said, before taking Rias into the magic circle. Melissa, what the F happened? Izuku asked, looking to his girlfriend. I have no idea, and now feel as though we should help her get out of this arranged marriage. What about you? She asked as Izuku nodded. As much as it pains me to do this, whatever this marriage is, it's not built on love and compassion. It's built on a lie. Izuku growled as Melissa nodded. We'll find out tomorrow, she said as the two went to bed for the night. Equals 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 equals. The next day, Izuku and Melissa arrived inside the ORC early in the morning as they found the rest of the peerage sitting in the room. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was in a corner of the room sharpening a blade with a very angered expression on his face. The same was with Kaneko as the small girl was glancing around the room as she ate some candy. Asia was sitting next to Kaneko as she was wondering what in the world was happening that required her to be present in the room next to everyone. Rias and Akino were at the front desk where Rias worked on most of their assignments as they both held very grumpy expressions on their faces. Rias and Akino's, however, were far more sinister. Okay, Can someone please inform me and Melissa and probably Asia about what the hell is going on? Izuku asked, as Rias nodded. Someone is coming today, and Izuku, I need you to be on your best behavior, especially when it comes to this man. Rias said as Izuku looked at her. I'm always on my best behavior around here, 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝐻. What's wrong with me being the one you're singling out? Izuku questioned rhetorically. Izuku, I'm being serious right now. If you even PSS him off, you might be killed for it. Rias said, looking at him with an expression that bordered on worry. He'll just underestimate me the entire time, 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝐻. I'll be fine, unless he says some derogatory things towards Melissa. I won't do anything untoward. Izuku said, as Rias sighed in relief but remembered who the man was who was coming and then placed her hands over her head. We're dead, she muttered. Soon enough, however, a magic circle appeared on the ground that was of the Gremory family. And 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 had soon appeared in the middle of the room, taking in everyone present who was a part of Rias' peerage. Smiling to herself, she walked over to Rias to inform her about the arrival of the man that Rias had dreaded the entire morning before moving back to an area where she could mediate anything if something went wrong. And literally a moment after moving to a corner of the room, a new magic circle appeared on the ground as Izuku took note of how similar it was, except with more golden flames on the ground. As soon as the room was covered in a bright white light, it soon died down, revealing a man in a burgundy-red suit without a tie and missing a few buttons on the top. He stood far higher than Izuku did as he smirked down at those who surrounded him as well as 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 as he spoke out towards the others. It's been years since Riser has returned to the human world. I'm sure that they've surely worked on their breathable air in that time frame, correct? The man, assumingly named Riser, questioned. Sorry to burst your bubble, bub, but you're wrong. Izuku quipped as the man groaned. I swear these humans just always destroy whatever they get their grubby hands on. Riser growled under his breath before fixing his attitude. He walked over to Rias as he placed a hand through her crimson-red-colored hair and pulled it up to sniff it. Izuku then realized what kind of man he'd be dealing with and why Rias was telling him to be on his best behavior, as Izuku exasperatedly sighed before sitting down next to Asia and Melissa. He wrapped his arm around Melissa as he watched as Riser continued his perverted streak against the 𝗵𝘃𝗲 of the peerage before she swatted his hand away. Izuku, by the way, was trying to mentally place how many charges against the man based on his actions towards Rias at the moment, unaware that he was somewhat audibly voicing his thoughts. So that's 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏, Izuku mumbled, causing Melissa to giggle silently. Now Rias, I'm sure that you know about how we need to check up on the ball area today. I'm hoping that you could try on some dresses that I've picked out for you specifically and choose which one would look great on you. Riser said, as Rias shook her head. Riser, for the last time. I will not be marrying you. Rias said, as she moved to sit on the couch adjacent to Izuku and Melissa. Come now, Rias, surely you know that there is no choice in this matter. The elders demand that we make sure our marriage is known to everyone. Riser said, sitting next to her and turning to her thigh. Another case of 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏. Izuku muttered under his breath, this time causing Asia to look at him confused. You of all people know that it's inevitable that you will be married off to me, Rias. So it's about now that we should be getting the whole wedding prepared. Riser said, finally moving his hand up her body and nearly squishing her 𝗬𝗲𝗏. And that's just molestation? Izuku muttered again, literally writing this down in a notebook. Riser finally heard that last one and he glanced over at Izuku to see another blonde beauty right next to him as he smirked. So you think that what I did was molestation? What about the woman next to you? Is she available? Riser questioned as Izuku's pen snapped in his hand. You lay a finger on her, Phoenix-san, you will regret that, Izuku said, his eyes becoming slits as an aura left his body. Ooh, so scary, the big bad dragon is mad that I gave a compliment to his girlfriend. Don't worry, when this whole thing is over I will be taking her off your hands. I'm pretty sure that you're not big enough for her to be given the time of her life. Riser said, as Izuku glared at him harder, his aura flowing off him even more. Threat of 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 and kidnapping. Izuku continued to mutter. Alright, I'm putting an end to this. What in the hell are you talking about, boy? Riser questioned, as he glared at Izuku. Oh, I'm sorry. Is the big bad phoenix scared of the many laws in the human world that he's coincidentally breaking? I can list them all down for you if you wish. Izuku said, mocking the man. Well, at least I can keep a missing limb on my person. I don't have to walk around being a cripple. Riser said, as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 immediately saw fit to interject the conversation as she knew it wasn't going to end well with how Izuku was glaring at Riser with murder on his mind. Lord Riser, we've come here to make a decision on what to do about the arranged marriage. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, before continuing. Not argue with the dragon about his mate you plan to kidnap. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, before Melissa interrupted. Oh no, he's going down. Whatever we can do to fight him, I want in on that action. Melissa said, as Riser took in everyone in the room. Is this it, Rias? Just about 7 people in your peerage. What can these people do compared to a full set? Riser questioned as he snapped his fingers. As soon as his fingers were snapped, a magic circle appeared showing his entire peerage. Multiple beauties, as well as the girl Izuku had met the night prior, had appeared in the room with their eyes closed as Riser walked over to the woman who he clearly gave his queen piece. He pulled her in for an embrace, as Izuku then immediately wrote something down before muttering another law in the human world broken once again, causing Riser to glare at him. I'm sure that you've never lost your virginity, young man. Look at what you will never be able to see and use to your heart's delight after I'm done with this peerage. Riser said, pulling the purple-haired woman in for an embrace before the woman's admittedly very large melons in front of him. As everyone was looking at the foul play in the room, even 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was sighing in complete astonishment for Riser's actions being childish. Rias and the others stared at Izuku's completely blank expression before that blank expression slowly but surely transformed into a knowing smirk before he revealed his draconic wings and tail. Something of which caused the girl with a drill-like hairstyle to shriek in fear and hide behind her peerage mates. As soon as this was shown, Riser took a closer look at the wings themselves before looking into Izuku's own eyes and watched as a mirage of a red dragon appeared behind Izuku's form, a very familiar-looking dragon. You know, Riser, as much as I shouldn't say this, but I'm pretty sure that I lost my virginity far before you did in your life. Izuku said as he smirked at the man. What are you talking about? Riser questioned, slightly angered. Well, how old were you when you lost yours? Izuku asked, as Riser spoke up again. I was around 259 years old, he said, as Izuku chuckled before laughing manically. Haha, that old? Seriously? Izuku asked, as he put a hand over his gut as he tried to hold in his laughter. What's wrong with that? I was in middle school during that time. Riser growled. Dude, I lost mine when I was in the final year of high school. Granted, the age for me was only 16, but that's far better than yours. Izuku said, laughing his butt off. I'm so glad that there's no rules against killing in a non-informed raiding game. Riser growled as Izuku heard that. Now adding on threat of murder under that? Izuku said, pulling out his notebook and writing that down as well. You all get 10 days before the raiding game begins. By that point you all will be sorry for me off. Riser said as he left the place in a flaming heap. Nobody said a thing as Izuku just began to giggle slightly as he then looked at Rias, who stared at him with a bewildered and slightly smirking face. Izuku then smirked at her as he then spoke up. So, who's ready to dine on yakitori soup? Izuku asked, as the entire room was filled with laughter. After the whole meeting with Lord Phoenix, everyone was scrambling to get their belongings gathered. Rias had informed them moments after Riser left the ORC that she was planning on taking them to a place where they could train as strong as they could in preparation for the raiding game between herself and Riser. Izuku in this moment was inside of the mansion that Yagi had bought for him, with Melissa gathering her clothing and other things as she was mentally preparing for the whole event to begin. Although that didn't mean that he wasn't hanging around her in an attempt to make sure that his scent was all over her form in the event that Riser would pull a fast one on him. In the time it took them to gather their supplies, Izuku had given 𝗵𝗃 a call once again. He'd informed the man about how he was in the supernatural a few months prior, and the man was supportive of him working with the supernatural creatures of the night, stating that he'd done the same in the past. Although the man was someone that heaven used to get information about most places around the human world for them, since he was more aligned with heaven in general because of how aligned with good they were stated to be in the Bible. The phone rang a few times as Izuku sat on his bed, his leg bouncing up and down as he looked generally nervous. But eventually the phone stopped ringing as Yagi's voice came through the other side of the phone as he grunted out his greeting. "Good morning, young Midoriya. What can I do for you today?" Yagi asked as he heard Izuku let out a sigh. "All might, I have a slight problem at the moment," Izuku said as he rubbed his temples. "That doesn't sound good. Does it have something to do with that meeting you had with your MSTR today?" Yagi asked, curious. "You can say that," Izuku said as he looked around his bedroom. "Tell me about it," Yagi said as Izuku began to talk about the meeting. Izuku told Yagi about how the meeting began, normal and mostly around 𝗧𝗏 appearing after Gremory did. Then Izuku went over the number of things that 𝗧𝗏 had done that breaks many natural laws within the human world that he merely brushed off as something that devils could get away with on a daily basis. But once Izuku began to talk about how 𝗧𝗏 threatened both murder as well as kidnapping Melissa into the equation, Yagi had let out a growl of anger on the other side of the phone. And Izuku told the man his reaction to 𝗧𝗏 threatening him to take Melissa from him, not to mention the fact that he talked ill about Izuku being a crippled red dragon emperor. "I can see why you got angry, young man. That anger can be used as a fuel for power, but you shouldn't ever allow yourself to be overcome with it to the point that it blocks your natural thinking process. That can easily get you injured or possibly killed," Yagi said as Izuku gave a hum. "He also tried to make me jealous by 𝗫𝗫𝗫 his queen. I wasn't fazed by it, but he thought that I was for some reason as though he believed that I was a bona fide pervert." Izuku grumbled as Yagi chuckled. "Well, with the number of times you've got it on with my niece, I'd be struggling to believe that you're not perverted in the slightest," Yagi said as Izuku blushed from the accusation. "I haven't even done that for a month. And not that I'm saying that I've been doing it after we first met," Izuku said before looking away from the phone. "So, is there a reason as to why you wanted to call me, aside from telling me about what's going on with your end of things?" Yagi questioned as Izuku sighed. "See, could you come over here and help us train? I want to be completely sure that I can defeat 𝗧𝗏 for his words towards Rias and Melissa. What he said to the girls, he was objectifying them, as though they were mere trophies he can collect," Izuku said, growling under his breath. "I can see what I can do. Although I'd be asking Principal Nizu for a favor in a leave of absence," Yagi said as Izuku hummed. "Please be sure that you can come with us. I'd really appreciate having someone that I know better than most training us," Izuku said as Yagi yawned on his end. "I'll see what I can do, young Midoriya. See you later," Yagi said as he hung up. Equals 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 equals. Standing in front of the ORC, Izuku found himself staring at Rias as the girl was looking at him in worry. She had taken the time that Izuku was standing in front of the ORC and tapped him on the shoulder as Izuku looked over his shoulder and found her looking at him in both concern and confusion. He opened his mouth to speak in an attempt to tell her that he had someone coming to help them out further with their training when a large black vehicle arrived outside of the ORC building, causing Rias to look at it in awe. "I didn't know that you had a car, Izuku," Rias said as she looked at the vehicle in question. "That's not his car, miss." Yagi's voice rang out from the other side of the vehicle. "This is yours?" Rias asked, looking at the tall, bony man. "Yes, it's called the Hercules. It's made from those on Island specifically for keeping me safe whilst in this form," Yagi said, as Rias took a closer look at Yagi. "Izuku, do you know him? I'm pretty sure that I should recognize him, but I don't," Rias questioned as Izuku chuckled. "Rias Bucho, this is all might, this is my Emperor Rias Gremory," Izuku said, introducing the two of them. "It's been a while since I was involved in the problems of the supernatural, but I'm sure that I can assist you all with whatever problems you're facing at the moment," Yagi said, smirking at Rias. "Why, you're all might. Rias asked, confused and greatly becoming more and more energetic. Why yes I am. Because I am here. 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 said, buffing up into his all-might form for barely a second before he deflated instantly and spat out 𝗵𝗃𝗍 𝗪𝗧𝗧𝗍. Are you alright? Rias asked, pulling a handkerchief out and rubbing some bullied from his lips. Don't worry young Gremory, I've been like this for over 8 years. It's only going to get worse until I eventually die from bullied loss. 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 said, chuckling as Rias looked between Izuku and All Might. Wow, this wasn't how I thought that I'd be meeting the legend All Might in my lifetime. Rias said as she sat on Hercule's hood. That's right, not many people know about this form. Well, everyone else does now that they'd seen what happened at Kamino Ward. 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 said as he rubbed the back of his head. Okay, well let's not waste any more time. We have a rating game to prepare for physically and mentally. Izuku said as Rias began to create the magic circle. As soon as everyone was standing near the circle, 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 had placed his hand on the hood of the Hercules as he suddenly managed to transform it into a power armor case on the ground which he lifted from the ground itself as though it were a mere suitcase. Stepping into the circle, everyone was suddenly whisked away into a different area of the world as they stood at the bottom of a mountain that was in another country within the world itself. Rias had explained that as a small form of training reaching the top of the mountain with the large bags of rocks and many other things being carried on their backs was an excellent way of training for them all. Izuku was holding a slightly larger bag of rocks, bricks, steel pipes, and many other heavy items used for construction whilst Kaneko was holding a bag of similar size but with rock boulders instead. Kiba wore a bag that held a lot of rocks as well, although the bag itself was a lot less in terms of its overall size alone. Melissa was the same with at least half the size since she needed more power and speed. Asia held onto a very small bag on her back that was enough to get her sweating up the mountain to the family home. Meanwhile Rias and Aquino were walking up the mountain with mere mountain climbing gear. 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 walked with the two as he kept his suitcase on his hip as he took in the surroundings of the mountain itself. It was about an hour into the whole mountain climbing event that everyone eventually arrived at the top as Kaneko and Izuku placed their bags on the ground and dumped their contents back down the mountain itself. Asia did the same with Melissa as the two sat down resting. Kiba was standing off to the side regathering his stamina as he took small but quick breaths that slowed over time as 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 looked at everyone with scrutiny. From what it looks like, you should be pushing yourselves a lot more than you currently are. 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 explained as everyone looked at him. I do that all the time 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧sensei. Izuku said with a tilt of his head. Young Midoriya, can you inform everyone what your training regimen was when we first met? 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 questioned as Izuku sat down with everyone looking at him. Are you talking about after my physical therapy after getting out of the hospital? Izuku asked as 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 nodded. Well, at first you said that you wanted to make me clean up 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 Municipal Beach Park's trash heap beach, but you decided against it. But after that you had me doing the training regimen that I currently do today, which is a lot of running, bicep curls whilst running, around 200 push-ups which I managed to bring up to 2,000 push-ups, 2,000 sit-ups, and for the running 1,000 bicep curls whilst doing a 300-kilometer run. Izuku said, as everyone stared at him in shock. Since when do you have time to do a 300-kilometer run? Kiba asked, concerned. I do it very early in the morning, but with my new abilities I can do that very fast now without much trouble. Izuku said, as 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 nodded. I want some of you to do that kind of training regimen. I'm sure that young Midoriya has brought some weights that everyone can use in order to increase their own strength. 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 said, as Izuku pulled out a weight that had a small scaler on it. Now that you all can see this, young Midoriya, what is the maximum that you can lift in this moment? 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧 asked, as Izuku turned the dial up until it reached around 5 tons. I can lift around 4 to 5 tons 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗧sensei. Thanks to my devil anatomy as a rook piece, I was able to lift at least twice the amount with my only arm. When it comes to my legs lifting this kind of weight, I can lift around at least 10 tons. Izuku said, as Rias stared at him confused. You were that strong. I thought you were as strong as Kaneko-chan. Rias called out as Izuku shook his head. No, in fact the only reason I was able to defeat Kaneko-chan in one hit was because I was at least either twice as strong as her or she was heavily holding back on me. Izuku said with a shrug. Anyway, young Midoriya. You, Kaneko and Kiba will be working together through strength training as well as speed training. As for Melissa, Akino, Rias and Asia, you all will be inside the building working on your devil magic. I will be in there to make sure that you don't take breaks when you shouldn't be, but at the same time I will be having someone else be helping you all increase your own imagination when it comes to the different ways you can utilize your magic as a whole. Yagi said, before reaching into his suitcase revealing someone who none of them saw coming. Hello everyone. Am I a mouse? A bear? A dog? That doesn't matter, because I am the principal. A squeaky voice called out, as it climbed onto Yagi's shoulder. The creature on Yagi's shoulder resembled an albino stoat as it stood around 4 feet 11 inches in height as they smiled at those present at the house. Rias was staring at the creature in both confusion as well as wariness, since she had no idea what this principal was doing here. Although she wasn't sure who this person was, she had a feeling that Yagi would be informing them who this was in a moment. Principal, you wouldn't mind informing everyone aside from young Midoriya who you are, would you? Yagi questioned. Of course, Yagi-san. I am what you all prefer to call as the Chimera hero, Nizu. Or you can just call me Principal Nizu, or Nizu in general. I am here in an attempt to assist you all in learning how to wield your vast arrays of power in such a way that this riser fellow wouldn't be able to recognize who you really are by the time this is done. Nizu said, introducing himself. Alright, so without any further ado, let's begin this training regimen. Yagi said, with a smirk on his face. I believe you are so right, Yagi-sen. Nizu said, as everyone went to their respective areas on the family land. As the girls minus Kaneko were training the usage of their magic inside the building, Izuku, Kiba and Kaneko entered a no-holds-barred battle. Kiba utilizing his overall speed and precision to attempt to defeat his 2 opponents, whilst Izuku and Kaneko used their pure power and vast arrays of different techniques to either catch the other unawares or trip Kiba up whenever they came across the young man. Izuku wasn't using his arm because he wanted to utilize a kicking fighting style much more than using his only remaining arm in this fight against Riser, as he was training it personally on the side. Kaneko jumped out of a nearby bush as Izuku activated One for All, as he felt the girl's malicious intent to smack him upside the head with her fist, and as she leaped out of the bush, Kiba had leaped out of another with his sword brandished, causing Izuku to pull out the boosted gear in order to block his slice. The resulting attack from both individuals on both sides of himself caused a shockwave that blasted some trees around as Izuku blocked both of their attacks as he swung a kick towards Kaneko, who ducked under it as Izuku brought it around and slammed it into Kiba's sword, breaking it and forcing him back to form a new blade. Landing back on his foot, Izuku pirouetted as he used his stance in the middle of the 2 of them to create a massive wind attack from his foot around in a circle around his entire form. The resulting tornado of wind pressure had caused the 2 to be brought into it and sent flying through the forest. Although they weren't damaged too badly, they landed on their feet and split up to catch Izuku off guard once again. Turning off his quirk, Izuku felt out with his draconic senses in an attempt to see what the 2 would do now that they knew his quirk wasn't on. And as Izuku did this, he managed to create a new move with his draconic abilities. Spatial awareness was something that he dreadfully needed sometimes. So to feel the ground and smell the air being filled with the shampoo of a night and Snickers bars caused Izuku to pause slightly. This move allowed him to always know where Kaneko and Kiba were, since he could smell them as well as feel their presence through the wind. Pulling his arm up in the air, the 2 reappeared in the battlefield as they landed their attacks on his form, with Izuku using his boosted geared claw hand to block Kiba's slicing attack that grinded on the boosted gear, before raising his leg to block a fist from smashing him in the gut. This new shockwave was more controlled as Izuku had then moved his hand out to grab Kiba's sword before pulling him in and kneeing him in the gut before 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗍 him around and smashing him into Kaneko, sending her sprawling across the ground. Izuku then kept a hold on Kiba's blade and pulled him even closer as he grabbed the young man's arm and tossed him into the air, his grip on the young man's arm and placing his hand around the boy's leg. He jumped into the air as he was nearing Kaneko, who thought he was going to slam his foot into her body as she rolled out of the way as Izuku swung 𝗵𝗃𝗃, again smacking the girl in her exposed back. She was sent rag-dolling across the forest floor as Izuku focused back on 𝗵𝗃𝗃, who had pulled a new sword out and prepared to slice Izuku's face as the boy then slammed 𝗵𝗃𝗃 into the ground. As the young man let out a gasp of air, Izuku then turned around and slammed the slightly taller boy into the ground behind himself and continued to do the same thing in the surrounding area. Once 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was slammed into the dirt one last time, the young man laid there twitching comically as Izuku felt Kaneko's presence too close for him to dodge as she landed a punch on his face, causing him to skid across the ground. Finally landed one hit? Kaneko growled out as "You landed a singular hit on me. Good job, Kaneko-chan, but you'll need more power than that in order to defeat me," Izuku said, cracking his neck. "And that's enough from all three of you," a voice called out as the trio looked at the newcomer. 𝗫𝗠 stood across from the field with a cup of tea in his hand as he blew on its heated surface with a smile. He had been watching their fight for a while now and was very much loving how powerful Yagi's successor was, although it appeared as though the young man was going for the barbaric style of fighting. Considering his loss of an arm, it was guaranteed to happen since the young man couldn't really make much of a fighting style around a singular arm unless he wished to learn how to properly kickbox. Standing up from the stump that was left of a nearby tree, 𝗫𝗠 walked over to the trio as he poked 𝗵𝗃𝗃 in the head, helping the boy regain his bearings. "Midoriya-kun, you are great with your power. But you need to learn how to utilize those legs of yours more," 𝗫𝗠 said, as Izuku nodded. "Kaneko-chan, you have shown that you can be quite swift to match your power. There has to be a way for you to become stronger without having to use your species' natural abilities. I advise you trying to gain your 𝗵𝗃𝗃 form sooner or later," 𝗫𝗠 said, as Kaneko bristled but didn't reply. "Now as for you, young man. Your speed appears to be the same thing for your strength, although I have to say that your technique is quite flawless. Whoever taught you was 𝗵𝗃𝗃 swordsman. But you need to have some more power so that when you attack, you can pack as much of a punch as you coming by with just your speed alone would. But you should rest for the evening. Midoriya, I would like a word with you when these two leave," 𝗫𝗠 said as the two walked into the forestry nearby. Izuku sat next to 𝗫𝗠 as they looked at the sky. Izuku's body releasing steam from the cool air of the mountain as 𝗫𝗠 brought over a small cup of tea for the boy, as he graciously took it and managed to grab a sip of it. The two remained in silence as they listened to the forest animals speaking to one another in their own form of language as well as the birds chirping in the distance. That was until 𝗫𝗠 spoke up to Izuku. "You are aware of what happens when Bakugo enters the devil territory, correct?" 𝗫𝗠 questioned. "I know. I am only wanting to talk to him, just to see if he's changed at all since we last saw one another," Izuku said, as Principal 𝗫𝗠 sighed. "I still don't understand why you didn't have the boy arrested. He should have been placed in prison for maiming you, young man," 𝗫𝗠 said, as Izuku nodded. "I know, but if there was anything I knew about Kaken, it was the fact that he would do anything to try and become a hero. And nothing would have stopped him from achieving his goal. I guess allowing him to become a hero was just my way of telling him that it was his final chance that I was giving him. I was so close to just telling everyone in the police about everything he'd done to me, but I chose to keep it to myself on the belief that he could change. When he enters Kuo Town, only then will I see if he's changed by how he interacts with me. If he hasn't shown any kind of change, I will make a magic circle to you, sir," Izuku said as 𝗫𝗠 looked at him. "Vengeance is not the hero way," 𝗫𝗠 said as he looked at Izuku through his peripheral vision. "I'm no hero, 𝗫𝗠-san. I'm a mere vigilante. If anything, you should be trying to catch me," Izuku said, as 𝗫𝗠 chuckled. "Eraserhead's been searching for you, by the way. He's informed me that he plans on doing his patrols around Kuo Town sometime soon. Something about helping a boy who seemingly has been dealt a bad hand and trying to bring him into hero society where his strength can be appreciated," 𝗫𝗠 said, sipping some tea as they watched the moon come out from over the mountain. "I will tell him the same thing that I've told All Might when I decided to become a vigilante. I won't become a hero when this society treats people who are like me like we are subhuman. I will not support that kind of system, and no matter what you can do, Principal, nothing will ever get rid of discrimination of the quirkless population," It's completely from the quirkless discriminating against the quirked to the quirked discriminating against the normal human. Izuku said, as Nizu stood up. I will allow young Bakugo to come to Kuo Town. And the day it will happen will be around at least a week after your raiding game with 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏. Nizu said, as Izuku nodded. Thank you for this, Principal. I'm sure that you have a lot of things that require a lot more attention than that of me trying to end things with canon. Izuku said, as Nizu patted his shoulder. If there is anything that I've learned in the nearly 100 years of life I've had on this planet, young 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏, it's that no matter the species, those of us who are treated as a mere animal must stick together. All, just like I was you were used for experiments. Correct? Nizu said, as Izuku looked at him, his expression losing their happy color. Yeah, thanks for this talk, Nizu-san. I hope that we can play chess sometime in the future. Izuku said, standing up. I look forward to that game, young 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏. Now if you don't mind, I need to talk to Yagi about something. Nizu said as he scuttled away. Izuku remained in that part of the forest as he stared at the sky. He turned to walk away before he heard a familiar voice ringing out to him from the nighttime sky. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. The voice was feminine. That much Izuku knew, but the sound of it caused tears to form in his eyes as Izuku turned around only to find nothing there. His facial expression dropped as he shook his head, tears still flowing down his face as he walked away, unaware of the ghost forming behind him with an apologetic expression on her face. 3 years prior to present events, Izuku and his mother had just left Mizudafu. They were in their minds, trying to leave the one place that gave Izuku way too much pain and suffering, as they both were just wishing to get away from all the politics and heroism that the city brought. In the time that it took for the two to arrive in Kuo Town, they had made their own plans of making sure that they split up in the event that all for one figure out that Izuku had won for all by the time the man would eventually find out. Thankfully, 3 years in the future, Izuku hadn't needed to be found by All Might in an attempt to bring him into the fight against the enemy that brought the #1 hero so much strife and suffering. But Izuku and his mother were still laying low from the Bakugo family, since they were questioning the two's reasoning for leaving Mizudafu. Not to mention the fact that they were asking them where they were so they could visit them and try to rekindle their relationships between their families. Inko was not having it, as she declared to Mitsuki and Masaru that she wasn't leaving Mizudafu and that it was just her son, just to make sure that he didn't get brought into the hero business since he gave up on that dream. When asked about this, Inko just told them that Izuku had finally decided that being a hero just wasn't in the cards after the sludge villain incident and the subsequent incident between their sons. The Bakugo family had decided to just stay out of Izuku's life ever since that was brought up. But Inko stayed for the next year whilst her son was being trained by the #1 hero and his pseudo-mentor in how to utilize One for All to the greatest of his ability, just in case the young man was to ever come across All for One, which thankfully never happened. Izuku was going to Kuo Academy, a place where Izuku had informed her many times that he was far safer since nobody made fun of his quirklessness and actually befriended the Kendo Club as he began their male's version of the Kendo Club. Their relationship had become rocky since Izuku had nightmares about the incident between him and Katsuki since his mother couldn't be there to calm him down. So in a bid to make sure that Izuku could calm down, Yagi had taken him to Island earlier than the sports festival in high hopes that he'd connect with his best friend's daughter 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. The two hit it off immediately as Melissa supported him through any and all activities as she brought a light to his eyes that Inko had never seen since he was 3 years old and found out about the All Might video of the man's debut. Although Inko was very wary of how Izuku had his first time at Island with Melissa, it showed that he was immediately able to connect with the girl on an emotional level since he was able to relate to her because of his quirklessness. Even if Inko was worried that Izuku had gotten Melissa 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 early on in the two's relationship, Izuku had informed her that they were protected when it came to that kind of interaction. Never before had Inko been worried about becoming a grandmother before she had reached the elderly age of 50+. She would continue to work at the Mizudafu General Hospital in order to keep her lifestyle the same. All without the presence of her son, which allowed her to take multiple jobs within the place and got her job positions that she'd never gotten whilst being around her son. Whilst she was experiencing a lot of progress with where she stood as a head nurse in the hospital, She also became much more useful in the whole doctor department as she used her extensive knowledge of being a nurse to the maximum, which had coincidentally gotten her a doctorate in medicine. When she'd called Izuku on the holoprojector about her promotion, never before had she ever been happy to see how the light in his eyes were back. She didn't know how long she hadn't seen her son truly smile about something good happening in their lives than that point in her life that she began to cry on the call with her son. She told him that there wasn't anything wrong, but when she looked around her apartment as soon as she ended the call, she let out a sigh of sadness. Another day without Izuku. I hope that I can visit him sometime. I hate leaving him all alone in Kuo Town. But such is the life of someone who's a potential target for a boy who's wielding a powerful quirk that is being chased by a 200-year-old villain. 𝗵𝗃 muttered to herself as she took a shower. In the time that her son was training to keep himself able to use All Might's quirk, which was now her son's, she really needed to remember that she had been working out as well, bringing back her own physique that she used to wear all the time when Izuku was 3 years old. She had gained some height once more, and she had been working out with Mitsuki in order to regain some more muscle and gain what Mitsuki had told her was a very appealing CC woman body. She wasn't afraid to splurge herself on a good meal from time to time since she no longer was worried about 2 different mouths to feed, which was nice for her, but that didn't mean that she felt too bad about leaving her son. It was in the middle of her shift at 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 General that she heard about an attack on Kuo Academy. Something about a villain group attacking the school in an attempt to try and take down the #1 hero whilst he was teaching the next generation of students who could become great heroes in their own right. And to hear that he'd nearly gotten there when one of the teachers had been killed was terrifying, but when the 2 teachers in question had arrived in the hospital, she got right to work in making sure that they were all right. She would find out later on that the 2 heroes that she'd saved the lives of were both Eraserhead, underground hero that her son absolutely adored, and pro heroine, 13, powerful rescue heroine who Izuku also adored. She had also managed to get their autographs when they had been able to move around much more than before for her son, as she knew her son was still an avid hero fan at the time. But to hear that she got the infamous Eraserhead's autograph, her son had gone ballistic when finding that out, as he told her that getting the man's autograph was like finding another wonder of the world. Apparently, the man was so unknown in the hero world that the only ones who knew about his existence were those who paid very close attention to street cameras at night or were saved by the man himself. So imagine her surprise when her son had informed her that he'd hacked into the street cameras when he was around 9 years old, in his search for a hero who fought without a quirk to use as some kind of idol/mentor. Of course, her son had never met the man in person, but it showed her how smart her son was if he was capable of hacking into government property and managed to get away with it. She scolded her son lightly that night, but made sure that whilst he was at the mansion in Kuo Town that he was making some 𝗧𝗏𝗏 for being such a genius when it came to technology. It was only about half a month later when the next villainous attack on some place happened, and this time it was a city within Japan. Hosu City, in fact. She had been informed about the death of a UA student who had gone after the hero killer, a young man whose name was 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏, as he had gone after the villain in vengeance. And because of the fact that nobody even knew about the young man's reason for going there, they couldn't even send the boy somewhere else to protect him since they had no clue about the boy's actions. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, however, thought otherwise, because when one looked at 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏 before he left for Hosu Station, it was stated multiple times by UA students within the same class as 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏 that they warned their teachers about the young man's change in behavior. So the death of a student from their school was definitely on them for not noticing the change in behavior sooner rather than after the death of their student, and it was because of that death that the pro-hero Eraserhead had gone out on a whim and chased down the hero killer himself and took him down swiftly. Let it be known, never mess with a teacher and kill their student. Because no matter the code of a hero, just because they aren't allowed to kill the villain doesn't mean that they can't deeply injure said villain or thug who managed to kill said student. Eraserhead had entered the hospital late that night, just where 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had worked by the way, and brought a beaten and broken hero killer, demanding that the man is given the bare minimum of medical care. Something that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had immediately done in an attempt to not piss the hero off any further. As soon as the hero killer was stable and was healing in the room whilst being cuffed by his arms and legs to the bed, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had left the room and re-entered the main lobby where Eraserhead sat on the chairs outside as she saw the tear tracks on the man's face. She walked over and sat next to him as she rubbed his back, her empathy that she learned to use from her own son allowing her to get the man to talk about his reasons for going after the hero killer himself. "Any reason you came in here with the hero killer on death's door?" 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had asked at the time. "Have you ever experienced a pain such as loss that caused you to wonder why you even became a hero?" Eraserhead questioned, rhetorically. "Not that I could understand the question. I mean, I'm a doctor, but I haven't been in a situation like that. Would you like to talk about it?" 𝗵𝗃𝗃 asked again. "I had watched Tensei's brother, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲, grow in my classroom. I watched each and every student in the class and nothing seemed off about his actions. It didn't click in my head that something was wrong until I'd heard about Iida going off and getting himself killed by the hero killer. The way the students warned me about his behavior before they left was a major red flag, not to mention the fact that Iida had wanted to go to Hosu under a completely normal hero named Manuel. I should have known that he was going after that 𝗬𝗪𝗎𝗪𝗔. Not only have I failed to save my best friend from death, but I failed to prevent the death of a friend's brother. What kind of hero am I if I can't even see the people who are in pain in front of me?" Eraserhead growled. "Maybe the reason you didn't see Iida's change in behavior and thought against the warnings your students were giving you were because you were giving Iida the benefit of the doubt that he'd not do what he did," 𝗵𝗃𝗃 said, trying to make sure she didn't anger the man. "Why would I do that? I've been a hero for over a decade. You'd think I'd be able to see a kid who was wishing to take justice into his own hands by now." Eraserhead grumbled as he wiped his eyes. "How can I call myself a hero when I failed to protect one of my students?" Eraserhead sadly and solemnly questioned as he pulled a hand to his face to cover it. "I couldn't save my son from an injury he had taken about a year ago," 𝗵𝗃𝗃 blurted out as Eraserhead looked at her confusedly. "What are you talking about?" Eraserhead asked, concerned. "It's already happened, sir, but if you want to hear about it. My son was walking home from school a year ago, and have you heard about the sludge villain incident from about around that time a year ago?" 𝗵𝗃𝗃 questioned as a stray tear fell from her eye. "Yes, I've heard about it. A young boy had rushed into the fray of an active battle between very stupid heroes and a very stupid villain. He allowed the hostage being held by the villain some time to breath before All Might stopped the fight himself. Don't know what happened to the green-haired boy after that." Eraserhead said, as 𝗵𝗃𝗃 nodded. "The green-haired boy was my son. He had left that attack after having been told by a hero of high standing in our society that he couldn't become a hero. But he met that student who was being used as a hostage later on that same evening." 𝗵𝗃𝗃 said, as Eraserhead had noticed how tears had begun to fall in waves down the woman's face. "Something bad happened to your son after the hostage arrived with him, didn't it?" Eraserhead questioned. "Why you could say that? I was at work at the time, so I couldn't have known about it. But I had heard from All Might himself because he came inside the very hospital you're at right now. Holding my son in his arms as though if he didn't let go he'd die." 𝗵𝗃𝗃 said as she placed a hand over her mouth. An image of her son in the arms of the #1 hero calling out for a doctor to come save her son in his arms was something she'd never forget for the rest of her life. Her son lay in the man's giant arms, BLD pouring out from his missing limb whilst a portion of his torso was covered in a burn scar that resembled Katsuki's quirk. Not only that, but BLD was seemingly coming out of the corner of her son's mouth as she rushed over to the hero at the time. Her son looked like he had been hit by a villain who had blasted him with an explosion first before tearing his arm off and then breaking his left leg and snapping the right arm at the elbow. Then there was the animalistic screaming that her son had begun to let out as soon as he'd taken notice of his missing arm as he tried to use his right arm to grab hold onto the missing arm, only to let out an even worse scream as he took note of the damage to his entire body. Doctors and many nurses, including herself, had rushed him into the ER as they did everything they could to keep him alive and breathing. It took around 34 hours before they were able to get him stable enough to survive being placed in another room, but after that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had informed her bosses as well as the doctors around them that this was her son, and they allowed her to stay by her son's side in his hospital room. all before allowing the hero himself to enter the room to look over her son as she cried constantly for hours as the hero himself had pulled her into a hug as she prayed to any god out there if her son would survive this harrowing injury. You want to know the worst part about tea that day? Inko asked, looking into Eraserhead's eyes as the man looked back. What's that? He inquired. All Might had gotten there to save my son only mere minutes after the event had happened. If he was there earlier, he could have stopped the whole thing from happening if he was just faster than he was. My son had also informed me about a week later when he woke up who the person who attacked him was, but had me keep quiet about it until now. Inko said, as she moved some of her hair behind her ear, as she growled to herself in an angered tone. If you knew who it was, why didn't you tell someone about it? Eraserhead questioned. Do you know how easy it is to tell an officer of the law that someone attacked your quirkless son and they just laugh in your face? Inko asked, looking dead inside. No, because I've saved multiple quirkless children in my past. And they've always told me that everything was handled. Eraserhead said, as Inko shook her head. Eraserhead, when I asked the local police nearby about if they could put that bastard of a boy who did that to my son behind bars, they told me that there wasn't a law against someone who was quirked from nearly killing a quirkless. Not only that, but they had treated me as though I was crazy. They pushed what happened to my son under the rug. Even the HPSC had told me to stay quiet and tried to buy my silence. I attempted to go to court, but they did the same thing. I almost lost my job because of this DMN society that is so focused on quirks that my son is treated as though he was never human in the first place. Inko said, as she clenched her fists into her skirt. That's highly against the law, and they know it. So the fact that they weren't going to court about it is troubling. Eraserhead said, as he pulled out a phone. You already know the student who did that to my son, by the way? Inko said, as Eraserhead looked at her confusedly. What are you talking about? He asked. Bakugo Katsuki, is he a student in your class? Inko suddenly questioned. Yeah, I took him on in an attempt to try and curb his personality as well as push him onto the path of a real hero. Eraserhead said, as Inko chuckled. That boy is no hero to me. All he will be to me is a bastard child who should just leave my family alone and never enter our lives again. Inko growled with a venom Eraserhead had never heard before. I'm guessing he's the culprit for taking your son's arm? Eraserhead surmised. Culprit? He's the one who was bullying my son for a whole decade, put scars on his body that will never go away especially with time, and made him deathly afraid of explosions that I had to enroll him in mental therapy whenever he'd heard a mere crackle from a firecracker. Inko scoffed. I will make sure that he's changed from the boy you know, ma'am. Eraserhead said, eyes shadowed. This is my only way of telling someone who'll believe me about the things my son has gone through. Eraserhead-san, please can you make sure that Bakugo Katsuki's time in UA is as terrible as possible, all the way until he can finally regret his actions against my son? Inko asked, no demanded of the man. I'm not sure if I can help to that point, but I will make DM ensure that he is more capable of expressing compassion towards others, as well as regret. Eraserhead said as he left the hospital. Thank you. Inko would tell him that day. Equals 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 about a few months later, the HPSC would launch an all-out attack on the growing army of the Paranormal Liberation Front. The combination of the League of Villains and the Meta Liberation Army that had been reborn through the old leader before it was changed to the horrifying young man Shigaraki Tamura. Yatsubashi Rikiya. To hear that the heroes had launched an attack of such heights on the villainous group was terrifying. Hundreds of heroes across the country had left their patrol routes except those near the heroes near Daika City. And when the fighting had come to an end, thousands of heroes who had attacked the entire group of villains had died, and the only survivors were the remaining students of UA, the top 10 heroes, Eraserhead, and most of the remaining heroes who were in the top 1,000. The pro-hero Cyclops had been killed during the raid on 𝗂𝗂 Hospital, the same for most of Endeavor's own flaming sidekicks as the last one remaining was Burnin. The loss of life in that final battle against Shigaraki Tamura was terrifying for Inko as she had been near the town on her day off. That day she had returned home and made sure to stay hidden without being checked by the local police. But her life got worse after that day, since Shigaraki had attacked Tartarus prison literally a few days later and freed 𝗷𝗏 from prison as the villain was now back on the streets. His overall presence had made the heroes lose hope and drop out of their positions, forcing the civilians all around Japan to take up arms by using support items they stole from support companies in a bid to protect themselves. The top 10 heroes moved throughout all of Japan in order to try and find 𝗷𝗏, and nearly all of them were killed when 𝗷𝗏 laid a trap for those who had managed to find a base that belonged to the man. Although the villain had rigged the place to explode, it was only thanks to the pro-hero Ryukyu that they all were capable of surviving with minimal damage. But at the massive cost of having Ryukyu sit out for the rest of the search for 𝗷𝗏. Inko had taken care of Ryukyu as the woman had been deeply burned and was holding multiple broken bones in her body as she had been twitching in the bed after being healed. When leaving work that evening, Inko had let out a breath of fresh air as she'd been working for a week straight. With making sure that Ryukyu wasn't getting out of bed to help out the other heroes, she had her work cut out for her. Especially so when 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 had come in a few months ago and getting herself prosthetic limbs in order to fight off the villains with the rest of the top 10. But she was walking down the road to her apartment when she got the news that UA was pulling in civilians in a bid to keep the families of their students and those on the streets safe from any villain attacks. Having lost hope in most of the heroes aside from Yagi, the man had visited her many times in the last few months to just check up on her. Something about her son being worried for her safety in these trying times. But she couldn't care less about UA right now. That school was public enemy number one as they scrambled to protect their school through a dorm system as well as being constantly attacked by villain attacks. Inko felt as though she was safer at home than in a hero school with the boy who had placed her son through so much terrifying suffering. As she was nearing her apartment building, she never heard the sounds of fighting coming up behind her as a hero and villain were duking it out in the streets behind her. She was about to turn around the street corner when she heard the sounds of a fire building up as she looked behind herself. She found the pro-hero, Endeavor, launching fire in the direction of a villain riding a motorcycle in her direction. She barely could react as she saw the motorcyclist look in her direction for all but a moment, taking note of her appearance as they turned around the corner she was about to take. And as soon as she realized what was about to happen, the flames were already in her face as she saw the look of pure shock on Endeavor's face as he attempted to stop his own quirk from killing her. The attack on her life was so quick that she couldn't even react to the flames burning her entire body so quickly that she had turned to ash near instantly. The only thing that remained of her body being a phone that she'd taken out to call her son, her thumb having been just inches away from making a call to him. Endeavor had rushed over to the burning ash pile as well as phone as he looked at her information. Finding out her name being Midoriya Inko, he slammed his fist into the ground as he let out a wail of anger as he glared at the motorcyclist who was laughing off in the distance after finally losing the number one hero by default. Endeavor could only stare off into space as he glared at the sky, wondering only one thing. Why can I never be like him? I know everyone hates it when I try to protect them, but how can I protect people when each and every villain cause my attacks to hit civilians? And I killed a mother as well, damn it. Whoever the son/daughter of this woman is, I am so sorry about what happened. I can only hope that you can forgive me for my actions. If there is a way I can atone for this act of murder, I will take any punishment. Endeavor solemnly stated to no one in particular. Izuku sat up from the bed as he let out a loud gasp of air. Breathing heavily, he pulled his head into his hands as he felt some tears falling from his eyes as he took in the room he was within. Melissa was sleeping silently next to him as she hugged a pillow into her cheek as she mumbled incoherently to herself as Izuku climbed out of the bed and moved downstairs. As he entered the kitchen, he thought about the dream he'd had as he shook his head and sat down at the table as he took a drink of water, allowing the cool fluid to fall down his throat and get it wet. *sigh*, I will never escape from that nightmare. Izuku mumbled to himself as he heard movement coming down the stairs. So you are awake. I never thought that you'd be an early riser, Izuku. Rias said, as she entered the kitchen in a see-through nightgown. Just had a nightmare. I will be heading back to bed in a minute. Izuku said, as Rias nodded. The two sat at the table in relative silence as they thought about what to say before Izuku stood up and got himself some more water. This allowed Rias the time to look at him with worry evident in her expression before she simply spoke to him in a worried tone. Can I ask you about this nightmare? She questioned. Sure. It's about something that had happened in the past. Izuku said, as Rias nodded. Who was the nightmare about? Rias asked softly. The news I had gotten about my mother's death. It was about 2 years ago. I had been in Kuo Town for about 6 months. Izuku said, with Rias nodding as Izuku continued. I was in the middle of training my quirk in order to become more proficient and master it completely. And Melissa had entered the training room that All Might had built for me with a phone in her hands. She looked me in my eyes and informed me about how my mother died in a villain attack. Izuku said, as he rubbed his face as tears made their way down his expression. That's terrible. You don't have to finish the story if you don't wish to. Rias said, looking worriedly at him. In order to move on from it, I need to talk about it, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄. My mother was the only person who had actually thought I could become a hero before everything happened. True, she only showed that she believed in me when I got my quirk from All Might himself, but she told me that she was going to make sure that she put everything into believing in me. So to hear that she had died in a villain attack during the time when Japan needed heroes more than anything, it hurt at the time. I spent around 5 months mourning her death as I stopped training altogether as I heard from All Might about who had killed her. Izuku said, as Rias nodded, rubbing his back. 𝗵𝘃𝗲, the hero with the largest civilian casualty record. The fact that it was him of all things had made me want nothing more than to tell the man off for how callous he was for not keeping an eye on his surroundings. But when I hacked into the street camera of the whole thing happening, I saw how he looked in the direction of my mother. He had initially launched his attack for the villain in the street, but as soon as the villain had taken notice of my mother, he moved himself to have her in the way. At that point in time, the attack was already out and very close to my mother, meaning he had no time to dial down the heat in time to prevent her death at his hands. When I saw his reaction to her appearing in front of his attack, I saw how wide his eyes became as I saw his flames flicker down on his own body to the point that it wouldn't hurt a civilian, but the attack he'd sent out to the villain was too hot for him to lower the heat of in the moment. And before anything else could happen, my mother was bathed in the flames of 𝗵𝘃𝗲's flaming spider attack. Izuku said, as he placed a hand over his mouth. Nobody should have to deal with the fact that kind of thing, Izuku. The fact that 𝗵𝘃𝗲 had noticed your mother being there in the first place meant that he acknowledged her presence. Rias said, as Izuku shook his head. He may be my mother's killer, but when he rushed over to her belongings on the ground that didn't get turned into ash from his quirk, he immediately mourned for her death. He showed remorse for his action as the villain got away. What made that moment for the hero hurt even worse for both of us was that not even 13 minutes after her death the villain was caught by another hero. Izuku said as he sat there looking off in the distance. Well, I guess all we can really do now is to make sure that the deaths of our loved ones aren't in vain. And to make sure that we move forwards with our actions, making sure that they are remembered. Rias said, as Izuku chuckled. Thanks for the talk, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄𝗀. I hope that training for the rest of the 10 days goes well. Izuku said as he stood up, but before he left the room, he gave her a smile before telling her something. You know, I think you should wear glasses more often. They make you look more appealing, Rias-san. Izuku said as he left the kitchen. Both were unaware of the man in the corner of the living room drinking some coffee taking pictures of the two. Equals 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 equals. Over the next couple of days, Izuku and the rest of Rias Peerage would be seen training physically as well as magically. Izuku was learning how to increase his rook strength as well as the strength he had as a dragonkin and combining the two with his quirk to create an even stronger powerful strike attack. Kiba was increasing his speed as well as power. Kaneko was doing the same thing with Izuku but was attempting to try and learn how to use her 𝗵𝗃𝗲 powers without even losing herself to its overwhelming power. As for Akino, Rias, Melissa and Asia, they were all trying to increase their magical prowess as they learned how to use magic to the best of their ability. Izuku had also taken some chances to learn more about magic as he used it to create a sword out of the pure dark energy of a devil. Izuku had also learned a new ability that allowed him to strip the clothes of the opposing 𝗧𝗍 and decided to keep that one locked away forever. He may be a devil now, but that didn't mean that he would use it against anyone else aside from Melissa. Since apparently the girl had a 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐻𝗧𝗏 side that was very RSNG for him. Currently, however, Principal Nizu had created a training chamber that allowed Izuku to train with a clone of All Might at his prime. The two were standing across from one another as they glared at their respective opponents as Nizu's voice rang out for the two to hear. Now remember, young Midoriya, any power you use in this training facility will be monitored and recorded. So go all out when fighting All Might in the prime of his full power. Nizu called out, as Rias and the rest of the peerage watched with the diminutive principal. Aren't you all supposed to be training with one another? Nizu asked the group behind him where Izuku couldn't hear him on the intercom. And missed the once-in-a-lifetime chance of seeing Izuku fight All Might in his prime. I want to see what would happen. Melissa said, as Rias and Kaneko nodded. I'm a massive fan of All Might, but I'd like to see how Izuku stacks up against the strongest hero in his prime. Kiba said as Rias spoke up. As much as I personally believe in my servants, to see Izuku fighting someone in their prime is something that I might never see until later on. So this will be my only chance to see what his true strength lies. Rias said as Nizu nodded. I thought so. Whilst he is fighting, I will be making some popcorn. Now let's watch the devastation. Nizu said as he pulled up some tea and crumpets. What are you, British? The peerage called out incredulously. Out on the field, Izuku entered a fighting stance as Prime All Might did the same. The two stared at one another for a long time before Izuku launched himself at the #1 hero of the world in the prime of his life. All Might had done the same as they both became blurs for all but a moment before Izuku stopped in the middle of the field with his opponent pulling their arms back as the wind blasted past them and they threw their arms at one another. Just before their arms hit one another, a small pocket of air had appeared between them as it created a shockwave between the attacks as a massive wall of wind blasted past the two. The makeshift city that surrounded the two had been reduced to rubble almost instantly before Izuku swiftly used Black Whip in order to launch himself into the air. As soon as he launched himself up in the air behind All Might, the man immediately turned around and launched himself at Izuku swiftly. Their speeds matched one another for a slight moment before Izuku blurred out of existence and behind All Might as he slammed his foot in the man's head, sending him to the ground, creating a massive crater. All Might had exited the crater, merely rolling his shoulders as he rushed Izuku once again. Izuku did the same, but floated towards All Might at high speeds as they clashed their fists against one another once more. Everyone in the viewing platform of the training facility had watched on in awe as the battle had begun with swift power and technique. Their jaws dropping from the amount of power the two held in their bodies, that was not amplified by their supernatural powers in the slightest before Rias looked over at Nizu as the diminutive being had begun to cackle madly. Are you sure that this is a good idea? Rias asked as the principal merely chuckled. What are you talking about? Anything that I create can handle the power of All Might in both his prime as well as young Midoriya in his prime. Well, when I get his information recorded from this fight. Nizu said, sipping some tea. Back to the fight. Izuku had slammed a kick into All Might's side as it sent the man hurtling through many buildings that survived their first clash. He appeared behind the last building that All Might was flying towards before he broke through it and sent a spinning Alaska smash at Izuku, which the young man had blocked with his arm, blasting him into the ground. Izuku used his smaller frame as All Might landed on the ground as he powered himself up as much as he could with his prime body as he sped quickly to Izuku's location. And in an act from the movie The Matrix, Izuku dodged in slow motion of All Might's first attack of hundreds that came at him faster than the speed of sound. After the first right hook came for him, Izuku ducked under it, before a left haymaker came as he jumped over it. Then a kick from below tried to catch him unawares, but Izuku was faster than that. Then more and more attacks came at an unrestrained form as Izuku dodged, ducked, and weaved through them. Izuku then finally managed to catch Prime Might's fist with an open palmed catch as Izuku's arm had only been minorly raised as All Might's whole body seemed to be thrown into the physical attack. Legs spread out below the man in a massive lunge, with his right arm behind himself as his left arm was being grappled by 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. You know, for a Prime All Might, you really are hitting like a fly compared to me, Izuku muttered, before sending a kick upwards into the man's jaw. All Might's jaw hung from its place on the man's face as he let out a wail of agony as he forcefully pushed it back into place. Izuku then spun around in the air as he slammed his fist into the hero's back, breaking the spine quite handily, before he slammed another kick into the man's back, sending the man ragdolling across the destroyed city. Izuku stood in the middle of the remains of the cityscape as he cracked his neck and arms before doing the same to his knuckles and legs as he bounced on his feet. He watched Prime Might bounce on his back, setting it back in place before jumping back to his feet before spitting out some BLD before smirking at him. "I can do this all day, young 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏," Prime Might said, as he launched at Izuku with his full power. The two moved faster than the eye could see now, their fists clashing in the air, creating small pockets of wind that gusted throughout the destroyed cityscape as a whole. Izuku had flown past All Might before utilizing Black Whip to wrap itself around the man's arm and pull him along behind himself as he pulled the hero high into the sky and span him in the air. As Prime Might had begun to struggle in the 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗃 energy tendrilled form, Izuku grit his teeth before roaring out loud. He willed the tendril of energy to let go of Prime Might, which sent the man hurtling towards the rubble below as Prime Might slammed into the Earth's crust. The crater made from this attack was entirely massive enough to take over a large portion of Mizutofu. Prime Might, however, had decided that the fight wasn't over even with his various injuries that had caused one of his eyes to be forever shut with a lot of black coloring around it. But the man's left arm was looking worse for wear as it was incapable of being used anymore as Izuku rushed to the man who had begun to use even more of his full strength as he called out his most powerful attack. United States of 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Prime Might called out, his right arm out towards Izuku. The young man dodged the strike as it barely missed his cheek, causing a small cut to appear there. Izuku then pulled his arm back as he pulled out the full power of One for All and used each and every quirk that he would be able to call upon in this fight. FA Gene, Gear Shift, Black 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗃 and the power stockpile that created One for All activated as green electricity had blasted out from his form as he was given a green/teal form that caused his hair to look even more spiked than it was when his draconic transformation was only hybridized. And that was when Izuku called out his most powerful attack that he could think of. Draconic Deliverance? Izuku called out as his hand transformed into that of a dragon. It began as only a boosted gear clawed hand appearing, then the red color of the boosted gear transformed into that of a green-scaled beast as it increased the boy's defense on the arm itself. And faster than the supernatural creatures watching the fight happen could perceive, Izuku's fist had pierced through Prime Might's holding the man's still beating heart in his palm. Pulling his arm back, everyone watched on in horror as Prime Might coughed up massive globs of BLD as Izuku finished his attack name. Draconic Deliverance, Draconic Delaware Detroit Smash, Izuku said, as the beating heart in his hand suddenly turned into dust. And the body of Prime Might had suddenly been blasted into the air as nothing more than a puddle of BLD being blasted through the air, splattering all over the ground in front of Izuku. The young man then felt some BLD fall onto his face as his draconic BLD overpowered his humanoid brain as he summoned the BLD as though he were a very horrifying villain to be seen. And the smile he gave out afterwards made everyone thank the heavens and hell below that he was never wanting to become a villain, as with that face he'd shown after the deceased Prime Might's BLD was absolutely terrifying. Principal Nizu, did you collect all the information you needed to make a new training ground for me? Izuku called out, catching everyone's attention. Of course, young 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. I certainly hope that I can make something that can handle that kind of power very fast, as you will need the training to surpass those who wish to kill you later on in this story. Nizu called out as everyone looked at him weirdly. Don't look at me like that. I'm this world's version of Deadpool, except I don't have cancer trying to kill me at every waking moment that I regenerate, Nizu said, slightly miffed. All Might then arrived at the place as he saw everyone staring at the principal before looking at the screen of a very happy boy who was bouncing around the place with his draconic features sitting out for everyone to see. He took a deep breath and looked at Rias to ask a question. Did young 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 show how much power he was holding back? He asked as Rias nodded. He could easily handle Riser's entire peerage all on his own. Just how did I manage to turn him into a devil? Rias called out as Nizu chimed in. Have you even checked to see if your rook piece had evolved during the time it took to turn him into a devil? Nizu asked as she checked Izuku's rook piece. Why you got to be kidding me? Rias muttered, as she saw the rook piece in his sis beating proudly. It's been mutated not once, but twice over. How is this possible? Rias called out, putting her hands on her head as she laughed hysterically. You'd better be proud young 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 decided to take your offer of becoming a devil Gremory-san, Yggy said as he looked at her from the corner of his eye. If you had let him die before becoming a devil, you probably wouldn't even be someone he'd like at this point in time, Yggy warned as Rias nodded. Izuku entered the room as Nizu offered him some tea as Yggy saw some blood that was smeared on Izuku's face. He grabbed a rag and used some hot water in order to wet it before cleaning the boy's face off as he took in his successor's appearance. He looked as though he'd gotten out of a fight with All for One in his prime with not much wear and tear on his body. So who did you fight in order to come out like this? Yggy asked, as Izuku chuckled before looking away. I might have fought you in your prime, Izuku said as Yggy froze. Did I at least get some dignity in the fight? He asked. You got blown to smithereens, Izuku said, as Yggy nodded. About as much dignity as I will ever get? Yggy grumbled before finishing cleaning Izuku's face. After the test of strength between Izuku and Prime Might, Izuku had left the training facility whilst the others went up against various heroes who could give them a strong time. Based on what Nizu had brought up in terms of their overall strengths and weaknesses that the principal had brought up to them during their last couple days of training at the vacation home. Whilst Izuku had left the facility that Nizu had built within the last couple of days since he was here, Rias and the others were put through the ringer, which pushed them to their upper limits that required them to go far beyond what they were capable of doing. Whilst the rest of the peerage had been fighting their direct counters to their specific abilities that they trained for most of their lives, Izuku was sitting outside of the facility as he rested from his big fight against his mentor. He had no idea why his mind informed him to end the fight as soon as possible once he'd shown Prime Might that he could take what the man could dish out and quite easily defeat him in battle. The simple fact that he had pierced through Prime Might's 𝗧𝗏 with his whole arm and pulled the man's beating heart out from his body was very terrifying for him to view. Not only that, but he'd managed to end the hero's life within a simple blast of power when he decided to go full power was very worrying for him. As he sat there stewing on the whole battle between All Might and himself whilst being in their primes, Izuku felt the presence of Yggy come up from behind him. The man sat down next to Izuku as the two just stared at the rising sun as Izuku looked at Yggy in a new light as the man coughed up even more blood than when he first met the former #1 hero of Japan and the world itself. What's on your mind, young 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏? Yggy asked, looking in Izuku's direction. I was just thinking about how easy it was to beat you in your prime. Not only that, but the way I did it terrified me, Izuku said, placing his hand on his head. Don't worry about what you did then. What matters is what you plan on doing when the battle against the Phoenix Brat comes up within the next few days, Yggy said, pulling Izuku's mind away from that fight. Yeah, what with everything that Riser had threatened me with. I'm surprised that nobody tried to arrest him during the very few times he'd come to the human world, Izuku said, as Yggy chuckled. With the powers of a devil, anyone can do anything they want and get away with it. Although they might not be capable of getting past those who are many times stronger than them physically, Yggy said as the two looked at the rising sun. As the two looked out into the distance, Izuku thought about the many ways that Riser had won his rating games. It was at this point that Izuku hadn't ever watched a rating game at all during this time as he looked at Yagi in a questionary expression. "Yagi-san, I think I found a way to make sure that Rias-san can escape this arranged marriage," Izuku said, as Yagi stood up. "Well then, I guess you should go find your 𝗵𝗃𝗃. That way you can figure your plan out for the rating game," Yagi said, as he knew his successor's facial expression. Equals 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 equals. Inside the vacation home after training for a majority of the day, Izuku was sitting on the couch as he looked at the television. Rias had entered the room as the rest of the peerage were cooking in the kitchen as Rias sat down next to Izuku with confusion written on her features. "You wanted to ask me something?" Rias asked as Izuku nodded. "Yeah, do you have any footage of Riser's previous rating games?" Izuku asked as he pulled a notebook out. "Well, I guess I can ask my brother about sending the last few rating games over. But why are you asking me this?" Rias asked, concerned. "I wanted to see what the best plan Riser had come up with during previous rating games to see if we could come up with a counter to them. And I mean each and every plan he'd ever made in previous rating games all the way until his first rating game that he'd ever participated in," Izuku said, as he looked at Rias with complete seriousness in his expression. "Well, I'll see what I can do about getting all those videos. But I can't promise that I can get you all of them," Rias said, before leaving Izuku in the living room. It was only a few hours later when Rias had entered the living room to find her brother talking to Izuku for all but a moment, giving Izuku some footage that he could use, that Rias realized why Izuku was doing this. He was going above and beyond just to make sure that she escaped from this marriage that she never wanted. She had smiled at Izuku as her brother disappeared in a small magic circle as he made sure that his presence was gone instantly afterwards as she walked into the dining room to watch over Izuku as the young man put in the first video of Riser's first rating game. For the next few days after training, Izuku would take a lot of the time he'd had left in the day to watch the rating games that Riser had been a part of. Not only that, but he'd come across multiple things that the man had done that caused him to win 8 of the 10 games he'd been a part of in the past. And each and every one of them showed that during those games the devil was literally very egotistical, and only lost to those who he deemed worthy of losing to, and did it on purpose, before showing his power in small amounts. From what it appeared, Izuku was having a field day from Rias and Melissa's point of view as they watched him from afar. The boy was writing constantly inside his notebook for what appeared to be an hour as Rias and Melissa were becoming more and more worried for his mental health as Izuku began muttering to himself about the Phoenix family magic of regeneration. And as his face slowly became blue from lack of air entering his lungs, the two rushed over to him in an effort to get him to breathe again before they tackled him to the ground and forcing him to stop muttering. A few minutes later, Izuku and Melissa were inside of the baths together as they rested next to one another. Izuku had Melissa pulled into his arm as they relaxed in each other's presence before the sounds of people moving through the area behind them was going off around them. Turning his head around, Izuku found the rest of the girls in the peerage entering the baths as Izuku sighed heavily as he prepared to just fly away from the room before Melissa pulled him back in the water. "You're not leaving this room. Not for a long while," Melissa said, as Izuku just stared at her in shock. "Why, you are aware that I can't be in here without Kaneko-chan thinking that I will be a pervert, right?" Izuku questioned, as Melissa chuckled. "She already knows that I'm the pervert between us both. And I'm not afraid to show it," she said, sultry like as she reached in the water near his groin. "Melissa, this isn't a good idea," Izuku warned as his eyes flashed a green glow. "What's not a good idea?" A familiar voice called out behind him. "𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗃, this isn't what it looks like," Izuku said, trying to wave his arm around but realized that Melissa stared at him with it between her melons. "Oh really? Are you sure that you don't plan on doing something in front of all of us?" she asked, leaning in more as her large melons swung about in front of him. "I'm sure," I don't plan on doing anything in front of you all. Izuku said, as Melissa smirked as her right arm moved through the waters. Izuku glared at her from the side of his eye before Rias turned his head to look at her. As she stared at him, Izuku felt his arousal begin to take over as Rias also reached into the water as she joined Melissa in what the young woman was doing before Melissa looked at her as well. The two women gave one another a look before pulling Izuku out of the water and sitting him down on the ledge, allowing his groin to be out on display for the two of them before Melissa spoke up to Rias. Are you sure that you want to continue with this, Rias? I'm sure that the elder devils wouldn't like it if you continued. Melissa questioned, looking at Rias with a smirk. As much as I would much rather stay clean until the rating game, I really need to do this. Rias said, as she placed her hand around Izuku's phallus. The two girls listened in on Izuku taking a deep gasp as Rias' fingers wrapped around his phallus, and slowly the young adult of a devil woman had rose her hand up and down his. As Izuku's pleasure was reaching a new high due to Rias, Izuku looked over at Melissa as the young woman looked at him lovingly. She reached over at him and placed his face into her sissy as Izuku immediately latched onto her melons. As Melissa in bliss. In the background, Asia and Kaneko were looking at the trio in a longing way, although Akino smirked as she walked over to the baths and placed her melons on Izuku's head. You're not going to leave me behind, are you? Akino asked with a very sissy tone. Asterisk gasp. Asterisk, did you just sneak up on me? Izuku asked, slightly, as Rias then placed his between her melons, getting a new groan from him. Yes, I did. Now are you going to give me the same treatment you gave your girlfriend? Or leave me hanging? Akino asked, as Izuku glanced at Melissa, who just smiled and nodded at him. Turning his head upwards, he latched onto Akino's melons as well as he continued to squeeze Melissa's melons with his only hand. Kaneko suddenly gained a small tick mark on her head as she growled to herself in slight anger and annoyance, before everyone heard a of bliss coming from Rias. The sound was so random and out of place that they all looked at Rias before Izuku noticed a very tight sensation surrounding his before he slowly but surely came to the realization. Rias, why you weren't supposed to go that far? Izuku said, slightly panicked. I couldn't do this before with Gremory stopping me. I will not be stopped again. Rias growled as she bounced on Izuku's. Izuku muttered, before he felt his inner dragon begin to growl in happiness. As Izuku pulled himself away from Akino and Melissa, who sighed in disappointment, Izuku pulled Rias closer to his body as he growled in a low tone. He growled as he began to slam his upper snatch. As Izuku continued to slam his hips into Rias, the young devil could only see stars enter her view as each time Izuku into her she could only feel pleasure. This was supposed to be her first time doing this, and all she could really feel was pleasure. There was no pain, and there wasn't anything that was stopping Izuku from continuing as she felt his throbbing pulsate throughout her core. He lifted her effortlessly with Black Whip as he slammed her onto the ground softly behind him as he pushed back into her from behind. He placed his palm on her right hip as he into her as he used Black Whip to hold her arms back behind her. Kaneko, Asia, Melissa and Akino could only watch in awe as Izuku had decided to full-on screw Rias until she was screaming his name in pleasure as well as panic. Izuku soon became empowered by One for All as green electricity, in small amounts, had appeared around his body as he sped up inside her, his hole growing an extra inch as well as width from inside her, causing her to scream out in joy. You may be my 𝗵𝘃𝗲, but right now you're my beach. Izuku growled out as he slapped Rias, but causing her to let out a breathy You like that, huh? You wanna be my beach in heat? Izuku growled out as he even harder into her. Izuku, I think you knocked her out? Melissa said, as Izuku snapped out of his funk. And as he looked down at Rias, he found the crimson-haired princess of ruin had long since passed out as her body twitched around him as he felt her snatch gripping onto him for dear life. Looking around the room, he found the other girls in various arrays of lewdness. Kaneko was sitting next to him, her Nico features out on display as her tail swung behind her in a very active way. Asia was right next to her, openly masturbating. Melissa was smiling at him with that perverted grin he fell for all those years ago, And finally Akino had a look in her eye that made his whole body shiver slightly. Once he decided to pull out of Rias, he suddenly felt her immediately grapple him as her eyes gained hearts in them as she smiled at him. "We're not finished, Izuku," she said as she him on the lips. As Izuku was pushed onto his back, Rias began to bounce on his lap as he let out groans of pleasure as the woman was having the time of her life. In the background, we can see Melissa clearly smiling at the girls around her boyfriend as she began to chuckle to herself oddly. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃. I can't wait until each and every girl are marked by him. Only then will Project 𝗬𝗏 restoration be complete. Melissa chuckled to herself as she rushed over to the others' love in her eyes.